Electric.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see
got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're alive.
But this is where the story This is where the story ends. This is where the story
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff. The fiery fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball, and at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, a Chew is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame. prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights, especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's dragon practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stacks. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterfeits against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the fiery fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Veigar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the fiery fledgling.
YG 还想要稳一点，就是这里回了啊，不稳一点就是这里继续压，反正也没有输的画面，
那也不用回吧？哇，好痛哦，这个
没一点，只要正常玩没有输的画面啊，除非有人不正常。
这是老在最后的人死了 BYG，
这要是非爱没想通，直接举进去送才有机会。
纳尔跳往前被晕下来，卡在了原地中，专门准备阵亡。Metal 还有新人，而且滑进来一推到2人，但这个沙皇没有办法创造奇迹。凯特琳直接将他追捕了起来，那现快抓，这会是 Pentakill！
哇哦，好爽哦，于院长。
想要先占据祭坛的优势，但这波看起来想要开船，后方亮了一个 TP， 往前挖吸住了呼傻反身一吸，但自己要葬送当场。这时候116被墙给卡住了，后面一个火速连击直接进来，还有一个 TP， 两边的道路都亮 TP。Betty 进入了危险，但116没有办法杀掉 Betty。Driver 也想要来换 Betty 的人头，解出了3环，但战场分割成2个半边，这里再刷无敌，
被抬回来了，
但是直接被抬了回来，来自 PSG 的3人进攻，最后是守护住了辅助 Battle。掌握了大局 ，PSG 大出 ace，
家有一老，如有一宝啊！
This is Marco.
Yeah, Waco trying to zone off the LeBlanc of all people, and a massive engage, 3-man Bramble smash, but it might just be that Orca goes down first. It's a massive fate sealed coming through from Lakai there on the own. Waco as well, he's finding the damage. Cleanse comes out, Tide is stunned up, but Cruscada, he's looking, he's going to get him. He goes back to the distortion. In comes the shield, and it's going to be J-Team. They pick up 4. Malachi.
Oh, he's rooted.
Yeah, there he goes, rooted. He's not going to have that cleanse. He does have that breath of life. And through will come Cruscada. He's going to find Waco all alone here. He does dodge out of that perfect execution, but he's rooted up by the Nature's Grasp.
Wow.
Orca finds it. Lakai's in the back though. He's 1v3. We've seen Casante's manage it before. Cruscada lands the shuriken though, and Minji's able to get the kill. Massive blast cone. Tide's going to go down. Lakai, he is ready to go massive. He gets rid of that spell shield from Taco as Lakai is still in that all-out mode. 2-man knock-up. He might not be done yet. Yusan, so cool around to support this tank. We've got 2 tanks. We've got 1 support, and it's the 2 tanks that are trying to do it under their tower. Everyone's getting so low. Lakai is finding every single Q3. Taco is so low. Oh my god, he lands another. That's a shutdown. 665 looking movement coming out. Another Natofu strike, but 665 might just have it now. Crackdown comes through though. Q3 is going to land onto 2 and unstoppable. He's going to keep going. 665 eventually is able to take down Sokol, but Lakai, even if he doesn't win, he is my player of the game because that was heroic.
上半部看一下画面哦，开大拔塔，但现在所有人过来想起自己的大哥是谁，
没用。但是
有用吗？一剑还在回血，想开回来，直接开回了 ，Q 出这 pick，
还有谁？
又抓到了3个绕台，
还有谁？一剑
过去，
没了，
直接一抓，但还是让一剑换到了 double，
头很痛，头很痛，
你看到了。就是
没有，
这个对局，
就是我被打过一次，我知道我打不过。
那你痛过了，
对我痛过了。虽然是我前面先被单杀了一次啊，跟他差不多。
亲身的体验。不过这一波的3杀3夹之内找空档看起来是轻轻松松啊。
对，有料，这个剑锋，我只能说要不是多了一个这个，而且他没看到，他没看到啊，他没有闪。刚 OB 带到的时候感觉是有闪。
哎呀，他觉得很可惜，他感觉可以再杀多一点。
Long ago, before the Ruination ended their line, the royal family of Camivore revered Imperial Dragons as powerful and majestic creatures. So as one of the few Imperial Dragons still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff.
Sizzle!
The Fiery Fledgling is an ADC who's all about scale. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball. And at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast damages and briefly slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, a Chew is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool. So fly with caution, or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stacks. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the Fiery Fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Vhagar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below. And bring the heat with Smolder, the Fiery Fledgling.
局还想要
稳一点就是这里回了啊，不稳一点就是这里继续压，反正也没有输的画面，
应该也不用回吧？哇，好痛哦，这公平一点
只。要正常玩没有输的画面啊，除非有人不正常。
这是老三最后的仁慈哦 ，BYG。
这要是非爱没想通，直接举进去送才有机会。
纳尔跳往前被运下来，卡在了原地，中3个准备阵亡。Metal 还有新人，阿姐滑进来一推到2人，但这个沙皇没有办法创造奇迹。凯特琳直接将他拘捕了起来，那现快爪，这会是 Pentakill！
哇哦，好爽哦，于院长。
想要先占据祭坛的优势，但这波看起来想要开船，后方这样的一个 TP 往前挖吸住了呼傻反身一吸，但自己要葬送当场。这时候116被强给卡住了，后面一个火速连击直接进来，还有一个 TP， 两边的道路都亮 TP。Betty 进入了危险，但116没有办法杀掉 Betty。Driver 也想要来换 Betty 的人头，解住了3环，但战场分割成2个半边，这里再发无敌，
被抬回来了，
但是直接被抬了回来，来自 PSG 的3人进攻，最后是守护住了辅助 Battle。掌握了大局 ，PSG 大出 ace，
家有一老，如有一宝啊！
This is Marco.
Yeah, Waco's trying to zone off the LeBlanc of all people in a massive engage, 3-man bramble smash, but it might just be that Orca goes down first. It's a massive fate sealed coming through from Lakai there on the own. Waco as well, he's fighting the damage. Cleanse comes out, Tide is stunned up, but Cruscada, he's looking, he's going to get it. He goes back to the distortion. In comes the shield, and it's going to be J-Team. They pick up 4. Malachi.
Oh, he's rooted.
Yeah, here he goes, rooted. He's not going to have that cleanse. He does have that breath of life. And through will come Cruscada. He's going to find Waco all alone here. He does dodge out of that perfect execution, but he's rooted up by the Nature's Grasp.
Wow.
Orca fight here. Lakai's in the back though. He's 1v3. We've seen Casante's manager before. Cruscada lands the shuriken though, and Minji's able to get the kill. Best of blast cone. Tide's going to go down. Lakai, he is ready to go massive. He gets rid of that spell shield from Taco as Lakai is still in that all-out mode. 2-man knock-up. He might not be done yet. Yusan, so cool around to support this tank. We've got 2 tanks. We've got 1 support, and it's the 2 tanks that are trying to do it under their tower. Everyone's getting so low. Lakai is finding every single Q3. Taco is so low. Oh my god, he lands another. That's a shutdown. 665 looking movement coming out. Another to top who strike, but 665 might just have it now. Crackdown comes through though. Q3 is going to land onto 2 and unstoppable. He's going to keep going. 665 eventually is able to take down Sokol, but Lakai, even if he doesn't win, he is my player of the game because that was heroic.
上半部看一下画面哦，开大拔塔，但现在所有人过来想起自己的大哥是谁，
没用。但是有
用吗？一剑还在回血，想开回来，直接开回了 ，Q 2再 pick，
还有谁？
又抓到了3个绕台，
还有谁？一剑
过去，
没了，
直接硬抓，但还是让一剑换到了 double，
头很痛，
你看到了。就是这个对局，
就是我被打过一次，我知道我打不过。
那你痛过了，
对我痛过了。虽然是我前面先被单杀了一次啊，跟他差不多。
亲身的体验。不过这一波的3杀3夹之内找空档看起来是轻轻松松啊。
对，有料，这个剑锋，我只能说要不是多了一个这个，而且他没看到，他没看到啊，他没有闪。刚 OB 带到的时候感觉是有闪。
哎呀，他觉得很可惜，他感觉可以再杀多一点。
got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Hello, everybody, and welcome here to our final night of the first half of our group stage. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carrier International. I will once again be your host, Vestian, and alongside me, it will be a very familiar face at this stage. It is Lo.
Hello. We will be deciding who's going to take first place.
We
probably
will.
today.
We will. No, we definitely will. It's all up into the first game today. It's whoever wins it, they will be the first place, regardless of game score or anything.
Yeah.
Because if it's a 2-1, they will have exactly the same game differential. If it's a 2-2, obviously there'll be a difference in the game differential. And if Frank win it all, they just are first. But
Yeah.
If CFO win, they're technically exactly tied, but they would have won
The head-to-head.
head. On your screen, yesterday's results, BYG 2-0 over J-Team, meaning that they did secure that 4th spot. And then West Point up against Hellpigs. It was a very, very exciting game.
I love that
There
series.
were a lot of things that were happening in that one, and West Point take the first game, looking to try and cement their first win, but it was Hellpigs that eventually turned around the second and third game. And honestly, and especially in game number 3, looked very good in doing so.
Yeah, I really like the look from Hellpigs, at least in that series, and the series before against Beyond.
Yeah.
Beyond, on the other hand, the first series of the day, exactly what we want to see from them.
Yep.
We were kind of complaining they were on a bit of a downwards trend, but 1-1-1-6 on the Hui is the best way we've seen.
It is disgusting how good that guy was on that Hui.
Yeah.
That was,
We've seen the champion perform, but 1-1-1-6 was performing on it like it's first pick worthy.
Yeah, yeah, and it was truly disgusting what we witnessed yesterday with that Hui. But today's matches, of course, you can see it right there in front of you. The big one, and possibly after CFO PSG, the biggest series that we're going to have.
Yep.
Frank versus CFO. Now, again, it is a battle for first place. Whoever wins this series will be first, going into the group stage, coming up very shortly. And of course, the important thing about that is you keep your record.
Yeah.
And so when you go up into that group stage, whoever finishes it in first and second will get a bye going into the playoffs, which, I mean, everyone knows how important that can be. It can mean so much. It means you get more time to prepare. You get to watch your competition.
Especially when the top 4 is so close, just being able to, skip a game and not risk losing, not having to prep for an extra team.
Yeah.
Yeah. And seeing your future opponent play a game.
Yeah, and
well.
the big thing about that too is there's a lot of uncertainty because, again, there's going to be 2 LJL teams, 2 LCO teams, and then the 4 rest of the PCS teams all are going to be in that bottom bracket, the non-buy, and that is going to be like, how do you prep really well for another region? Of course you can, but it just takes so much work, and at least for whoever comes first and second, it's a lot easier. On your screen, though, it's going to be our 1v1 tonight. It's going to be Rest up against Jiang. Jiang finally taking a loss yesterday as the Jax into a Heimerdinger. I don't think he's going to either pick the Jax or leave the Heimerdinger open.
Yeah, Heimerdinger completely destroying Jax yesterday.
Rest 4-0 quietly.
Yeah, only playing ADCs, I think. 2 Callista games, a Trist and a COG game.
Yeah.
I can't believe he won the COG game. What was he, against Teemo? It was God JJ on Teemo, I think.
It was God JJ's Teemo.
Yeah, I had Teemo winning that one, but
I did
he
too,
does get it done on the COG mall.
He certainly did. Jiang on your screen, finally being fouled after winning his first 5 straight.
I like the Jax ban if you're going to be playing ADCs, which he does lock in. Tristana.
Darius, okay.
So normally I'd really favor the Trist here, but he does have the snowball and flash on Darius, so we'll see if he can get on top of Rest and kill him. But
sounds like there's some chatter going on.
Oh,
some old chatter.
Oh, a bit of smack talk.
Oh, the chat's lining up. I mean, I don't know who to favor, actually.
I think it's got to be Trist.
Oh, well, I mean, if this happens... Okay, well, I mean, that's pretty even trade.
Yeah. A little bit of bleed damage still to come through, but yeah, even trade. Rest did have bone plating up. I don't know if Jiang even took bone plating.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I think he might have second win, perhaps.
In a range matchup, it's hard to really get value out of your bone plating.
Yeah, it just gets procced. And Tristana as well can just proc it by hitting a minion.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times.
Yeah.
Jiang does have Snowball back up.
I mean, once both of these champs are level 6, there's a lot of sort of outplay possible for Rest, but still we'll have to be careful. You can't use the Tristana ult if Snowball's on you, because it'll just mean nothing.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he can dodge it as
he's
well.
just going forward. Bone plating's up, so he's trading aggressively. Q was also used, so Jiang's landed the snowball, and he's going in. Ignite comes out, flash to dodge the heal. Jiang should be okay to live for now. But
So-
certainly not an optimal trade.
So Jiang snowballs him after he's already used the jump on Tristana, doesn't get the reset because he can't proc his E, and then he snowballs back in on him with no jump up on the Trist. But a really nice flash from Rest to dodge the Darius Q.
And here is Rest's favorite method of winning.
Yeah, just hitting tower.
And it's worked. I mean, 4-0. I think that's the undisputed best record in the league now, I believe, for the 1v1s.
Yeah, now that Jiang's taken a loss.
Rest trying to make it 2, and he'd even the record for the best. Jiang obviously being 5-0 before yesterday, or the day before even. And this tower is going to take some punishment, although Satchel Charge was used.
Yeah,
so
he maybe can.
give himself another plate. Certainly ahead in gold as things stand, and Jiang picks himself up those Ninja Tabis, or plated steel caps as they have been called now.
So no flashes up on either. I think just favors Rest, right?
Yeah, I think so now. It does seem like it. And honestly, Rest has got 2 win cons. He doesn't have to play for a kill.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I think he can, but why would you now? You've got the tower down to half HP. You've got all the time in the world to try and take that out.
It might get scary if it goes to sudden death.
Yeah, for sure. But I think he's just going to aim to take down that tower before sudden death.
Yeah, we're only at 4 minutes now. I think sudden death starts maybe around 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's got plenty of time to harass Jiang out. And one more bad trade from Jiang where he has to recall. His tower is just dead.
Okay.
Yeah, good trade. Good trade for Jiang.
That's definitely what he needs. That's lethal tempo, by the way.
Okay.
This could have been a perfect Halo Blades Darius game.
Yeah.
Oh my. Okay.
Okay, Rest in bad shape at the moment.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts. Apparently the
Darius Tristana matchup.
This plated steel caps does help a lot. Resto with that Vamp Scepter is able to get a bit of his HP back. I think Jiang is trying to give off the impression that he looked for a recall, which shouldn't be...
I don't know if Rest is buying it. He's
Yeah,
not.
it shouldn't be too far-fetched of a thing for Rest to believe, but doesn't buy that the Darius is gone, and... Oh, that looked really close. Okay.
No E up on Jiang means Rest can pretty safely hop out there. He's getting the HP back to even.
Yeah, but now he's struggling to find an angle to hit the tower.
Yeah.
The Darius has become strong enough and able to survive that this wave is just constantly being pushed in by Jiang. Now Rest is going to take this time to look for his... Oh no, he's going to cancel his recall. Anathema's Chain will once again be the purchased.
Yeah, I like
mean,
that.
I like it too. You're just trying to survive. You don't really...
I think he has enough damage to just kill the Trist.
Yeah, I do too. And ultimately, your main objective at this point is probably just to make it to sudden death, not lose that tower. And so Anathema's Change just means all the damage that Rest is putting through is hitting slightly less. Even Jiang now might actually have some time to get himself some tower plates. I wonder what he'll go for second.
I like the shield bow too. I thought he might be going for blade.
I did too, yeah. And that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't think Jiang has actually has time to recall here.
Yeah, it does feel very dangerous.
Sudden death will begin soon.
Oh. Does that mean it starts at 7 minutes?
Yeah, I guess so. I thought it was 10
Oh.
for some reason.
Okay, bone plating now all gone, and this Tristana's really not doing all that much damage. Very close.
Ooh. He actually didn't get hit by that Q.
Yeah, that was insanely close.
There is lifesteal on the Tristana.
Yeah, there is, but I mean, Darius is still almost full health with both his refillables, and he finds the... Wow, what a trade. Is he going to be able to find the damage? Shield bow. Oh! What is going on? Buster shot comes through. He actually looking for the tower.
Yeah, I think he was trying to ult him into his tower.
Yeah, going for the insec and doesn't quite find it. Jiang manages to get that wave push. He loses both his sums, his ult as well. So does Rest, however, so not feeling too bad. And neither of these players have all that much time now to recall. In fact, they don't.
No, yeah.
And I think now all Rest has to do is try to play this slowly. He's got some lifesteal in his kit, obviously having that shield bow, but Jiang not so sold that he's going to be able to use it. Uses a snowball. The damage is there, and it's going to be Jiang who eventually finds it. Such a close 1v1, and what a finish.
Last second there. He might just have been able to survive.
Yeah, wasn't quite able to, but eventually will be picking up the win there. Good job by Jiang, and so now Rest will not have that unbeaten scoreline either. Both of these top laners, who are now going up against each other, have recently received a loss. Got some confidence going forward.
And yeah, we'll see which side they decide to go for. Pretty much everyone favoring blue side, right?
Mostly, yeah. It's been a sort of, I don't know, a change in priority, because I remember at the start of the split, a lot of teams were actually still just choosing the red side, but of late, blue side has been the predominant pick. Now, Pretender will be playing here in game number 1. What I think this can suggest is that there's a pretty good likelihood this raises the priority on Karma.
Yeah.
And it's something now that CFO are going to have to consider. Pretender's in. There's obviously the Orianna, the Nico. Is he going to look for something like the Karma? The big difference, of course, is that Karma is also a lane bully akin to the likes of the Orianna and Nico. However, doesn't have the same amount of team fight impact, and that's really where Pretender's found the majority of his success.
Yeah. We'll see. There are so many questions in this draft, just because there are champs like the Hui, the Twisted Fate, and the Brand that we've seen a couple of times, and they've had really big success a couple times.
Yeah.
And we'll see how highly these teams want to prioritize those champs.
Yeah, I think Frank are banning TF.
Yeah, CFO put a lot of priority on the TF.
Yeah, blue side first pick.
Yeah, against PSG.
And I think the power of that, of course, is that it's still a flex. It doesn't have to go 80 carry, but we've seen they're willing to put it 80 carry. I'm sure Gory can play it.
Yeah.
Rest even, he's the kind of player.
Yeah, we've seen it top.
Yeah, he's the kind of player that would be able to pull it out. I mean, a bit of a dark technician up in the top side. I remember fondly his Heartsteel Cannon.
Oh,
that was one of Heartsteel Cannon into Demonic Embrace, and first time ever seen. And then I took it into solo queue, and it was actually ridiculously strong, just unkillable, doing heaps of damage.
Yeah, Cannon, one of those champs where he's always got some weird build that comes out and destroys everyone
until it gets nerfed the next patch. But hey, big jobs. Jiang Rest matchup to look at: 11 solo kills on this man. He's a rookie, but he certainly doesn't have the stats that would suggest it, because he is first and near on everything. KDA is the only thing Rest is actually beating him in, so...
Yeah, does a lot more damage than Rest, but Rest has had to play a lot more Udyr, with Jiang, I think, not even playing it once.
Yeah, I don't believe so. Importantly, though, these are percentages, and the big thing there, I suppose, is that quite often CFO have Gory just doing a lot of damage in the mid alongside Shun, and so
or Shun on a Lucian or something.
Yeah,
ridiculous.
and then meanwhile Rest is up top playing Udyr or Cassante, not really having the option to output a lot of damage, whereas Jiang has put in a lot of Aatrox games, and honestly just hard carried many of them. So now as we head into draft, the undefeated Frank go up against the challengers that are CFO. They are off to a started on a very, very hot streak after losing their first series. 5 in a row, dominating every single one. I don't even think they've dropped a game since dropping the 2 to Beyond, and just looking infallible.
Yeah, and Frank on the other side, just kind of smooth sailing. They have dropped games.
Yeah.
They dropped one to PSG, they dropped a game to Beyond, but Yeah, just winning every game and looking pretty good doing it.
Sure. TF open. Will Frank ban it out? Will they look to put Pretender on it or possibly Eminem? Karma also remains open. Rel. Some big name champs that have found their way into the drafts recently. They're taking away Gory's Azir. Now pressure on this last ban. Karma, TF, both open. I think CFO are more likely to ban the Karma and don't really expect Eminem to be a Twisted Fate player, but
yeah.
Aatrox also could be something they just look to ban because Jiang has looked amazing on the Aatrox.
Yeah, there was a moment there where it seemed like Aatrox was outperforming
Orianna.
the Cassante, but I think I'm favoring Cassante over Aatrox.
I think it depends on who's playing
Yeah,
it. I
that's a
think
good
if
point.
Jiang's on Aatrox, I'd have no qualms. And also the Rumble ban almost lends me to think that is what they are looking for. Rest, though, he is also a very capable top laner, and I wouldn't be too surprised if he just looks to take it now that the Rel's being picked up. Of course, this Rel almost 100% will be for Gemini. Now, an important thing to touch on as well is that CFO opted not to ban the Nautilus. And so Kai Wing, I mean, that's pretty much been a perma-ban against him. And if it wasn't banned, he just picked it up immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Cassante.
Now, I guess, what do you go for draft here? There's Nautilus, there's Karma, Nico. Nautilus might just be taken away.
Yeah, Nautilus lets you pick up
There you go.
Senna later in the draft, too. And we did actually see a jungle Nautilus in the LCK. I think it was Peanut who played it. So the Nautilus is a flex.
Yeah, I'm sure Peanut just went back to last year and watched Godtone's VODs and saw him play that Nautilus jungle game the one time.
Yeah, finally got around to reviewing the 2023 Hellpix VOD.
Yeah. Saw him click the Nautilus and did a great job of pressing R, and he's like, wow, this is just broken.
And no surprise to see the Aatrox into the Cassante. Seems like a go-to, and Jiang has done very well on the Aatrox. No need to look for the Gwen or anything.
No.
Karma's still open.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them lock it. TF as well remains open, but why wouldn't you? This seems so Pretender-esque.
Yeah.
Lane Bully, not really control mage, Lane Bully, almost artillery mage, ardent slave. I don't know what to call it, man. This champion does everything.
Yeah, it is very strong right now. No surprise if we do see the Senna. Just pairs super well with the Nautilus.
I do worry somewhat about CFO's draft with the Senna if it gets locked in, is that right now you're not showing any damage, and the only place really a lot of damage will come through is most likely mid. We do see carry junglers come through from time to time, but they don't often actually offer that much damage. Admittedly, Caster's Lee Sin did a lot. So has his Viego in the past.
Yeah,
so.
not in terms of damage, the Lee Sin even. And I think the problem with it is if you're something like a Viego, you're just playing against a Rel and an Aatrox, and it's just so hard to, like, you know, you have to really get creative to come up with a situation where you're just autoing.
And even the Vi does, like, it's more disruption, does a bit of damage to a single target, but is that really what you want?
Yeah.
TF banned away from CFO.
Wow, okay.
Obviously, they've already picked up the Senna and the Nautilus, so they won't be looking for that in any role, really. I mean, it could have gone mid, but do you want to blind it? Well, it's not blind, I guess. Karma already shown, but...
I think they're shying away from the TF on CFO's side just because of what you were saying before about the damage on this comp.
For sure. Now, Poppy, the answer. Saw it yesterday, looked immensely strong. Kazma having one of the games of the split there.
Was that against Rel as well? I think it might have been.
I don't remember.
But very good into Rel.
It was against Nautilus. Jungler was... No, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember, but Rel is very good into... Oh, Poppy is very good into the Rel.
Yeah. Varus going to be banned out too. Obviously one of the premier 80 carries left open.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lucian.
Eminem's really been enjoying the Xayah. Xayah does remain open, so does the Rakan.
I mean, I feel like a Lucian Milio lane could be very scary from Frank at this point, right? With the
I was
Karma
thinking that too, but Lucian will struggle to get through Cassante, and you don't really have anyone else that wants to be hitting it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe something like an Aphelios.
Aphelios, Aphelios, Milio. I mean, Xayah Rakan seems okay. it doesn't function that well into Senna, but Senna's not really going to be offering all that much damage. This would mean we have to get an AP jungler.
Yeah, Brand is available.
Yeah, Brand is something that Gemini actually first played. What you have to then worry about, however, is because Gemini's played it, if you lock in this Tristana, there is 100% the option to chuck Rel bot, pick Brand as your last pick here for the jungle, and all of a sudden you are really kneecapped on AP sort of junglers that you can take. Lilia probably remains as the premier. Karthus in theory, but Karthus against Karma doesn't seem that good, as she can just Mantra E and sort of shield up a lot of that Requiem damage.
Yeah, so far only Nautilus doing magic damage on their team, and you don't really want to be relying on a Nautilus.
I would love to see a Brand pick here. Kaiwing obviously plays the Rel. We've seen him play it already this split.
Yeah, it seems so obvious that they will pick the Brand, right?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you identify that there is no magic damage coming through yet, and Brand, at least internationally, has so far been sort of the AP jungler to take in these competitive games, I feel like you just pick it up immediately. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. Okay, I think you're going to have to really pull something out of the hat here for me to give CFO a chance in the draft. I think this draft is just so phenomenal for Frank.
Yeah, there is enough frontline too.
Well, we Windows? We don't know Windows.
No.
I mean, it's not going to be Fizz.
We'll see what they go for. I mean, Lilia feels terrible to play into these champions on the side of Frank.
Oh,
but for Ivern.
I mean, do you go AP Ivern? You know, like some weird build?
Just off of body language, I won't try read into body language too much, but Karsa did not look too happy being on Ivern there.
I mean, look, you can give me your analysis if you want, but I'm saying that I think Frank have no way to lose this game. You have damage to kill Cassante in the Brand, which can also bounce and hit other people.
Yeah.
You've got, I mean, an AD carry that can simply not be touched by both the carries, really. I mean, sure, Shun can auto-attack the Xayah, but Gory, I mean, always traditionally, Tristana has been countered by the Xayah, because jumping forward is what Tristana often wants to do.
Yeah, that's more of a lane thing, though.
For sure, but in teamfights, the same thing exists. And what's the threat onto Xayah to force her to use the Featherstorm? It's a Nautilus ult, but as long as you're playing safe enough to not get hit by that, because there are so many threats on this team.
Yeah.
You have the Brand already, who might even arguably be the biggest threat.
Yeah.
I think Xayah has no reason why she should ever really be feeling the pressure in a fight.
Yeah,
so you can just save it.
Hitting. And these tanks on this side of CFO are just going to be under so much pressure playing against a Brand and a Xayah. I mean, they can kill the Brand pretty easily with like a
Nautilus. But he's still getting
ulti.
out his damage.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Brand.
Frank have put together Exodia. And it's not just the
cool
champions.
draft.
It's not the champions itself. It's how they responded in that draft, because they realized, well, they've got a full AD comp unless they can get an AP jungler. And Ivern, that's not it.
Gemini going for the same Brand skin. I don't love it.
Yeah, what would you have preferred to see? Zombie?
I like the zombie Brand,
yeah.
It's a clear standout Brand skin.
And we've got Dunkmaster Ivern with a Chroma. I think that's the better Ivern skin.
Yeah.
What is the other one? Candy? Is it just Candy Cane? Something like that.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Cane. Oh,
I don't know what it's called, but I know the one.
Oh, we wouldn't win Lodal if we... I guess we would, because it tells you the names.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you are just right about the draft. The only weakness for Frank in this game is going to be bot lane. I think they lose the bot lane matchup pretty hard.
Yeah, but they never actually go... I don't think they ever are under that much threat.
Yeah, especially with Shun going for the World Atlas.
Yeah.
Instead of the D-Blade that we see a lot to try prep the early game. So we're going to see both junglers starting Raptors.
We'll see Karsa's path, because he won't start Raptors. He's just cooking them.
I mean, usually what you're worried about is the Brand. Wombs for him. Usually as the Brand, you're worried about getting invaded early game and getting yourself killed. You can be a bit vulnerable, but I don't think Ivern is gonna cause him any problems.
Yeah, no, I mean, shouldn't do, right? Ivern would have to invade with someone. Tristana, admittedly, will have lane priority. One of the few champs probably that outpush the Karma. I think Twisted Fate also one that can outpush Karma. Oh!
Gemini missing
Gemini
on the
has sent that
Krugs.
one to Narnia. The Lion, the Witch, and the Mist Q.
So we're getting an idea of how fast these two champs clear, and
I think Ivan is the fastest in the game if you do it right, just because, I mean, we'll see it now. He should be faster. But Brand probably
no
second.
slouch.
This is level 3. And yeah, I mean, he's going to win this race by 20 odd seconds.
yeah, we'll see if he can do anything. Looks like he's pathing towards
Oh.
the bot side.
He will not be able to get through that tri-bush. That's one thing that's for sure.
Yeah, double warded.
Okay, well, I mean, as things stand, honestly, I don't think that there's any threat really onto the side. The current lane position, yes, of course, and especially if that's going to be hitting, but
Yeah.
as long as Kaiwing is kind of in front of Eminem, there shouldn't be any threat. Yes, maybe you get outranged. It's not too terrible at this
they'll
stage.
get out-sustained in the lane as well.
Yeah, I just don't know how much really is going to be hitting them.
So both junglers pick up a Scuttle Crab, and Karsa's going to poke around, get a ward down.
His position will be revealed, of course. But yeah, I think all things considered, bot lane, Eminem's going to feel completely fine.
Yeah. Gemini just knows there's a ward there, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, because he saw him hit the Scryer
orb.
plant.
Yeah. Okay.
So CFO not going to be in any danger getting this wave in.
No. Should be completely safe. Pretender up in health in the mid lane. Not overly surprising, although it has to be careful of Gory going aggressive here. As long as he keeps his spells mostly up, and he will. He's completely fine.
That is a hard kill.
Yeah, that's almost sending a prayer.
Just going to be there to make sure Gory can get the wave in, and that's what you see a lot out of Ivern. Honestly, he shows up, and he doesn't. If he doesn't land the Q, he's kind of just standing around with you, just like having an enchanter in
He's
your
looking
lane.
for Jiang. Jiang might be in trouble here. Does have flash available, but ultimately is not level 6, so the speed up cannot come through. He's found himself back in the minion wave. Oh my!
Wow.
That was a confident Q. And ultimately, though, does make it out. Gemini going to claim himself a dragon with that Ivan being seen top.
Jiang's up quite a bit of CS.
Ivan possibly the worst champion jungler in the game at taking the Void Grubs.
Yeah, this is depressing. Yeah, he's going to get Gory over to come help him.
Some much needed assistance.
And do you think that Ivern was just a last second?
I don't know what the
What's
Ivern
going
was.
on?
I think you have to take an AP jungler, even if it's not the strongest champ in the game. I think you just, like, what are you going to do later on to this Rowler or to, honestly, the Aatrox as well?
But Ivern isn't the type of champ you just... Like, they must have had a plan to pick this Ivern.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's not just a champ you randomly play.
I mean, obviously, when you have 280 carries, Ivern does better. But the problem is, because you have 280 carries and then a Cassandra, you don't actually have...
Oh,
going to dodge out of the Q, but Wilding is going to be used, and Rest, with that Ghost, is able to dodge out of both skill shots and get himself out for now. But Kaiwing's actually coming around. Castle's going to be found. Stun lands, crash down also will land. Ignite popped. They're looking to pick
Gory's
up that first
here.
blood. Gory's in the area. Castle will have to burn that flash. It's matched by Gemini, of course, as he will limp away within an inch of his life.
Gemini already up a level. Gonna pick up these Krugs.
Well, meanwhile, Eminem getting dove, but Hook, I don't believe, landed, so he's going to be completely fine. And
Gonna get a lot of CS and some XP.
yeah, this is very good for the Xayah. I mean, we're looking still for Rest. Going forward, unstoppable.
Should be okay.
Oh, actually did get that electrocute off, so. But again, this is just more pressure for Jiang. And I think as this game progresses, between Gemini and Jang, these guys are going to be able to take over because getting even something as simple as a Death's Dance is going to be really detrimental for CFO's chances of winning. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Jang will go for a tankier Aatrox build with the Sundered Sky. Because we've seen I think someone went Sundered Sky, Thornmail.
Yeah. I think the pickaxe means that he will be going for Profane Hydra, but we'll see. In theory, it might not, but... Okay.
Gory's still fine, and CS takes a bad trade there, but we'll be okay. Maybe not getting as much as he wanted out of this Triss. We'll see. The lane's not over yet.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trusting to Karma.
Yeah, he did opt in for the pick.
Yeah. I mean, you're never going to lose the lane. You kind of just don't really have a chance to win it.
You kind of want
Tristana to be winning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought anytime you pick Triss, you kind of do need it to.
And if you pick
win
a
its
full
lane.
AD comp, you need to be winning, just in general.
Yeah.
You are on such a timer that Frank themselves don't have to be on. We are looking. There's a ward, so if Gemini walks any closer, it will be spotted out. So they know he's here. This gives Caster some time to try and look for pressure elsewhere on the map, but...
Yeah, no sweeper on Kaiwing. And so many wards in those lane brushes from CFO. That is an advantage of starting the World Atlas over the D-Blade.
Oh.
Get your item much sooner.
3 people top, and Jung being very respectful. So, nicely done.
Yeah, we're off to a pretty slow start, but Frank are going to recognize that CFO have 3 members top and grab some plates on the bot tower. It is very scary to fight this brand right now, I think.
I think it's going to forever be scary to fight this brand.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have... You have the Nautilus ult to get onto him, but you don't really have champs that can cleanly kill him.
Yeah.
You know, even if Tristana's jumping on him, uh-oh.
And I think the next problem you find is that even if you do Nautilus ult him and kill him, it's not like your damage has run out for Frank. You still have an Aatrox and the Xayah.
Yeah.
You're still feeling completely fine in terms of DPS. Your ability to kill Rest obviously goes down quite a lot, but ultimately you can still just make do with the remaining carries that are.
Yeah, especially considering he's almost certainly getting a bunch of damage out.
Yeah.
As he dies.
Oh yeah, regardless, as long as he gets his R out, he's probably half health than a couple of people.
So Dragon coming up.
Oh,
Looks like Frank might not be interested in contesting this one. I'm surprised with that considering what we said about the brand at this point in the game.
I mean, this is, while Dragon's not traditionally the hardest objective to take, it's a very, very slow Dragon.
Yeah, with Senna, Ivor, and...
Yeah, they are going to get it because there's just not going to be a contest come through. And I think that's fair enough for Frank. They're probably very well aware that they don't actually have to take this fight. They're not the ones that are on a timer.
Yeah, they've already got a Dragon for themselves. And
yeah.
Decide to maybe not allow any shenanigans with the Void Grubs and a side lane Tristana. They just grab themselves 3 Void Grubs to match.
Oh, okay, it's the Hextech Soul, so these Dragons started mattering a whole lot more.
Yeah. We'll see if... I mean, it would be a very crazy dive to go for.
Oh, okay, that's the Death Charge now burned. Of course, it was Featherstorm used in response, but...
Yeah.
Now, I mean, Xayah ultimately has no other real threat.
Not the easiest Xayah ulting a point-blank Nautilus ult. Like
just,
that. Pretty nice from Eminem.
Spamming the R key. Oh.
Tender. Missing the empowered Q on Gory. But it is so hard to kill this Karma, even if you jump on her.
Yeah, she just empowered W. Yeah.
And she's going to be landing her Qs anytime you're jumping on her. Going to make it very easy. Pretender feeling the heat at the moment, though.
Yeah, but I think you're fine. You're not really caring if you're losing your lane as Karma. And keeping this tower pretty healthy.
Yeah, barely touched by Gory as far as I can tell. So
First teleport, so I imagine after this wave is just going to look to get that TP in. Really ideally wants to have access to the Lost Chapter. And ultimately Malignance if possible.
Jiang doing amazingly in the top lane after losing his flash early.
Yeah, got a bit of help from Gemini as well as Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Kind of evened out. I mean, lost his flash because of Karsa. And Gemini came up and got rest to Ghosts, so.
Yeah, everything back up except for a teleport on Pretender at this point.
All right, what minute do you think we're getting our first kill? And who gets it?
You know, around 14 minutes.
Okay, so in about a minute?
No, not 14. I can't do math. Whatever, 16 minutes, just because the dragon.
Yeah, okay.
It might be very soon, though.
I think it might be at 14 minutes with the Rift Herald. There might be some contesting. I don't think CFO want to give the Rift Herald to the Tristana team.
Yeah, they've got to get something going on a full AD comp at this point.
Yeah. And honestly, especially if Malignance is finished by then, I think Frank will really want to contest because they have the Liandry's.
Yeah, you don't want to give it away for free.
No, we have Liandry's, we have Kraken. Obviously, that's matched by Kraken for Gory and the Frozen Heart coming through from Sword Art, but I still think it should be a winning fight for Frank if they are able to find the correct way of maneuvering through it. I wonder if we're going to see Serpent's Fang at all, because there is 3 champions with shield, and Ivan with the Moonstone gives it extra shields.
Yeah, maybe on Jiang.
I was thinking on Jiang too.
But
I mean, he is likely going to be just going lethality Aatrox, so
yeah,
it's not like something that is going to be too terribly difficult to fit. As well as this game, you're not really forced to take the... What's that item called? Hold on, is Kaiwing going to be looked at here?
It's not enough damage.
No.
They will appreciate the chunk with the Rift Herald up.
Yeah, and no one really headed there just yet. Maybe both teams realizing that it's not possibly the best. Gemini's going to come through. He doesn't quite land anything. Sword Art will use that hook to get himself spiderwebbing across the lane. Who did you think was going to get first blood too?
Eminem.
Eminem? I'm thinking Jiang. Or Rest. Wow, Rest actually just finishing...
Top laners too. Just
Did you
finishing
see
the
the
Thorn
Eminem?
Mail, right? No, well, it's just... Because whenever
It's
you
because
see
you saw
this,
Mike Asante, isn't it?
No, it's whenever you see these two champs in the top lane, at some point they're just going to fight.
It's
They're
those
just going
two
to fight each other.
versus the world.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we haven't seen them just ulting each other in top lane, you know? Usually we've seen that by now.
And Ivan looking for the Herald from across.
Good timing on CFO to start this. We'll see if Frank get there in time to contest. It seems like they want to contest.
He's got a sneaking suspicion. He's like, oh, there's no Rift Herald here. Finds the Daisy.
Okay, 4K on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I want to see items if possible, but we are looking for an absolute brawl here. 16 minutes was your guess, Eminem the player. Through will come Gemini, actually, who gets it. It's going to be eventually Jiang. I called the first blood. It's going to come through at the time you suggested. And the Rift Shield also picked up there from Gemini. So first blood, 16 minutes in. We are going to have a drifter.
Yeah, it didn't even really seem like CFO wanted to fight.
I don't think they can. How does this team ever fight?
Yeah. Oh, as we're going to see some brand damage now.
Now, all the burn.
He's dead, yeah.
Kaiwing gets it with the Ignite.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
yeah.
There's just no way to win. I think, honestly,
I don't know.
Frank, what happened here?
Oh, wait, was this first
no one died,
blood,
right?
maybe?
No, surely not.
Or he gets onto Pretender. Oh, unfortunate. I don't think he was killing him if he didn't ult anyway, as it was Karsa just flying in. Yeah, that's how he goes down. Uses his flash, still dies. Frank's on the dragon.
We've got another one. Kai Wing. It's going to be another smite secured here from Gemini. Massive damage coming through, though, as it's going to be Sword Art who picks up the first blood. Cassante found his way onto Kai Wing there on the rail. All out comes through. Crash down in response, but it will be this rail going down. Going to make them work for it, however, as Sword Art still going aggressively. Tether comes through. Pretender going to eventually find that Tether connecting through. We do have World Ender up very shortly. It's up now. I think CFO do have to be a little bit careful, as only just will that Ivan Q miss.
Yeah, Gemini goes down early, doesn't have ult, doesn't manage to get his flash off.
Got the dragon though.
Yeah, they did get the dragon, so they'll be okay with it. They lose a tower and 2 kills? Yeah, 2 kills. So, yeah, not really, no one's really at the point where they're killing anything without this brand.
Yeah, and honestly, CFO are ahead, but functionally behind, right?
Yeah.
Because, yes, technically their gold is above the gold that of Frank, but they're down a dragon, as well as their team comp just will continue to struggle.
Yeah, the gold is just worth more on Frank's comp than it is on CFO's.
Goes a whole lot further.
As honestly, this brand felt like just a deny pick, but it's kind of become the center of Frank's comp.
Yeah, well, I mean, I said it in the Champ Select, right? It's also very good at killing these tanks, and so it was just the perfect find. I think ultimately you don't struggle too much for damage against tanks, but Brand just one of the best champs at doing it anyway.
Just misses the stun there.
Yeah, Sword Art going to burn, but should be kept fairly healthy. Also, we do see the Oblivion Orb, so the sustain available that comes through.
So we're going to see a charge onto mid lane, and this will be, yeah, Sword Art going down to the Brand. Ult bounces.
Well, this was ages ago.
Yeah, a ridiculous kill. So Gemini has no ult here, and Frank tried to quickly burst the dragon down. They're getting slowed up by the dragon. And this is a massive ult from Sword Art.
Yeah.
Gets the Xayah ult and kills the Brand. Rest picking off Kai Wing on the side, and I mean, there's nothing to do.
Yeah, maybe different if either Gemini or Jiang had ult for that instance, but they didn't. And do get the dragon though, so once again, it at minimum extends the time of that.
they don't lose any flashes either and get the dragon, so they're not too upset. They managed to get back in the gold lead, slight one.
Yeah, and these magic Qs are starting to offload some pain.
And it doesn't really slow down. The karma buffs, the reason we're seeing her now is in her AP ratios, on her Q and her mantra Q. She does get dialed back on the next patch, but for now, she's going to scale very well with items.
Yeah. So this is going to be the Edge of Night, I believe, from Jiang. Kind of surprised. I actually think you don't need Edge of Night this game as the Aatrox.
I guess it's not too easy in a fight for CFO to get rid of it.
Yeah,
Gemini
but it's just like, what are you needing to block?
TP onto Frank.
Yeah, this is going to be rest, so pretty hard to kill. Actually going to come in, use TP, immediately use that Ghost. Perhaps looking for a flank there to try and find something. Of course, once again, they are on a timer, so it is really
they're
all
feeling
on
the
them.
heat. So they thought they could maybe grab a kill onto Gemini there. I think the Edge of Night actually does get... If it blocks something, it's going to be something of value a lot of the time with the Ivern.
I mean, it can just be a center Q.
Yeah.
And almost always
that too.
will be. Because center Q just goes for so long. And it's not that hard to land.
I guess ideally you're blocking.
Oh, there's Serpent's Fang. Based!
Oh, nice. Okay.
All right, great itemization. Now Nixie can pretty much go whatever he wants.
I'm iffy on the Serpent's Fang.
I'm not at all.
I don't think the Edge of Night was better, but...
I mean...
Does he apply it very well?
Oh, absolutely. You've seen these Aatroxes. Profane Hydra as well. Also offers splash damage that is physical, so... And he's just most of the time going to be on that backline, who are the people that matter to apply it to, right? The backline all going to have shield. Center ult available, Nautilus. The Tristana will have shielding available from that Ivern. Even
and
when
it's not just shields you receive, right? It's shields you cast? Or is it just shields you receive? Because if he goes on Karsa...
It's all shielding.
Yeah, so if he can get on Karsa, as Frank are just hitting this, another strength of Brand is with his Leandri's finish. He's going to kill this very quickly.
Yeah. It is spotted, though. They tried it. They do it quick, but CFO wise up to the tricks of Frank. They've actually pulled that one against, I believe it was PSG, and kind of found a win from it. Not on this occasion. Dragon is live. At the moment as CFO with control over the river, but you can kind of expect this wave to get pushed out and for Eminem and the rest of Frank to try and take some of that pressure back. Kaiwing is going to be able to get that recurrent out. Jung's actually found himself a fairly decent location. If he goes down bot side of river, I have to worry for the side of CFO.
Yeah. They do have a ward, so they'll see him the moment he leaves that bush.
They see him now.
Yeah, they see him.
Oh, he's going to have the Hex Gate, though, so that might not even be enough. There's so much time. It's going to be eventually the initiation onto Kaiwing, who does go down immediately. 3k onto this Dragon as Gemini's trying to find it again. He won't be able to. Caster picking that one up. Flash over the wall from Sword Art as they're chasing, but Shun has taken so much damage. Aatrox over the wall, looking for Gory. He's actually going to flash away. Won't be able to land with that CC there from Shun, but so much damage coming through. Jung turning around though, one reset is going to be found. The all-out comes through from Rest and Eminem. He's offloading so much damage. Pretender going to be able to speed up the Xayah if they choose to continue going forward, which they will not. All said and done, it's going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of CFO, also getting that Dragon, so keeping themselves alive in this game for just that little bit longer, although Rest now, he's been found and Pretender's not going to let him get away easily.
Should just be out. Jiang looked like he was just going to die for free there, getting kited out so well, but I mean, how many times have we seen an Aatrox just drop to 10% HP and then one-shot someone and get back to half? So Kaiwing doesn't even get a spell off here. He just walks in, gets one shot, and watch the Karma Mantra Qs landing. This fight could have been a lot worse, and CFO could have committed a lot harder if Pretender isn't landing these 2-mana ults on the backline constantly. Another one onto Karsa, so they can't really commit onto Jiang, who the moment Gory goes on him, he turns it.
Yeah. Oh, and Eminem's so close.
Yeah,
I mean,
almost finds Karsa on the pullback there. Frank may be a little bit frustrated, as I think they should have had a pretty good chance in that fight.
This wave will get cleared out. Gemini being in the right place, right time. And, I mean, as things remain, Frank actually still up in the gold department as well as the team comp department, but Dragons are equalized. Obviously, Hextech Soul is just a game ender in most scenarios. Oh my
God, Daisy.
Okay, Eminem gonna have to use that hook as Sword Art finds an angle onto the Xayah. Obviously not ideal, but you can once again just play safe for a while as Frank. You still have all these really important teamfight ultimates from the likes of Brand and whatnot.
Sword Art playing super well on the Nautilus.
Yeah.
It's very hard for Eminem to play these fights without his ult. Mostly because Sword Art can just push the Nautilus ult onto him.
Yeah, and I mean, now that the Featherstorm was used, Frank are just going to play nice and slow.
Jiang doesn't check the bush.
Well, ultimately, it won't matter. It might later, but...
Yeah, someone's going to go do the red buff and see it anyway. Gemini might right now.
Oh, no. No, he's not going to walk into that bush.
My God.
Vision score going through the roof. 103, actually, for Shun as things stand. And that's without... what's that item called? You know, the ward clearing one?
Yeah, I'm blanking on it.
Yeah,
I know the one you're talking about. No one builds it anymore, yeah.
Yeah, it used to be like...
Umbral Glaive.
Yeah, Umbral Glaive. Ash spies it sometimes. Teleport coming through. Should be Sword Art. Yeah, it is. I will not once again be fooled by the supports.
Yeah, teleporting in.
Farming Nautiluses and Maracais teleporting in. Eminem Featherstorm very close to being up, so once again would be able to play a little bit more aggressively, but still don't really have to if they choose not to. Are just significantly far ahead in terms of team comp. I'm kind of curious as to why there's 2 Oblivion Orbs here for Frank. Brand going to apply it to everyone.
Yeah, you're usually good with just Brand applying it. He'll hit everyone.
Yeah. And I think maybe plan is here for Frank to just wait until we have access to that LDR for Xayah, at which point she'll actually be able to start doing and making work on the Cassante, that's pretty much going to live in her face.
So I get why Gemini's going for the Magic Pen with how much MR there is on the side of CFO. And as a jungler, you don't always get a third item. But Rylai's has so much impact on this champion that I'm surprised he didn't just go for the Rylai's second.
Okay,
Lands on Karsa.
Yeah, Eminem's going to be able to clear out that wave nice and quick. Does lose quite a lot of health for his troubles, though, and there isn't a whole lot of lifesteal available.
Jiang TP'd as well.
Yeah. Both TPs.
Oh, both TPs, yeah. They don't mind losing those, though. They will be fighting for this dragon.
Yeah. May have preferred to have had some pressure elsewhere before it, but yeah, Eminem's going to struggle a little bit in this fight, just starting it off at 50% health. Got to really look for Gemini or Pretender to land some of these massive mantra Qs or ults to...
Yeah, Jiang's got a flank again.
Yeah, Jiang has got a flank, and this time it's even better than last time. 5k health, and actually we get the Kaiwing engaged this time, not the opposite way around. Massive Magnet Storm, and Jiang found its way into 3. They're all very, very low as this dragon's going to go down, but Gemini once again will get the smite, while Jiang is annihilating the backline of CFO. Gory living on 1 HP, but he no longer has that rocket jump. Flash forward, Pretender is going to get that kill, and Jiang single-handedly just rounding up the sheep as Frank once again take the team fight win in Dragon.
Jiang actually gets an assist from Gory that fight. Gory ulted him off of himself, but his Q3 was casting at the same time, and he lands it onto 2, I think. It was a miracle Q. You'll see it in
damage.
Yeah. Well, a ridiculous fight from Jiang regardless. And Frank are going to be able to pretty easily pick up this Baron.
Yeah, it's going to be contested. There's no Karsa. Gory does have teleport, but this is really, really low. As long as they are smart with the smite, which Gemini, I mean, he's been very good with his smites thus far in the game. I think every actual contest he's won.
Yeah.
CFO aren't done giving up chase, though. I mean, through will come Karsa. Shun has to be very careful, though, as he's just going to get absolutely clapped. Jiang's not going to have any quarrels about taking him down, and actually we do have that World Ender back available. But Rest does push him away from that Q3 and it causes this Aatrox to go down. Big shutdown.
Okay, watch Jiang on Gory this fight. He finds a great flank and a good flash engage from Rel. But look, he gets ulted while he's casting Q3 and lands it in the sweet spot on 2 people. I don't know if it was intentional, but I can't imagine it was, but ends up just annihilating the fight.
Yeah, what a champion. I mean, to be fair, he's the only one consistently making it look this ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, RJ, he's had a couple of good showings, of course, but Jiang just outrageous on the Aatrox. Now we have LDR completed for Eminem, so even the Xayah well and truly online at this stage.
Yeah, most gold in the game on Eminem. And I like that in that Dragon fight, Kaiwing didn't, you know, try to delude himself into thinking he was just going to be able to walk in and you know, get an engage off. He is the only engage on his team. He just flashed straight in and enabled his backline that is very strong to put in work. And Jiang with a great flank again can actually go in this time when you get the engage off.
Absolutely.
So yeah, Frank definitely in control of the game now. 3 dragons and a Baron.
Really, really like to see Shun buy an Executioners because this Aatrox needs someone to give him healing card, and as long as he doesn't auto-attack Rest, no one will.
So far, not even a point of armor built on the side of Frank. I mean, I think Locket has some armor on it.
It does. It has both.
Equal armor and MR.
And there are Ninja Tabis, of course, which honestly are extremely strong, especially against 280 carries. And Cassante, who primarily does his damage through auto attacks.
Yeah, I was expecting a Frozen Heart or something. Maybe a Zonya's.
I think we will probably see.
Yeah, we'll get there.
One of those. I mean, I honestly wouldn't be too surprised to see Pretender's item here be a Zonya's, although it could just be a Death Cap.
Yeah, I kind of want to see the Death Cap. Make use of those. Yeah, he will go for the Death Cap.
I don't think he feels all that threatened, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not going down very quickly, and one of the few mid champs that isn't just dead the moment Cassante is on top of you,
Yeah.
like an Orianna might be.
Well, Jung finds his way onto rest, but not going to result in too much. Hook lands onto Kaiwing. I don't know if CFO want this. At least for now, the fight is definitely going off. That it was the Buster shot used by this Tristana, and now we have got Kaiwing in no man's land still. The rest of the team are nice and healthy. It will mean that at least this one tower is going to go down, and that is a good find, of course, for CFO.
Gory ulted Eminem over the wall,
Yeah.
and there was no, like, he just couldn't hit anymore, and the fight got messed up, and Kaiwing is just kind of left stranded. I don't know if CFO will really realistically be able to take this tower with how much wave clear there is on the side of Frank.
That helps.
Root lands.
Root lands, and they're going to follow up. Pretender getting very, very low. Through will come Rest. He's found his way onto Eminem, who does have flash, but all out comes in through before he can make use of it, and disaster has struck as CFO now, with 2 members dead, 50 seconds on those respawn timers, are actually looking to end the game. And if there's a strength of an AD team comp, it's taken out towers. Everything now up to Gemini and up to Jiang, who doesn't have ult. Magnastorm comes through. Gemini's trying to offload the damage. Pyroclasm comes through at the last minute, exactly when you'd want it, and the minion wave has been cleared. CFO, are they going to re-engage?
I doubt it.
No, they're not able to, so...
God, that was scary.
Yeah, it was very, very scary.
Lost.
Pyroclasm wasn't up, and eventually they are able to defend, but it is going to be CFO now picking up their 3rd dragon. We're on double soul point as CFO try and make the impossible happen, as maybe an oversight not buying any armor here for the side of Frank.
Yeah, imagine some of these fights if you have a tankier Aatrox build, or... I mean, he did make use of his damage on the Aatrox in some of these fights, but a tankier, a more armor, Rel build.
Yeah, I'm not sure about
maybe
the Knight's Vow. I think that could have easily been a Frozen Heart.
Yeah, who does he even have it on?
I have no idea.
So, yeah, rooted, hooked, Eminem gets murdered by Rest here, and it looks pretty bad for a second. But, I mean, we get to see the power of Brand again when they try to shove. He's just able to kill Sword Art and clear the entire wave.
Oh, Rest got himself a locket.
Oh. Yeah, actually makes a lot of sense against Brand. 2 lockets.
Yeah, a couple lockets.
On the side of CFO.
Kanik and Frozen Heart for Sword Art is maybe looking to pick up the Jaksho as his next item. This is the Crypt Bloom, though, through now, of course, for Gemini, so we'll still be able to output fair amounts of damage regardless of the magic resist.
Yeah, and now Frank are in a spot where if they make a mistake and they lose a fight just standing around mid here, they will lose the game.
Yeah, Baron spawning. It is all equal in terms of dragons. Frank, and honestly, Gold is pretty much the exact same too. But they are going to have to give up mid-wave control. Eminem now getting access, of course, to hit those minions. Going to feel pretty good and just immediately clear those all out. Does have Bloodthirster now for Eminem. So one of the biggest problems they've been facing is that Eminem gets chunked out and then kind of is unable to fight. But now with the Bloodthirster available, he will be able to, as long as he can find access to auto-attack something, get that health back in pretty quick fashion.
And I think their biggest problem right now is without Kaiwing's flash, there is no way for them to actually start a fight.
Yeah.
I think that's something that Rylai's on the Brand helps with a lot. Sometimes a slow can be enough to start a fight with how much damage you have to follow it up.
Pinged now going over towards the river. Ooh.
Rest could have been in trouble there.
Yeah.
So they're just going to hit the Baron.
Oh, they see Gory bot. Gory's going to have to teleport up here. Does get the tower first of all, but this is getting absolutely annihilated. Smite fight! Gemini once again will be winning that one, and a big knockup coming out of Sword Art as Rest goes unstoppable. Pretender's going to go down. Gory find the perfect angle. Kaiwing getting very, very low as Rest just use that all out, but it's going to be at least 1 kill found here for Jiang as Eminem going to get rooted up. Kasa very, very low. Jiang not going to be able to find the kill just yet, and he won't be able to find it at all as Gory gets the pentakill.
And Gory started that fight out with finding Pretender off on the side, one-shots him through his, I think he uses his flash as well, and one-shots him and then cleans up the rest of the fight. I cannot believe CFO won this game.
No, me neither, but I mean, some questionable build pass from Frank and some fantastic gameplay from the side of CFO, and ultimately the pentakill to top it all off there from Gory, teleporting in from bot. Looking pretty unstoppable there. And game number 1 will be picked up by CFO.
So we were worried about the Tristana not having enough impact on the game because he didn't get much of a lead in lane, but turns out Gory just scales.
Yeah.
Just happy scaling. Gets himself a pentakill. Our first penta?
The split, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is the first pinch of the split, and hey, what a better time to do it than on the last day of the first half, eh?
Yeah.
But there you go, CFO taking it. I mean, still big question marks around their draft. I think it was not won because of their draft. In fact, I think itemization allowed them to actually get over the line there, because the two Morellos on both your APs, super questionable.
Yeah,
you have
really
a brand that can just apply it anyway.
Yeah.
Moreover, I mean, Eminem, he was getting caught and chunked down a lot before any of these objectives.
It was a hard game for Zai to play. That was not Eminem's game to carry.
Yeah.
It should have been Brand and Aatrox carrying this game with the help from Karma. And Kaiwing did have a lot of work to do trying to find engages. But yeah, I think the itemization was very suspicious. I think you wanted a Rylai's on the Brand.
For sure.
The Morellos make sense too, but both your APs definitely shouldn't have built a Morellos.
Yeah.
And
Karma
CFO
doesn't even
just
actually
outplayed
apply
them.
it very well. She hit like 1, maybe 2 people, and then what's the point in that when Brand's just hitting everyone anyway?
Yeah.
I don't know what the point of the Morellos for
Yeah, it
Karma
seems
was.
like an overinvestment just to stop Senna healing.
Yeah.
Right? That was it.
Yeah, I mean, rest a little bit, and not really much to speak of, though. There was a lifesteal
There's a
on.
redemption.
Yeah, and Bloodthirster was the 3rd item for Gory, but still, I mean, Brand is going to be hitting these people in any case, and it is really questionable why there was the 2 Morellos. I think Horizon Focus second there could have done a lot more, both because it gives vision, gives you cooldown reduction. It's a really strong item just as things stand, and it works well with Karma and the rest of her kit.
Yeah, and this is maybe the first time we've seen Frank get out team fought.
Yeah, I think it is.
Usually that's their biggest strength as a team.
No, absolutely. I mean, there were some very close calls and some team fights that they played very well, but I honestly think the biggest mistake, both itemization and the times that they were just being found randomly on mid-wave, or like a hook would land onto the one person that it shouldn't land on, Ivan Q as well.
Yeah, great game from Sword Art.
Yeah, Sword Art as well as Casa, honestly. I mean, it's hard to have lots of impact on the Ivern, but he found a lot. I mean, in that mid-wave push, he manages to land the Q onto Pretender, and then from that, it just kind of exploded the game,
Got them an inhib, gave them a chance to maybe even end. Frank do manage to hold it there, and so they don't have any engage, so it makes sense to me that they hit the Baron, because that can just be engage. We have no engage, just hit the Baron. That'll force a fight. I guess their intention wasn't to force a fight off of hitting the Baron, it was to actually take the Baron, and feels bad when there's really one threat on the enemy team and he gets a pentakill.
Yeah.
I feel like we can play around the Tristana a little bit better than that maybe, but they don't have the easiest forms of shutting down the Tristana, as Gory starts that fight just jumping in, jumping onto Pretender, and they don't have damage to return onto him, and they don't have CC onto him either, and maybe too focused on the Baron.
I hope we do see a replay of it. I mean, and we certainly will.
Yeah.
But I don't know how Frank gets into that position.
This is a hook from Sword Art, ult onto Gemini, and I mean, Gory ults Eminem over this wall, and the fight is just over. It's too hard to fight with your AD in the middle of nowhere now. And then, I mean, yeah, bit of a mess up from Pretender to get hit by the Ivern Q here. Sword Art follows up with the hook. Yeah, really nice by Karsa. We're seeing, in general, just have a lot of impact in these late game fights on champs that, you know, don't always do have that much impact. And Gory, with that much damage on the enemy team, managing to just be the sole threat on his team and do 30k, get a penta.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
I mean, yeah, what other word is there to describe that? And I'm pretty excited because this almost certainly means next game we're going to see Jimmy and versus Gory. And
yeah, that should be exciting.
I think in current form, they seem like the two
best mids,
especially like, you could argue Pretender's up there alongside them, but I think Jimmy, and especially because he has an exciting champion pool, it makes it just all that much more exciting, because Gory likes to play these cool, like, aggressive champs that want to do a lot of damage. Jimmy does the exact same.
Yeah, and they're both very clutch in team fights. Yeah. They'll both make ridiculous plays in the late game.
44% of your team's damage. Yeah, I'll take that one.
Yeah, he had to perform this game. He does. Continuing the trend of Gory just getting better and better every game we see him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to be fair, last series it kind of was the Casa show up against PSG, but
Yeah,
I mean,
right. Karsa had a ridiculous, the Lee Sin game especially.
I mean, the Vi game too, he was
Yeah.
popping off. So, yeah, on there, I mean, we saw the percentages, so not particularly surprised by my current screen.
Yeah, you could have probably called this in draft. If you knew CFO were going to win, that this is what their
It had to be.
stats would look like.
Yeah, it very much had to be. And again, I honestly think Frank kind of just lost to the shopkeeper in many ways. I think
Yeah.
Karma not having as much damage as she possibly could have around those dragon fights, which ultimately there were probably 2 dragons that they could have taken had they have played better around the objective, because they gave up 1 early to go and get the Void Grubs, which completely fine, I understand that. But then the later 2, there's no reason why you should be giving it when you have the stronger team comp. You also have more gold. Like, it wasn't an insurmountable amount, don't get me wrong, as we will see this team fight. So he teleports in.
He just starts this fight out by finding a pick onto Pretender instantly. Pretender maybe a little bit out of position, far away from his team, and just gets one-tapped by Gory on the Tristana here. Maybe a little late on the flash. Maybe had to recognize he just needs to flash immediately. Turns on to Kaiwing.
Dodges out of the stun.
He just takes out Frank 1 by 1 as they're distracted chasing Senna around. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication from the side of Frank.
Yeah, he is. Couple of Teemo yawns.
Yeah, cleans up the fight nicely.
Well played. I mean, that was the only win condition they really had, and
they found it.
My God, they found it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I think obviously the play before that in the mid lane really was what opened it up. Sword Art finding that hook into just killing off Kaiwing, and then
Gory in that fight too, ulting Eminem over a wall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that was his intention. I think he might have been trying to just do damage.
Yeah,
but then it just ended up over the wall, and it's like, well, same thing.
Yeah.
You can't fight anymore. And then following up from that, Pretender getting hit, and then Eminem also just getting taken out by Rest. But game number 1, all done and dusted. CFO continue their dominance over Frank. When we come back after our break, we'll have game number 2 to see if Frank can bounce back and continue their unbeaten streak. 1-0 is the current standings between CFO against Frank in favor of CFO, and they need to just do one more of those games and they will claim that top spot. But can they do it?
Yeah,
And
CFO just outplaying.
that's right, but I don't think we're going to see Pretender. I think we're
Yeah,
going to see
Jimmy and
Jimmy, which
yeah.
will change things a lot. The whole draft will be a whole lot different.
Yeah.
Do you ban the Azir if you have Jimmy? Almost certainly not. That guy...
No.
For my money, obviously, Gory had that one massive pop-off Azir game, but I think Jimmy has been the most consistent Azir
Yeah.
in general. And
I think you dropped the Azir ban in general.
Yeah.
I don't think you... Corey's clearly performed on Vijana now. So
Yeah.
he's not an Azir one-trick or anything, as Jimmy is going to be subbed in for
There he
Pretender,
is.
and I like that.
That's my GOAT.
And usually it's the other way around, right? They start with...
Oh, it's been
It's a mix.
a whole collection of different looks. I think they started Pretender because of the Karma. I think that is why.
Okay. Yeah, not getting as much done on the Karma. There were a couple of moments where he was landing big Mantra Qs
Yeah.
on the back line. But
I wonder if Nico would have just been a better pick. I mean, it probably changes what is answered. You probably don't get the Tristana. Maybe something else is picked.
yeah, it's maybe just a different game.
Yeah, but like, anyway,
I think CFO definitely playing better at the moment,
Oh, yeah.
especially as a team. Individually, Frank doing perfectly fine.
yeah, especially Zhang. I think
Yeah.
right now, for my money, the most highlight 1v1 player, or at least
Yeah.
the best performing individual, is probably Zhang.
Yeah, and the
Now,
stats back that up.
Yeah, and the person with, well, the people with the most impact often does end up being Jimmy and Pretender, especially in those big clutch games.
Yeah.
But I think Jiang has remained consistent as you could ever imagine.
Yeah, whether it's lane phase, team
Yeah.
fights, skirmishes, just everything.
Yeah, this guy is a bit of a prodigy when it comes to the top lane. So
Yeah, most teams don't get away with giving him the Aatrox.
no. Ash Band. Okay, so Frank not wanting that for Kaiwing makes sense, kind of. I mean, you saw what this Ash can do. You really want
Yeah, it
your
does
support.
suck to ban it on blue side,
Yeah, it does. It feels like you've just sort of handicapped yourself.
Oh, you're
and
forced-
CFO, interesting, opted for the red side. So,
though. No,
No, Frank. Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, Frank lost, so they picked the blue side
that's
again.
right. Yeah.
And the problem with banning Ashe is, don't you have to ban Kalista yourself as well? Or I guess, no. Sorry,
you can
I'm wrong.
first pick it.
CFO have to ban it, because you can first pick it. Got
Yeah.
it. Rumble ban?
What do you pick into the Callista if it's picked? Can you go TF? I don't know how that goes. I think early...
I think you might just die. I think you
Maybe,
might...
but-
You walk up to gold card once, she cleanses and just kills you.
Yeah, but it depends what the support is. Maybe if she's cleansed and you have a Renata, then or like something else with CC, then you
Yeah.
can stop the Callista from continuing on forward, and then you just have a gold card against a Callista. Not
Yeah.
sure. I mean, I've never seen that lane. Anyway, Callista's banned, so we don't have to worry about it.
Tristana,
What do you want to see
swap.
from Jimmian? I want to see Jonas, LeBlanc, or Akali. That is what I...
Yeah,
I think
it'll-
they should, but I want to.
Probably just going to be Azir.
Yeah, that's true.
Has been his go-to champ. I don't know if they'll first pick it.
I wouldn't be too surprised. Orianna was the last ban here last time. Let's see if it remains the same. Well, Lone Rel's taken out. Kind of surprising. I think maybe they're just thinking Gemini will take the Rel.
Purely based off the meta, I think it should be a Cassante first pick here.
No.
But I
Jiang's...
Yeah, they're more than happy to take the Aatrox
Yeah.
into it, and they have equivalent impact, so yeah, it's going to be the Azir first pick.
Yeah, I think this is almost certainly a lock-in. And it takes it away from Gory. You get it on Jimmian, who, again, has looked really, really good on it. I think the reason Orianna's not banned this game is because Azir was last game.
Yeah,
And so
and
now
it's-
you can just take the Orianna into the Azir.
So this is just going to be Cassante Nautilus again. I don't see any reason for CFO to switch it up.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. You probably just take the Senna.
Especially because this time it'll probably be a Corki in the mid lane. So you're not worried about the same hole you found
think it'll
yourself
be
in
Orianna.
last game. Really, Corki is so good.
Yeah, but I still think it'll be Orianna. Just because of the sort of lane phase.
No rush to pick the Corki though, so or the Ori, so it's probably going to be an Nautilus here. Kaiwing, as
Or
you said
Senna.
last game. Yeah, it could be the Senna.
Obviously, Nautilus would be answered probably by Frank, but there is still options. Time Kench and the likes. But yeah, it will be the Nautilus. Aatrox followed by even something like the Vi in preparation. Oh, I don't love the Zaya.
Yeah, I mean the Varus is available. So
Yeah,
it
but
would be
Varus will
strange.
struggle a little into Nautilus as well as Cassante. A little more than Zaya.
Yeah, and Eminem had a decent lane phase for himself. It just felt like he couldn't really function in the team fights last game.
The most experienced player in the league, of course, would have picked Jin here.
True. Yeah, a terrible Jin
Oh.
game.
Oh, Cook. Oh, Cook.
Probably.
No, I've seen this guy's streams. He is insane at these champs. Actually, ridiculous how good he is.
It is
Oh, Cook.
90%
Cook.
just going to be Aatrox.
No!
Nara, good
To be
pick,
fair, I'm
too.
happy with this.
Yeah.
But it would have been so fun to see something else.
So wants to punish the lane a little bit harder. Rest looks a little bit annoyed that he's going to be laning against a Gnar. Not a fun matchup for Cassante. But Gnar not going to have nearly as much team fight impact as the Aatrox was having last game. Senna just copy-paste last draft for CFO. I like this when you've won a game, just run it back.
Yeah, but
Go
they
for the
are
same
against
draft.
an insanely different comp.
Yeah, already very different. And they're not going to actually get the Corki here.
Well,
So it'll be interesting to see what Frank decide to ban away.
surely it's
It's
Oriana.
going to be mid.
Corki.
It's going to be mid bans. Yeah.
Surely it's Oriana Corki. I mean,
Akali is bannable too.
yeah, there's also... No, I don't know. It should be just the Corki Oriana, I think.
As CFO are going to ban the brand.
That's interesting. I think you're quite happy to have your Azir as solo AP. And then just... I mean, what is left that Gemini plays? Lee Sin. He's played a Viego game or two, but hasn't looked as sort of impactful.
Yeah, I don't love the Viego. Maybe it'll just be a humble Sejuani game.
No, there's no way. You have 3 range champs.
Talia ban. Oh yeah, Talia, a strong pick into Azir.
And Gory played it once before too, so... I like the Champions Select music, by
Yeah.
the way. Never really mentioned it before, but...
Yeah, very intense.
And it ramps up too. I don't know if you've noticed, but Game 3, which hopefully we get, by the way. I'd
Yeah,
love
I'm
to
hoping
see.
for a game 3.
Yeah.
Frank will have to find an answer to this draft from CFO. Do you ban the Ivern, or do you suspect that the Ivern was just a last-minute what's going on type of pick?
Oh, I don't think you cared too much about the Ivan. The Daisy was annoying, of course, but...
Oriana Talia. So, I mean, we've seen Hui into Azir as well.
Oh,
Arsa Lee Sin. Uh-oh.
This is exciting. He
Yeah.
was insane. He pretty much single-handedly carried Game 2 against PSG on Friday night with this champ, and it is a pleasure to watch. We are not going to see Lulu from
Yeah, I'd
Kaiwing.
be very
Leona,
shocked
we
to see a
probably
Lulu.
will see. That's almost... Oh, I mean, I would like to see the Rakan, but...
Rakan
Kaiwing-
may be the stronger champ, I would say, but I think Kaiwing really likes the Leona. And he's very good on it.
Yeah. He's insane on Leona. Yeah, he's kind of the only person picking it too. Nocturne, I don't love it.
I mean, you can torture the Senna, but
Yeah, but do you? I mean, there's so much peel.
yeah, I don't know if anyone else is really bothered by the Nocturne.
I don't want to see this. Zinzao, I mean, that's probably the natural pick.
Yeah, that's all right. As you said, the Sejuani feels bad to pick here.
Oh, it's horrendous. Yeah, you have Leona who can help. I actually think I do like the Viego best out of all of the champs. You have not the easiest way to sort of single target damage, but you do have quite a lot in the fact that you have a Leona who can lock someone down and Zaya follow up on them given the right scenario. And
Yeah.
getting a reset on anyone feels good, of course. So,
All right, we'll see what Gory goes for. We've seen these mid-last picks
Oh, here
have
we go.
massive impact.
oh, it's locked in immediately.
there's
This
the
is
play.
exciting. Can he match up to what basically was 116 setting the new 3-point world record
Yeah.
on
I mean,
the play yesterday?
yeah, that is by far the best way we've seen. We'll see if Gory can match it. He's on form. He had a really good game 1.
He sure did. Pentakill. First of the split.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get much better.
What do you think was more... I still think Jiang's 1v2 on the Aatrox was more impressive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think, obviously, a Pentakill's always exciting, but
Yeah, that 1v2 was...
yeah, that was insane.
Yeah.
But we're going to have a different look, really, here from Frank a little bit. We're quite used to seeing them on the Aatrox and utilizing the team fight threat that champion is. to sort of follow up on engages found by either Gemini, Kaiwing, or Jimian. This time we're going to have him on a humble Na. Obviously, that means a little bit more coordination is going to be required in terms of playing around Na's Mega Form.
Yep.
And honestly, you can start a fight with Mega Form, of course, if you do transform and manage to get a 3-man Na, 4-man Na. Entire fights can be won that way. So I think their team fighting has a little bit more clear direction.
I still think, though, you can't take the straight up 5v5. Definitely the front to back 5v5 is hopeless for Frank this game. They do have the Azir, but that's about all they've got going for them.
And Xayah.
Yeah, hard for Xayah to have impact against such long carries.
Yeah, I think you need like 3 items. You have to get to the LDR.
Even when he's massive, Hui and Senna are just going to have him at half HP.
Yeah.
The entire game.
Yeah, I'm not liking this sort of Xayah complete reliance almost that we see from Eminem.
Yeah,
he's a player that we know he can play other stuff. He's done it a lot.
He's had some good Xayah games, but he's had some good Varus games too.
Yeah. I think you feel a bit better being a Lethality Varus in this game. Of course.
I have to flash.
Yeah, I think he's going to. That's good. We saw Woody make a similar mistake, except not use his flash, which pretty much just ended the game there and then.
Yeah, against the comp CFO we're playing that game.
Yeah.
An early lead was devastating for PSG.
So it's always just better to burn your flash rather than die. Ultimately, there's a lot of times where you burn your flash and it's not punished, so...
Yeah, going to take some heat off the CFO bot lane, but...
There's not much on them anyway.
Yeah.
Caster, he's hung around. They
maybe
seen him.
Maybe he was trying to steal the enemy Raptors.
Yeah, won't be able to. Gemini will be able to pick this one up pretty simply. I mean, this game, of course, there should be a winning lane for Gory. And once again, pressure over to the side of Frank. As soon as level 6 is reached by Jimian, you actually do start to get kill pressure. Yep. Look for the Shurima shuffle alongside Gemini. Try and burn that flash and then repeat it not too long after. That's really the recipe for success up against Wei.
Was Vi available?
Vi was, I believe, available.
Yeah, I feel like this would have been a great Vi game.
Yeah, I thought so too. I think the problem is you don't have follow-up. So if Vi goes in, the only champ that can really go in with it is this Leona.
Yeah.
At which point Vi just gets stuck in the back line with...
Yeah, but not even just for the 5v5. For how you want to play this game anyway, you're going to be avoiding these front-to-back 5v5s. And I think Vi lets you, make some picks and play the game differently than you might do with a Viego. But Viego kind of similar.
Yeah. And we'll see. But traditionally, actually, in this lane matchup, jungle matchup, the Viegos have actually been pulling ahead quite a lot early on.
In farm especially.
Yeah, that's what predominantly. At least in trying to be more aggressive oftentimes, while Viego quite happy to just look for angles in the enemy jungle. Tends to lead to Viego hitting level 6 quite a lot earlier. And
yeah. But Karsa generally on the Lee Sin. I think we've only seen it once from him, but it was a ridiculous game.
It was insane. Just finding the perfect picks on Maple, really, time and time again.
So Eminem and Kaiwing doing a good job grabbing all the CS under tower.
Jimian is having a miserable old time. He is actually technically up in CS, assuming he's able to pick up the majority of this wave.
Yeah, pre-6 we usually see the Azir suffer in this matchup.
Yeah. And it's only going to get worse as obviously the health regen being nerfed next patch.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to suck, especially for the matchups where you don't want to go fleet footwork.
Yeah, I think you're just forced to, pretty much, after that. And honestly, there's no real matchups where it's bad. It's just there's some other matchups, like, melee
Halo
sometimes.
Blades.
Yeah, Halo Blades. Like the Corki. Often Halo Blades into the Corki.
Corki might be a goner next patch anyway, though.
Yeah. So I think now there's not really many. You can go Conqueror against some melees and just find a little bit of extra damage where you're not really pressured.
So both junglers finished their clear now. Back already in for Jimian, and he's going to see... And so this is where it really sucks having lost Kaiwing's flash. He does find an engage.
Yeah, gets his Xenoblade Blade to land. Sort out, though, quick with the reactions there. Lands the hook and stops really the play at all.
Yep. Karsa's going to quickly steal the Raptors.
Well spotted, so. At least Gemini's aware of it. Not going to be a surprise when he turns up and nothing's there.
Gory takes a tower shot, making that trade not too miserable for Jimian. Kaiming misses that ward with the trinket. A little bit unlucky.
Cassante into a ranged champion. Very fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, he does have kill pressure as soon as he gets his item, though.
Yeah, you have to be careful.
Level 6 and
is the Gnar.
any item that he chooses, whether it be what is most likely going to be a Barmies, I'd have to imagine. Or maybe he's just going to go straight into the Iceborne Gauntlet.
CFO have done such a good job in both games timing the recalls of Frank and turning them into dragons. They will be traded for the Void Grubs, but I mean, you'd rather have the dragon from what we've seen.
Oh, yeah.
Void Grubs not having massive impact until you get, 5 or 6 of them. And even then, you still kind of need an advantage, a champ that can side lane. I mean, they do have the Gnar. So if they get 6 Void Grubs with a Gnar, that could be a win condition on its own.
You know what I found out the other day?
Go on.
Evelyn, if she gets 5 or 6 Void Grubs, right, and she hits a tower, the Void Grubs cancel her passive.
Oh, that is so annoying.
Yeah. Well, I think it's justified. I hate playing against Evelyn, so...
Yeah, Evelyn players should suffer. I'm on board. I'm on board with it, too.
Oh, that's not 116.
No, not at all. Gory doing okay now, but level 6 for Jimian. We'll see if Gemini can work his way to the mid lane.
Yeah, I think smart itemization by Jimian, by the way. Going for the Merc Treads. Quite a lot of CC available on this way, of course, as well as you always want boots early against skill shot champions in the mid lane.
Yep.
Gory able to just quickly try and get towards his first item, and it looks like it's going to be that Luden's companion, so not going to see the Sears, which makes him a little bit more targetable.
So Karsa's level 6. Uh-oh, Gemini really needs these Raptors. And
does he even get 6 off it? I don't think he will.
I mean, this really just comes down to Karsa having stolen the last set of Raptors.
Who got it? Karsa did.
Yeah. Karsa stole the last set of Raptors and puts Gemini in such an ugly spot now. I mean, any fight with these two junglers involved is going to be disastrous for Frank. I'd be surprised if they fought for the threat buff at all.
Off that small Krug.
They're grouping up for it.
First objective of the game is the red buff. Gemini not willing to give this over, but CFO seemingly okay with it.
Okay. Karsa knows Smite, so it's kind of hard to commit to that. Nice play by Gemini to just rush to his Krugs and get level 6 so that they can put on a contest there as he's walking over a ward. Sword Art will just be able to get out of there.
Yeah, but should be able to clear this ward out.
And, I mean, vision control's been a pretty big part of these two games, too. I feel like so many times we've seen Frank walking over CFO vision when we haven't seen CFO doing the same.
Yeah, shouldn't.
Shouldn't
doing great.
Yeah, the ADC doing a great job of vision control.
Jimmy now feeling a whole lot better in this matchup. Bit of magic resist and movement speed, of course.
Yeah, doing well. Probably Gory feeling the pressure. The constant kill pressure the Azir has anytime his jungler's around.
Yeah, but there's never a time where Gemini's free from being seen.
There's even a pink there, but it's just not quite in range.
Zhang, though, he's having a really good old time here.
Yeah, 30 CS up at the moment. See how much Rest can pick up under tower. Gonna proc his Demolish.
Was he? Hasn't yet. There we go. Does have access to the Gnar ult if he wanted to.
Oh, but he threw the boulder.
Use it. It's alright. It's not that bad of a cooldown when you are level 8.
Zhang making his way down river. Oh, picking up the plants. Right. So this is the side of the map I really want to see Gemini play on. Make use of your top laner having permanent priority, as it might be Karsa who gets to make the first play top.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to find a way in without being spotted on that ward unless he waits. There is also a pink in the river. And a minute and a half until Dragon, so we'll see if Frank want to contest it. Ultimately, the Void Grubs will be spawning as well, so CFO will have to choose between giving over 6 Void Grubs or playing for those, and most likely giving over this Air Dragon.
I really think if you're Frank, you take the 6 Void Grubs in a heartbeat.
I think so too, but we often see that these teams don't actually like playing around split pushing. Even if they have the option to, they tend to avoid it. Jiang, he seems aware.
Game is paused.
The game is paused.
Let's see if we can guess. Is anyone doing anything weird? Not really. It's an audio issue for CFO. Jung has a moment to reflect and maybe think about where the enemy jungler could be at this point.
Yeah, has a moment.
See if he hears the ominous music that is playing.
Yeah. If his spidey senses are tingling.
He's about to go mini, and it can be really difficult to get away from this Cassante if he ghosts onto you, if you find yourself too far up in the lane.
Yeah, the good thing about mini is you get the double jump. The bad thing about mini is you don't have the Gnarl.
Yeah, to disengage, a lot less CC. As we're back in game, and Jung, let's see it.
Oh, he didn't reflect. Oh, go back to top.
Yeah, nothing happening here.
Looks like a kick came out, but
Gemini's here, but
Jung seems pretty happy with how things went there. He's just going to recall. Doesn't actually have teleport, so...
Yeah, going to lose out on some CS, maybe even up the difference in the top lane a bit.
Unless Gemini just holds it.
But this isn't even the worst part of the lane for the Cassante, I don't think. I think Gnar gets even more ridiculous once he's got Triforce.
Yeah, for sure. At that stage, Gnar almost only wants to be in mini for the vast majority.
This is unfortunate for Frank that Kars is going to pick up at least one Void Grub. First blood.
Okay.
Guess the observers
we might
were
have a
onto
second.
something.
Okay, that's going to be the death charge. I have to see. If we go back to watch it, I mean, we still have Cineron. We had dev charge after the play.
Yeah.
We'll see if there's something that could have been done, but...
I wonder what happened. Sword Art loses his flash. Shun loses both sums.
Gory! Fantastic work there to get out that CC, so Jimmy wasn't going to be able to follow through with that Emperor's Divide, but we're still looking. Gory does turn around and use that Hui ult, and Gemini not able to move very far.
Goodness, Gory trades so much damage back, saves himself with the fear, and we're going to see how Jung loses his flash here.
I would like to see bottom lane.
So yeah, nice flash.
Nice. Very, very well played.
So Shun is smacking a ward. I'm guessing he just gets Leona ulted?
Yeah, Solar Flare, I suppose. Oh, no, Kaiwing never misses these. I don't know what it is about this guy.
The RE.
Oh, nice.
Nice flash from Eminem. Follow up.
That's such a shame that Ignite got that despite the amount of damage Eminem just put through.
Yeah. Unlucky, but you're still happy to take all the sums out of the enemy bot lane and pick up a kill. Is that 5 Void Grubs?
I believe so,
We'll see when a little guy spawns. Yeah, it is 5 Void Grubs. You know, not as strong as 6, but this top lane tower is in jeopardy.
She'll do the job, that's for sure. And, of course, on Gnar, it's actually, like, even better because how Void Grubs work is they do the true damage over time, and it is higher if you are a melee champion. So if Gnar's heading away at a tower on a side lane and changes to Mega, he'll start actually doing double the amount of damage over time. So
he actually misses out on plate gold there.
Yeah,
a little
and
sad,
Jimmy quietly now ahead in CS.
Yeah, Jimmy, and not really someone we've seen as a super strong laner. He is a resource-hungry player who can pop off in team fights and, you know, turn them around, turn games around, as often Frank find themselves behind early game. Not this game, though.
Yeah. Actually, this series has kind of been a switch-up, right? They've been playing better in the early game and sort of, at least last game, lost out as the game progressed. But this game, honestly, they're up 2k gold just kind of from nowhere. Down 2 dragons, but you know that they will be contesting the next one.
Yeah. They did pretty much...
Oh, it is a Ceres, by the way. It was just a delayed tier.
Oh, yeah, going to be a long time before he's finished the Sarah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Eminem has finished his Kraken Slayer. Should be Yomu's finished for the Senna now on Shun. Oh, wow, he didn't have gold for it. Okay, so, I mean, a lot of armor items for Sword Art. He should be okay.
Yeah. There's constant vision everywhere. Oh, rest. Getting aggressive. Nice Gnarl. It's going to get him
Wow.
out of harm's way and returns actually so much damage there.
Sword Art doesn't have TP. Dragon not up for a while, so he's rotated up here to fight for the Rift Herald.
You're going to get push up and top at least.
Yeah, and
Ooh.
then Kaiwing may be caught.
Going to get rooted up. Kasa does connect there. Oh, actually he doesn't. With that Sonic Wave.
So really good rotation by Sword Art there. Otherwise, their top tower is just dead.
Yeah. I think it's not long for this world anyway, but...
Yeah, bot
least-
tower in trouble.
And this is not the lane you want this Iceborne Gauntlet Cassante in.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Triforce completed for Na too, so Na a very, very valid threat. I think
40 CS up as well.
you won't be able to get the tower against Hui.
Yeah, too much wave clear.
But honestly, this means that Jimmy might even be competing for first tower because he's going to be able to get hits off. Obviously, the 5 Void Grubs picked up makes it so that this Azir will be doing a lot of damage. Nash's as well.
So, despite the gold lead for Frank, items are pretty even across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look at Senna as being the support, half an item on both supports and then full item on everyone else in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Frank just not fight this, though we're gonna get Mega soon. Oh wow, Rest was forced to recall.
Yeah,
and
Jimmy
Jimmy might just take this. Yeah,
this
he
is
gets
a very good trade.
Yeah. I mean, trading a tower for a Herald is always going to favor the guy who took a tower because that's what you were planning to do with the Herald anyway.
Yeah, in the immediate time at least. If this Herald eventually finds a mid tower, then
Yeah, it is worth slightly more, yeah.
Yeah, it is. While the gold is less because it was first tower for this Azir,
Yeah.
getting down the mid tower is such a hard job just in any game. And,
Importantly, though, there is an if on whether the Rift Herald. It's not like you're guaranteed mid tower.
yes, no, and how Rift Herald works now especially, it does way less damage than
Yeah.
it used to.
Before,
So-
if you got 2 Rift Heralds, you were getting the
Yeah.
tower. So this tower might go down in the face of.
Yeah, it's gonna go. That's
Ori.
2 towers now for...
We thought he might have enough wave clear, but has to back off because his team took the Herald and recalled. So 20 seconds on Dragon means that there won't be Meganar available.
And this gold just quietly has crept up to 3k now for Frank, so
Yeah.
really should be feeling pretty excited about fighting in the near future.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised to see Frank fight this Dragon, though. With Jiang and Mini. Not close to Mega at all.
Yeah, but almost... I mean, I don't think that matters.
CFO aren't interested in fighting
Well, he's
either. Jiang
teleporting.
actually just TPs away. I wonder... Oh, he does know. He definitely knows, because he TP'd back to base rather than recall.
Yeah. But this means Dragon goes over. They
where
should
he
be
was-
answered by a teleport, but...
Where was he spotted? What gave them away? He very urgently just recalled out there.
Maybe they got spotted on the mid wave, leaving. But, yeah, I mean, if not, I think good wherewithal. Definitely not worth giving over a shutdown and
No, yeah.
an unnecessary kills. This tower should be taken out. It is obviously traded
Yeah.
for that mountain.
Yeah, Frank wise enough to bring members here and recognize that if they just leave that lane empty, they will drop a Rift Herald and go for a tier 2.
Jimmy and punishing his former teammate in rest. I think that's one thing I didn't mention, by the way. Something I should have talked about is Gemini and Jimmy actually going up their last year org in which they came second in the Summer Grand Finals with.
Oh,
Yeah, CFO mid and jungle last split. Now,
okay. Quite a bit on the line then.
yeah, bragging rights. And currently,
First place
Jimmy's
as
making
well.
him look like clown emojis.
Yeah, we'll see if he can have his ridiculous teamfight performances that we've seen out of him.
Oh, I believe in him.
Yeah.
I for sure think that this guy can absolutely bring what is necessary to a team fight, especially on Azir. We've already seen him do it so consistently.
Yeah, hard to bet against him at this point.
Leandri's is going to be his second item, by the way. We sometimes see Lich Bane and sometimes we see Crypt Bloom. And
It was Jimmian who started, as far as I could tell, the Lich Bane second Azir, at least in the PCS. We were seeing him do it every game.
yeah, I think he recognizes a lot of this
Wise,
game.
yeah.
He's going to be hitting the Cassante and Lee Sin. Not
Yeah.
going to get a whole lot of time to...
Yeah, wise Leandri's game.
Yeah.
MM's going to clear out this mid wave as everyone's kind of grouping like there's a dragon up.
But there's not.
Or he finds Kaiwing.
Oh, we found Kaiwing,
or
yeah. who has found who, really, as Gory's getting very, very low. Ult is going to be used, but eventually Kaiwing's actually going to be able to pick that one up. Eminem coming out there with that Feather Storm is not, at least for now, able to pick up anything with it, as Ghost used for rest to get himself out. It's just a clean 1 for 0, once again in favor of Frank.
Yeah, I thought they had found Kaiwing, but Kaiwing says nope, and I guess this is why we saw, maybe it made more sense in a vacuum to pick the Rakan, but Kaiwing has looked so good on this Leona.
Yeah.
I mean, he spots Gory, gets feared. Gory doesn't realize the danger he's in. He actually buffers his combo through that fear.
Yeah.
And Gemini's able to clean him up. Doesn't get the reset, though. I don't think it makes a big difference in this fight.
Now, maybe they could look for more, but I don't think you needed to, and I don't think they would have. Probably trying to be a little bit risk-averse.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're in such a lead.
Yeah, I do think playing risk-averse did cost them last game.
A little bit, but I think you get away with it a little bit more because you have legitimate split-push win conditions.
Yeah, yeah.
You are going to have the opportunity to force sort of rest to try and sustain up against either this Gnar or the Azir, and you notice he is building what's most likely a Canic Raccoon second because he has been going up against this Azir for so long, but now he's just being matched into the Gnar, so they're just trading around who he's up against and makes his build a lot harder to get through until he's sort of at 3 items, at which point he's fine for both resistances, but...
Yeah, Rest suffering all game, and you could see him looking frustrated in champ select, and this is why. And it only got worse with the Black Cleaver being completed. Here's the Rift Herald mid. Frank are nowhere again.
Yeah,
CFO are so good at timing these goes on objectives.
Still not convinced they get it, but they will get a lot of damage down onto it at minimum. And as Frank do turn up, Xenoblade connects onto Casa as he tries to get away, but Jimmy has found an angle. Let's watch Jimmy, and he comes in, he finds one, he flashes! Won't get Shun, but will get 2. Sword Art and Gory being those targets. He is going to be rooted up, Will Jimmy, but he's still living. He's still finding everything. Double kill. It's going to be a third now found. Jimmy and Gemini going crazy against their former org. Rest, though. He's trying to claw something back, and it's going to be an ace for 1. Jimmy finds a massive fight. Eminem providing the damage, and Gemini getting reset after reset. It's Baron time for Frank.
Yeah, Kaiwing gets the fight started, but it's Jimmy again. Manages to find a ridiculous team fight. Quiet so far for Jimmy, nothing ridiculous, and then out of nowhere he finds a 2-man ult onto the enemy mid and support, and they pick up just Jimmy, they get revenge on him, but lose 4 and lose all 5 and get the Baron.
They sure do, and now Frank are well ahead in this one. Eminem not picking up any kills, but doing, by God, the most damage, and not even close.
Yeah. So... what is this?
Oh my...
the TP ward, the TP fight.
Yeah. Wow. So Jimmy actually just strolls on in and made use of it.
Jimmy and Shun immediately flashes when he sees the Azir. And then he flashes onto Gory and Sword Art. Sword Art ults him as well. They use so much on Jimmy as well. Several ultimates. Eventually they take him out, but at that point, everyone's dead. And there's another ult on Jimmy.
Yeah. Jimmy does go down, but he did everything he needed to do and more there.
Yeah.
Very close to finding Shun as well.
And
now they're trying to
that is
siege.
a weakness. That is a weakness of the Hui, right? Especially into the Azir. Without your flash, the Azir can find you.
Kaiwing, oh my God, that was ambitious, but very close. Casa, he finds the kick, it's onto this Leona, and Casa's very, very low now. And Jiang comes in, he finds a stun onto Shun. He's going to absolutely annihilate that center as 3 are running. It was Sword Art who also went down the bot lane of CFO. No longer to be seen on the map. Mid tower does go down. They're now looking to try and find something more.
So Kaiwing whiffs his flash engage, and then Karsa kicks him into his team, kind of helping him out a little bit. And Jiang just shuts that fight down completely by finding the ult onto Shun.
Fantastically well played.
Yeah.
Each player now having sort of highlights in these team fights. Dragon on the horizon. This will be the second one picked up here from Frank. Pretty easy. Evening up that score.
So this is the Frank we're kind of used to seeing.
Yes.
Usually they do this from a little bit behind, doing it from a little bit ahead this game. Not the better teamfight comp, just finding ridiculous angles in the teamfights. and playing much more decisively this game than the previous.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna have to maybe rethink this Cassante pick if they do end up losing this game. Of course, there is still chances for CFO. They do have a lot of scaling available for their team, and as the game progresses, there's more likelihood of Casa finding some ridiculous engage.
Yeah, Rest isn't feeding or anything, but it's just been suffering. He hasn't been able to do anything all game, and the Gnar is just a win con.
Yeah, down 60 CS and losing pretty much his tower solo in lane. He's looking now for Jiang, and isn't going to find him as of yet. Of course, this Baron buff will be expiring, but they are able to claim at least one more tower with it.
Yeah, and maybe Karsa had to pay more attention to this top lane matchup, not let the Gnar get to such a ridiculous point. And, you know, he was spending a lot of time just standing under Rest's tower, just hitting it.
I guess the problem becomes then you are sacrificing a lot of pressure over Dragon. It's hard to
Yeah,
know.
they did get 2 dragons.
But it is good to finally see this Cassante pick truly punished.
Yeah, that is a relief. Because it was looking like we were going to get first pick Cassante every game, especially if it worked out. If the Cassante blind just worked out again this game, you know, why not just first pick it? We're already seeing some teams do it.
Yeah, we're essentially seeing... Well, we are seeing CFO do it. They're just first picking it on red side instead of blue, while Frank have other priorities like the Azir and the Karma.
So, if you're CFO, a win condition is feeling really hard to find right now. We said that last game, though.
Yeah, but this game, noticeably, Frank are itemizing about as well as you could ever hope for.
And a very substantial gold lead this game.
Oh, yeah, massive.
You know, last game we were talking about gold is kind of even, but Frank had the better comp. This game, this is a very big gold lead.
Oh, Jimmy having to flash in the mid lane there. Looks like it was traded for Sword Arts.
Okay.
Sword Art looking for that flash hook, and
yeah,
Jimmy
it's nice to take that away from Jimmy.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes that engage that he found before pretty much impossible, not having the flash available.
Yeah, no Zhonya's on him either. Might be vulnerable.
It does mean this Azir has to be a lot more careful.
Though focusing this Azir is going to get scary with how big Eminem has gotten. Got to that 3-item spike you were talking about, has his LDR now, so
yeah, I mean, and honestly,
has to be careful.
This Gnar is massive as well.
Yeah.
He's not going to be a slouch in the team fight, honestly, in either forms.
Yeah, maybe not enough frontline for him to get much done as the mini.
Maybe not.
But there's not a lot of damage.
Surviving.
You know, there's not a lot of damage threatened from the side of CFO.
It is just poke mainly, yeah. Certainly not a whole lot of sustained damage. Cassante kind of being the only champ.
Yeah.
As sad as that is to say about a unkillable tank.
Yeah. We've seen plenty of games where Cassante is topping damage.
This game, I have an inkling, at least for now, is probably Jiang that's topping it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
actually, no. Jimmy had a lot of time up against Rest in the bot lane.
Yeah, honestly, it could be Eminem, too.
I think it's probably Jimmy. He spent like 10 minutes up against a no MR item Cassante.
You want to make a prediction? Who will top damage this game? Not so far, but who has most damage done by the end of the game? I'm going Eminem.
I'm going Gory.
Oh, really? I'm going Eminem.
I think even if Frank win, Gory probably tops damage. Just the nature of a poke champ, right?
Yeah.
A poke champ with AoE? I mean...
Gemini.
He'll be fine.
He'll be okay. His team is close enough. And CFO don't really have the burst to punish him there.
Yeah, at worst case scenario, you get his ult. Oh. You don't get your Raptors, though. Oh, Jiang. He might have just found a way onto Gory and found one onto Caster as the ult comes through from both Zat Leeson and the way Jiang getting hooked as well, but feeling completely okay as Coming enters the fight. So does Jimmy, and he's looking for that reset. Going to get one as Jimmy is going to be able to confirm that kill. Gemini now stunning up this Cassante and Jiang in that mini now. He's sprinting at Caster. Caster's going to have to flash away. but eventually will go down to that boomerang, and now only 2 stand. It's going to be Hui as well as Shun against the world. Teleport is going to be stopped there. Gory not going to be able to return to his base. Gemini continuing on the hunt as 4 members march down the mid lane. It should be Frank now picking up this win. This center truly should not be able to defend, and Hui not able to return. It's going to eventually be a Frank win in a very, very decisive manner, and Jimmy coming on to this team, shoving their win down their face and showing Frank that it was him that got them to the finals last split.
Gemini stopping the recall might have just cinched the game because Hui has a lot of wave clear from range. He might have been able to do something to stop them. No Baron yet, but pretty decisive game from Frank.
I'll tell you one thing though. Your prediction of Eminem doing the most damage, I think, is very unlikely.
Really?
Well, the game just immediately ended up after that.
I was hoping on a couple more team fights, as that game ends on a what looked like a bit of a botched engage. Nice flank from Jiang, but is flashed away from by Gory.
But it does get 2 ults, importantly. It got the Lee Sin and the Hui ult, and then Kai Wing was able to get into the fight.
And who's killing with Lee Sin ult? It's now a stretch to kill this Xayah.
Yes.
You were already looking for a miracle Lee Sin ult in the first place, and without it, there's not much hope of dealing with Eminem or Gory, really.
Or Jimian. I mean, there's really no threat onto anyone at all because, I mean, Hui can poke you out before a fight. Senna doesn't do a whole lot of anything, just kind of heals her team, shields, and does a little bit of damage, gets the Blood Song active. And, I mean, Cassante really is the only threat, but he was not a threat at all.
I mean,
he just
Eminem played so well
annihilated.
around Rest on the Cassante. Just
Much better than
him.
game number 1. Much better.
Definitely, yeah.
And I think maybe it's a little bit easier because he doesn't have to worry about the Tristana at all, where, yes, you have tools against the Tristana, but when Rest was just that tanky and able to get onto Xayah last game, had to use the ult, and it was a bit scary to use the ult when a Trist can just jump on you, but, I mean, fantastically well played. MVP for me, probably Jung, but it could be Jimian as well. It could be Gemini. I think... Honestly, it could be Kai Wing. I think the only person that's not likely to be is Eminem.
Yeah,
because
Eminem
he
just doing his job.
He did his job. He did nothing wrong. Not trying to insinuate that, but there was no major stick-out moment where Eminem was like, wow, this was won because of him, or we found this engaged because of him, because he is just Xayah and he's just hitting. And he did well at it. One of those team fights I remember early on in the game was 4,000 damage or something ridiculous like that. And
but that team fight happened because of a nice engage by Kai Wing and a great follow-up by
I think Jimian engaged that one. Was that not the mid-fight?
Yeah,
it was like set up by a ward, then Jimian went in, found the 2-man knock-up, and then it was like...
Kai Wing like E'd someone. So technically he was the first one in, but Jimian did find himself behind the enemy team. And
got Shun's flash and managed to find Gory on the absolute edge of his ult. I don't know. Everyone played really well. I
think I'm leaning Kai Wing.
I think I'm leaning Jiang, just because of how dominant
fair enough. He destroyed the top lane.
Yeah, he destroyed top, and then he didn't only do split push. He split pushed.
Yeah, and then he found...
And then he would walk from bot lane and find a nice flank, and sometimes it didn't end up finding who he wanted to, but ultimately it pressured sort of the side of CFO into being able to then be found by Kai Wing or Jimmy and whoever it may have been.
And he was also just finding the ults and forcing flashes out of the mid and the ADC, which is... I mean, when you draft Gnar, that is in your imagination.
Yeah, that's your fantasy.
What the Gnar does for you. He destroys his lane, takes towers, and then finds his way into fights with Mega, finds a flank, ults onto the enemy backline. I mean, yeah, you can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, it was a fantastically well-played game all around from Frank. And they even announced the score now 1-1. So we have no favorites. I believe we will be seeing Jimmy again. I think it would be very unfair if we didn't. Not to say anything bad about Pretender, but Jimmy truly found some amazing moments in that game. I think really the team fight that blew the game entirely open was that mid lane. Admittedly started kind of by Gemini finding that pink ward and just walking in, placing it, allowing for the teleport.
Yeah, it was all enabled by the team.
It was that pink ward enabled it all, but Jimmy capitalized on it perfectly. And he just had more autonomy. He was a little bit behind in lane, but then he ended up CS, and you saw him. They did also, I want to say, as a team, fantastic macro. Finding the perfect time to put his
So it's Kai Wing finds kind of an engage on the front line of CFO, and it looks like they're out, but then Jimian shows up, forces Shun's flash, almost catches Shun on that one as well.
Yeah.
But Gory's just a dead man with no flash here.
And reset after reset.
Yep.
Good Viego game, but certainly was set up
by his team.
Yeah.
As Viego kind of has to be. As honestly, Rest as a less behind Cassante there
Probably
maybe get
Pentas.
something done 4v1.
It is Jiang who picks up the most damage.
Yeah.
Second was Hui.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, kind of no surprises there with how quickly the game ended. Jiang was spending so much of that game just smacking
Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't
Cassante.
Jimmy for that reason, though, because especially because, as I said, that time he was bot. But I guess a lot of that was he'll do half of rest HP and then recall, and then that's why we saw Jimmy just immediately pick up that first tower.
Yeah.
Which, again, very important. And sort of why I wanted to talk about their macro gameplay and their lane assignments. I think it was a really, really strong showing to well, this guy's got Iceborne Gauntlet now on rest Cassante. Let's now put Jimmy in against him, give him some free farm and some pressure.
Kaiwing 100% KP.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, CFO did not. They all had 100% KP, which usually means your lanes went horribly.
Yeah. Most
usually
damage
means
taken.
you only found kills in team fights as a group.
I think Jiang will be getting the MVP, especially after seeing this screen.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to
argue.
Yeah.
Hard to argue. To be honest, though, there was just... Okay, it's going to be Kaiwing.
I like it.
I like it, too.
He was my MVP.
I think mine was still Jiang, but this would have been... honestly, this is so hard to pick. It's
it was,
hard
because,
to pick.
again, Jiang gave you the miracle Nart. Having that pick in your pocket now against the Cassante blinds we've seen so often succeed is massive. First off, he had the Aatrox, which was doing perfectly fine as well, but now that you can just destroy the Cassante in lane, that's massive, and I think it's something no other team has right now.
And by the way, it's also a pick that he can use against Udyr, which is not so prevalent anymore, but we have seen him a couple of times recently. Notably, in this week, I think we've seen him 4 times, which isn't as much as the first week, of course, but certainly is something that's in the meta.
So here is the bot lane of Frank just finding a 2v2 kill in a lane
in
a lane they should be losing.
Yeah, I forgot about this as well. This makes more sense to give it to Kaiwing too.
And they take all the sums off of the enemy bot lane as well.
Oh, we got
a series on our hands.
Series on our hands. I'm so excited. I mean, this is providing, given both games were kind of one-sided. No, game 1 wasn't one-sided, but it was kind of disappointing in the way of which it finished. Not that the Pentakill was exciting to watch, but it was like, I think it was a loss based on... It was more Frank lost the game than CFO won it, and admittedly they had to play well to find a pentakill and find their way to win that game.
Yeah, and they were winning other fights too, kind of miraculously.
Yeah, exactly, and I think also like there were just mistakes that led to them being able to win this, whereas this game was just Frank dominating from start to finish.
Yep.
And now, of course, as we just said, a series is on our hand. When we are back from the break, we finally get to crown who will be our true king of the PCS. See you in about 7 minutes.
got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're wild, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
1-1 in our keenly awaited series here to define who is going to be our best team, undisputed.
I'm so glad we got 3 games.
I am too.
Yeah.
I am too. I didn't want this to be another 2-0 like we saw on CFO versus PSG, but we're not. We're going to have a 1-1, a third game coming up, likely to be Jimmy-in. If we can do it again, undeniable that CFO are going to be missing him.
Yeah, and maybe undeniable that Jimmy-in is the best mid in the league.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say, honestly, but I think at the moment his impact felt in the games that he's playing is more obvious than other mid laners. Red side actually was selected here for CFO. So we're going to have 3 games of the same sides. We'll see if it changes how they want to do comps. I wonder if this means they want to try and give Rest a favorable matchup. Not that it sort of broke open the game by any means, but it certainly made how Frank were able to play the map a lot easier. The fact that they had Jiang just stomping up on top.
I'm not too surprised to see the red side chosen, just based off how the first 2 drafts went, and they seemed like they had a really concise idea for how they wanted to play the first phase of the draft. I think the Hui last pick was maybe suspicious.
It was good. Isolated 1v1.
Yeah.
Strong.
Well, until it wasn't. You know, he was getting ahead early on, and then...
That's just Jimmy and Diff.
Yeah,
that's Jimmy and Diff, baby. This guy's the king of the Rift.
Xayah ban from CFO.
I like that for Frank.
Yeah, I like that for Frank too. We were a bit suspicious on the Xayah picks.
I think he's good at it, of course, but it's just like... It's not an AD carry that offers you the most. It is a safe AD carry, and it mean your target selection in these team fights becomes harder.
Okay, I see what CFO are doing. We lost to this. We ban it.
Yeah, is it going to be a Zia? I mean, Kallista's open. Ashe not. Kallista is.
So will Frank ban the Tristana again?
Maokai is. Oh, they have blue side first pick. If they leave Maokai open, that means Azir is going to have to be thought about. Unless it's banned. Okay. I think they thought of that too. I'm pretty sure Frank recognized if they leave Azir open, so will CFO.
Yeah.
And then Frank have to choose between Azir and Maokai, and it's not really
Kallista.
certain. And Kallista. But yeah, well, I think they would have banned Kallista. Maybe.
Yeah, you have to assume CFO banned
Actually,
the
no,
Kallista
they
here.
could have the option of getting both, but then you might have lost out on a Kallista pairing like the Renata, which tends to be the main one, unless you're Keria.
Nautilus ban, so I have to imagine this is an insta-lock Kallista.
Yeah, if you don't lock it, Shun will be, so you better have something prepared. Oh, Vi's open, so you could look for something similar to what DCG did to really shut down what Kallista wants to do. They went for Vi Rumble. I believe it was also an Orianna. So if Kallista's locked here, I expect Kasa to be playing Vi. Cassante Vi, wouldn't hate to see it. I would probably prefer to see the Rumble. We know Rest is a very accomplished Rumble player. What do you pick into the Rumble? We haven't really seen anything yet, despite the nerfs. Oh, Rumble's banned.
Yeah,
what am I yapping about? Oh, I'm just waffling.
Yeah,
Give me to the local Waffle House.
Frank have just actually permabanned the Rumble.
Yeah.
All series.
I guess it makes sense. It does well into Jung's. Jampool.
And really, I really like the Azir ban. It was good to point that out just because Jimmy-in, when he's against the Azir, we've seen his go-to be Yone.
And Akali.
And he's been, his Akali's been a lot better than his Yone, but he wasn't terrible on the Yone. It just...
He played well on the Yone.
They
the
couldn't
team
really
just kind of
build
fell apart.
Yeah, they couldn't build a game around the Yone, and it's so hard to. Gemini, I can't imagine this is anything but Renata.
You can pick Renata third. You have both picks here.
Yeah.
And then, just...
Okay, Rel.
That's probably Yungle.
Yeah, Rel has been Gemini's best performing champ. I think they looked a lot better with Gemini on the Rel rather than Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Though Kaiwing is running out of the engaged champs that he likes to play.
I don't think you want one. I really don't. I think you want to match the pressure in lane and pick up the Renata.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. You want Renata here.
But does Kaiwing want to play it? We've seen this team struggle with Kaiwing off-engaged supports. And I mean, if you lock the Aatrox here, you are almost certainly going to run into a Renata ban.
Yeah, or just a Renata pick. Renata Varus, not a terrible lane.
I mean, honestly here, going into the second bans, it feels like CFO can just look for something like Alistar Renata. And then what's your engaged support left? Rakan. Or you could pick the Renata.
Yeah, they're going to go for
ban Rakan and Alistar. And then I guess that means Rel will be the support, but...
Okay. Renata banned away. They'll have to find some other pairing for the Kallista.
It's probably going to be Rel at this
Yeah,
point.
I have to assume it's Rel. So you
Carving
can...
still looks pretty happy.
Yeah, maybe he's got something cooked up for this situation.
Pike.
Oh, go on. I mean, Thresh Kalista used to be great, but we haven't seen Thresh in a long time.
Yeah.
Brand banned away. The hover's paying off for Frank.
I think they recognize at this point it's most likely Rel bot, but they can still look for Alistair if Alistair remains open, and then
Yeah.
you're still feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Alistair a little annoying to play into Renata. She can interrupt your combo.
Yeah. And it would mean you have the losing lane matchup, which you don't tend to want as the Kalista.
Yeah, no surprise to see Frank banning out top laners. Will CFO just ban another jungler? Just completely convinced that this is Rel support?
And what is there? Vi, Lee Sin, Viego, Xin. Oriana's going to be banned.
Okay, they ban away a blindable
They do
mid.
get first pick, do CFO, out of this ban phase.
What will they go for in the mid lane?
Gory, not Oriana. Karma's open.
Yeah, Karma is open.
I don't expect them to go Karma, in fairness, but it is open. They might be lacking damage. Depends on the Varus build.
It'll be
It's
on
probably
hit.
on hit.
Yeah,
though.
it'll be on hit. So,
Okay. Tristana ban.
yeah, just... I guess Gory had a great game on the Trist, so ban it out.
Nah will not have as good of a time against Aatrox as it does against Cassante. A lot of kill pressure actually afforded to Jiang. See if it gets locked in.
Yeah, maybe Rest looking for some revenge.
Okay,
Yeah, it
they
does
do
lock
lock
in
it.
the Gnar.
So Gory once again going to have his choice of counter picks. Hwei, of course, open. Karma open. What will Jimmian look for, though? He's going to have to blind something. You can't really afford to blind a champ like Akali. There are just things that punish it too hard. Is there ever a Silas blind?
I think it might. It's looking like an Akali blind.
Some fantastic ults, but...
Yeah, true. This is a great Silas game, but it does go for the Akali. We haven't seen much Silas. I think only Cascada playing it.
Yeah. Gory played one game.
Oh, yeah. And
I mean, this is a lot of dive.
I think I like the
Yeah, the
set.
Sejuani's good here. Very, very good. 4 melees in the comp, and then a Kalista. And honestly, not that many things to lock down this Kalista. There is the Maokai, but aside from that...
So, what is picked? Yeah, I was thinking the Talia. Makes sense into the Akali. Makes team fights and the lane very difficult for Akali to play.
It is an easier lane in general than the Oriana, though, because the Talia just doesn't hit as hard.
Yeah. We'll mostly just be shoving you into your tower, but team fights are going to be really annoying for the Akali to play.
Okay, much better draft, I think, from CFO. I actually do like Frank's draft again, though. Bot lane I have concerns over because this Varus and Renata probably going to have a really good time up against Kalista Rel.
Yeah. Yeah, which you never really want to see. You want your Kalista. It's a champ that can just take over games.
Yeah, and honestly, the Talia, a fantastic pick again into the Kalista as well.
Yep. And the Rel.
Yeah.
And the Sedge. And the Aatrox.
Not as much the Sedge. I don't really care about Sedge Arctic Assault too much. Kind of just hope you don't get hit by the Glacial Prison.
See how Jimmian gets by in this lane if Gory can punish him.
We should do, but
We'll
we
see
have
what
seen-
Rest can do on the Gnar.
Yeah, I do somewhat worry. There is a lot of kill pressure onto Gnar, especially with the Sejuani pick.
Yeah, I love the Sejuani pick, especially for, you know, he'll be able to play around top.
And mid. Akali's able to help out quite a lot as well.
Yeah. And honestly, bot, there'll be a lot of kill pressure too with the Kalista Rel. So Karsa going to have to make some moves in the early game and be there to match these Sejuani plays.
Definitely a capable player to be able to do so.
Yeah, he's been right place, right time
Yeah,
so far.
constantly. Constantly. But this will be our lineups. Finally, game number 3 here between Frank Esports and CFO. Things are looking fairly standard. all around the rift.
Yeah, so CFO probably have to get an advantage. Oh no, Frank have to get an advantage in the early game. Pretty hard to play against this comp later in the game.
Yeah, there are 2 immobile carries in an Aatrox and an Akali. I think it's not so clear.
And there's a lot of lockdown, though. Lockdown with a Talia as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Renata is a big team fight presence.
A lot of it in general is single target lockdown, though. I mean, obviously, they're the 2 ults that can come out of Renata and Maokai, but in general, most of these champs should be able to dodge out. The Renata ult extremely slow. Kalista should have no trouble getting away from it.
And back to Phase Rush Maokai's. I really prefer the Phase Rush
Yeah, so do I.
Maokai over the Aftershock.
I think they seem to be Aftershock in the support and
Yeah.
more phase rushes in the jungle.
Yeah.
And I guess that does make sense. You
Yeah,
are
maybe-
just trading heavier when you're in the bot lane and support.
Yeah, so you need the Aftershock.
Whereas if you're jungle, you're quite content with Wing in, auto attack Q, and you've proc phase rush. You can either keep going forward or run away.
Yeah, more often just run for the hills and wait for your cooldowns again.
Yeah. Right, this time it's going to be Kaiwing realigning the chakras.
Yeah, sucks that they didn't go for the Renata, but admittedly, Frank do look so good with Kaiwing on an engaged support.
Yeah, it does look a lot better. And there is actual engage this time, other than game 1. You have the Sejuani who can
Yeah, it's
simply
not just
throw out an ult.
Yeah, he doesn't have so much to do on his own as a rel, which was very difficult game 1. Yeah, he kind of just ended up, dying trying to walk at the enemy team.
Jimmy and on your screen, looking to take down his former org.
Yeah, a lot of work to do on the Akali this game. Has been counterpicked.
Certainly a capable player.
Yeah,
we've
we've
seen as Akali, it's phenomenal.
We have seen Akali struggle into the on-hit Varus, especially with the Renata this game. Though the on-hit Varus I'm thinking of did pick up like a random quadra kill
Yeah,
at a dragon fight. Yeah, that was Hellpig's West Point, I think.
it was a triple kill, but yeah, Ching9 went crazy. And it was LeBlanc, yeah, it was LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Was LeBlanc.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, we've seen AP Assassins. Then there was an Akali in the next game who actually didn't struggle that much
Yeah,
with the Varus. So
Xingbai
maybe
went
I'm
crazy.
wrong. Yeah, Shengbai had a great series overall.
So did all of Halpigs, really.
Yeah.
I had no quarrels, really, with their gameplay. There are a few funny moments.
Especially game 1.
Yeah, the Lee Sin Q. It was a tragedy.
Oh yeah, the Lee Sin Q and
Changed
just,
the game.
And just stuff like
Walking into a Raptors pit at
yeah,
level 3 randomly.
walking into enemy Krugs, also at level 3. A lot of
Shun-
shenanigans, but you expect shenanigans from Hellpigs.
Oh, you do. And you love to see it.
Yeah.
Makes for a fun game, and they got the win.
Shun on the on-hit Varus with an Enchanter. We've seen this champ take over games.
Current form. Who do you want to see at MSI?
Frank.
Real?
Frank.
Not
yeah.
Team Bliss? Not DFM?
No. I'll
That's
take
right.
Frank. I'll take
CFO
Frank.
superiority.
I'll take Frank.
Well, not CFO. PCS or CFO. I mean, I'll take any one of our top 4 teams, honestly. They all look really good.
Yeah. So cleanse on Shun, cleanse on Eminem. Yeah, the cleanse. You just need the cleanse as Kalista. If not for the lane, just Talia, Maokai. So Karsa's going to be spotted out on his Raptors, and they.
Do we fight? Kaiwing is unmounted, so
I don't think you do.
I
Kalista
would-
level 1.
yeah. No, I mean, will Frank fight? I was going to say I think they should.
No, I don't know if anything beats Kalista level 1. Maybe Ashe.
Yeah, I want Frank to fight.
Oh, you want Frank to fight? Me
Yeah.
too. Me too. We're on the same page.
Hey, Kaiwing's remounted, so I thought he was going to keep that hidden.
So Kaiwing
Okay.
sitting in a bush.
This lane is not in a good state.
Yeah, 2 range champs versus a melee.
Wonder if you ever start cute, you know?
As Kalista.
Yeah, in this matchup.
Yeah, if you did end up having to fight level 1, you'd be kicking yourself.
Yeah, but I think you can, like, not level up something.
Yeah, hold
And
on.
then if a fight's happening, then you level up E, and if a fight's not happening, you take Q and just hit as many of these minions as you can. C is slightly behind. It's not too bad, though, so... And the lane gets a little bit more bearable. as Rel kind of gets more abilities.
Yep, Gemini making his way down. Won't hurt either.
Downtown?
Karsa, as he needs to, is spotting out Gemini.
This reminds... This was like the two Junglers I saw all of last year. Oh, doesn't land the knockout. Let's get the heal. And Gory can be at this fight. Jimmy kind of can't. He has got a little bit of his health back, but...
I think Gory just a lot stronger at this point.
No, Gemini does not have Smite. This is just Karsa's.
Yeah, makes you wonder why he's hanging around, really.
Yeah, go do your Krugs. Oh. Hey, I have that emoji.
So you are way happier at the emote battle if you're Karsa. His job this game is to stop the Sejuani from having impact in the early game. There are so many vulnerable lanes on the side of CFO. Speaking of, though, Gemini is walking on vision.
Yeah. We'll lose the Scuttle Crab. He's ultimately a Sejuani, so...
Yeah, kind of wasted a lot of time.
Yeah, but at least he's a Sejuani.
Yeah, Kaiwing also on vision. Nice bit of poke from Eminem.
He gets that Guardian.
Yep.
Makes a fight more winnable.
As we might be seeing a 3v3 in the bot lane very soon.
But there's yet again more vision down here.
Yep.
First ward not even expiring before they get the second. And with that ward going down, they might even not think there's a ward in the tri-bush. And doesn't matter if they think it or not, Kaiwing's just going to immediately go forward. They're going to get that flash out of Sword Art. It's a trade at least for now. Heal and flash for flash and ignite. And
yep.
I think honestly favoring Frank, really.
Yeah, you got to be happy. Renata no flash now. Gemini can stay on the spot side as...
And on the wards.
He's going to look for some camps, but Karsa so far getting the better of the jungle.
Yeah, he got 3 camps up after
yeah,
these
he's
wolves.
very far ahead.
Ooh, Gory though. Gory does have to be a little careful. He's stayed maybe a little too long. Gemini going to miss on the second of the flail, which is the slow.
Karsa's
but
so
Permafrost is going to be able to come through here. Flash forward from Karsa. Jimmian does manage to get into his shroud, and blocking those volleys is Gory. Kaiwing's actually here in the area. Karsa does not have flash, remember, he used it already. Kaiwing found his way now onto the Maokai. Oh, first blood for Gory. It was an attempt from Gemini to get out of harm's way. Jung now does come down, but it's just going to be the clean kill for Talia.
So CFO 2v4 essentially managed to pick up a kill and get out, taking Jimmian's flash with him.
Gemini actually had flash.
Yeah. Yeah, just overforced from Gemini. I think just frustrated with how the early game's gone so far. Just trying to make something happen. As he does have flash to just flash onto Gory there. If he wants to force this that hard, he probably should have committed his flash there. Karsa, very nice flash.
Yeah, actually flashes at the same time Jimmian does. I didn't notice that.
So it looks like Karsa is sure to go down here. Kaiwing just not enough damage. Used the ignite in that bot play, and Gemini could have probably jumped away.
Ultimately won't though, but Gemini here now is going to be first to move on to these Void grubs, and I guess the first one should be able to get the second. Still has Smite, worst case scenario. Should be all 3. The answer, of course, will be this dragon as Karsa's headed straight there.
Yeah, and Frank seemed to be so good at getting these roams off for Kaiwing without Eminem losing anything. It's happened in all 3 games. Kaiwing managing to just wander up to mid lane without anything happening to Eminem, really.
Yeah, which is part of why I think they really enjoy Kaiwing being on engaged supports.
Yeah, less impactful if you've got Emilio walking up.
Yeah.
So CFO trading the dragon for the Void Grubs. I've seen that a lot this series.
Yeah. Okay, well, Gory, hyper aware. Oh, who does the most damage this game? It's Gory, surely.
Yeah, it's looking that way, but never forget about the Gnar. Just beating up on something tanky.
He's not so tanky, and Aatrox actually has quite a lot of autonomy, particularly once he gets some of those items online. Of course, right now, Rest is up in CS, but... Oh, as
Gemini's top.
Gemini is top. Rest
Not
now.
opted to go yet.
It's only level 5 for the Sejuani, and is going to be Rest able to just jump away. Feel pretty good about himself.
Yeah, a bit of a frustrating early game for Gemini so far. Still has his flash though. And
level 6 here for Eminem.
Sword
No
Art.
level 6s for bot lane, but Caster in the area.
Sword Art not having his flash back up. Gemini has a short window where he can make a play onto him. The 3v3 should favor Frank.
Yep.
Karsa's on his red buff.
Yeah, level 6 to level 5. Sword Art. Okay, I was not sure what was about to happen, but...
Gemini again finding himself level 5 to Karsa's level 6.
Yeah, hopefully this gives him level 6, and then Sejuani can sort of be more aggressive at looking.
It honestly might not.
Yeah, I don't think it will. He's
okay,
down. Oh, it
thank
does.
God.
Okay.
Karsa going to pick up red and Raptors, putting on a clinic on the Maokai.
Never before heard sentences.
Yeah, brand new sentence. Don't know what the plan is. I think he's just scouting out Gemini. This is his job this game. As long as they know where Gemini is, the early game can't really get off the ground for Frank.
Oh, Glacial Prison Flash.
Nice.
And Seismic Shove dodged away from. But that's a big cooldown, and definitely a window as Casa goes forward here. This should be the play fizzling out. It just means that now Gory, he can't be so aggressive in this mid lane as his flash now missing against an Akali Sejuani.
Yeah, under threat even in the 1v1.
Yeah. Missing that Q.
Yeah, putting the
Means
moves
a
on
disastrous
Jiang.
trade for Jiang, but sidesteps, doesn't get caught with that hyper. They're only down 6 CS, so doing a very good job.
He's getting by perfectly fine.
And of course, this mid lane, a lot more doable once again for Jimmy as he picks up the Mercury Treads.
So Gemini on a ward again.
Yeah, when is he not? Oh, I mean... Oh, Jimmy is very aggressive. Flash over the wall there. Actually, no, it was his second uses of that. Does have flash still though, but they're actually looking for Gory, who will be going down. Absolutely maximizing damage was Jimmy, and nerves of steel to not just flash straight out of that scenario.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I want to see the start of that play. That is a
I didn't
hero
even
play.
see Jimmy in the Raptor pit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Gemini did either. He was kind of wandering around looking at top lane, and then his mid laner's at the enemy red buff.
He gets
So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Gory is... Oh, he's interrupting a recall. Because Gory is up a level here, right? Yeah, he is. Lands the E and just goes for it. Dodges a Talia Q. Gets way out of range of
flash
Maokai.
as well.
Miraculously lives here. There's Gemini getting the value out of his flash.
Unfortunately, it would have been back up any case, but... Oh. Okay. Well, these will just be picked up by CFO now.
You want to
3 to
wait for
3.
your Akali ult to contest anything, I think. Jimmy ain't going to be very strong, so wait for him to get his first item and get his ult back up and his first item, and just don't look at jungle CS while you're waiting.
It's fine. Look at jungle kills.
Valid. Coming again first on the move in that last play. In a lane where they've been getting shoved in, and they're not getting
not
punished
really
for
suffering
roaming.
either.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing they're doing
See
it.
plates. I think they're only down 1, which happened right at the start. Yeah. Not really any tower damage coming through afterwards. I like how the meta sort of developed from weeks 1 and 2, where every jungler just went level 3, dove bot, to we just ignore bot entirely now pretty much.
Yeah.
Obviously something was discovered in scrimmages.
I mean, Gemini rather, his favorite thing to do is clear towards bot and then get a gank on this red side bot lane that is very vulnerable. Karsa did an amazing job this game of just showing up at his Raptors and just standing there and spamming emotes. Neither jungler able to do much in the early game until, hero play from Jimmy.
Yeah, now Dragon started out by CFO. We'll be taking that damage, of course, but It's not all that impactful. Gemini looking aggressively. It will be, of course, Gory with first move, the Weaver's Wall as well, making it even quicker for him to arrive to any play. But I think for the immediate fight, you might be favoring the Callista as the AD carry, but certainly the Renata as the support, unless a fantastic engage is found from Kaiwing. It is hard to get pressure to get into the river, though, of course, as Gory will consistently have mid cryo
and the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah. It is very scary. You can find yourself with a 4v5 that Jimmy's going to be arriving late to extremely quickly. Now, Dragon once again started by Casa. Not going to be on any vision, so I think...
Yeah, they have to know, though.
Yeah, Frank will know. They are once again coming up here. They're not so willing to give it over. Jimmy is going to have first move because of the recall, although Gory teleports back. Is on a ward. Through comes that Glacial Prison. It lands, and ultimately it's the Dragon picked up here from Casa. A nice hostile takeover. Finds 3, but through will go Kaiwing. 4-man Magnus Storm, 4-man stun. The entirety of Frank have found their way into this fight. It's the perfect scenario as M&M picks up only 1.
Oh, I can't believe that is just 1 kill. And CFO make out with the Dragon, so you're not too upset if you're CFO there. You get a flash out of the Renata and lose 1 and get the Dragon. Frank,
what an engage, though.
Yeah, ridiculous. As Kaiwing showing why he didn't go for the Renata and prefers the engage supports. I mean, Callista to enable these engage supports. The ult here, kind of just to match the Maokai ult to make sure there's no follow-up. Eminem pops his cleanse, ults Kaiwing in, and he finds a 4-man engage. Jimmy, and if this Akali had some items, this would have been even more disastrous. Instead, it ends up just being a kill onto Gory, picked up by the Callista.
Yeah.
So Eminem will be happy with that.
For sure. Jimmy really needing to get to his first item, which almost certainly will be that Proto Bowden, at which point he's a lot stronger. Abyssal Mask, the first item here for Gemini, and I understand it, of course. Lots of magic damage, Maokai, Talia, Varus, Renata, even Na.
Yeah, doing some magic damage too.
Usually we do see the Kanik, but I guess the benefit of having the Abyssal is it means your Akali
will do a bit more damage,
slightly harder.
It is flat magic pen, right, on the Abyssal?
I think it removes magic resist, yeah. It's like, what was that old Abyssal staff? Do you remember the purple?
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing as that used to be, where it removes, magic resist.
Yeah, that's always nice when you've got solo AP. Because they're not going to be building much magic resist. So any flat amount of magic resist you're reducing is going to be big.
Okay, top laners both have their first item now. Profane Hydra, of course, versus the Triforce of Na. And we're going to have a little battle here over this Rift Herald. Jimmy, of course, does have teleport, as does Rest. But Jimmy opting to walk up here, so should be first to the play. We'll see if Rest chooses to either walk or teleport. For now, it feels like he has to teleport.
Here's a TP in Mega.
Yeah, here will come Nature's Grasp. It actually doesn't really find anything. Corey is at the back of the fight, and Jiang was looking for a flank, but instead he's chosen to come into this pit.
Oh, Karsa.
Yeah, Karsa's going to get locked up. He's very low. Is he going to be able to get that heal? No, he won't. Double knock up here. Found by that Fate's Call, and now Jimmy, and he's in the fight, but he's getting very, very low. Perfect execution used to escape. It's only Kaiwing who goes down, but the Rift Herald was found and collected there by Frank.
Wow, it looked like Karsa was just dead there, but somehow he's fine, and they actually kill Kaiwing. It was a really nice Varus ult onto Eminem, I think, that saved Karsa there. So CFO pick up the Herald, and I was worried about them. That fighting into Callista at this point in the game can be very scary.
Okay, Kaiwing's back. This is not so clear. Sword Art and Shun are coming. Weaver's Wall is there too, but Jimian does manage to help out as much as... Oh, he's not even there, actually. It's Eminem who picks up that first kill. It's a 1-for-1. Not the worst, considering it's a 4v5 and the amount of cooldowns you just burn on the side of CFO.
Yeah, I'm surprised that went as well as it did, as Karsa not getting much value out of the Maokai ult there. Very well played by Frank. But you'll see they find a great engage onto Karsa, but Eminem gets ulted by the Varus here, and he just can't hit at all. He's so close to being in range. Kaiwing jumps in, but is very low.
Oh, the hostile takeover.
Yeah, very nice Renata ult. I think Kaiwing got Kaisa ulted and the Varus ult bounced to him as he came out. I'm not sure what happened to him there. But he just came out with 3 Blight stacks on him from the Varus W. Another kill going the way of Eminem, though.
Yeah, very close game. Dragons being sort of the tipping point thus far, or the main win condition.
CFO will be very happy with 2 Dragons.
Yeah, current game state, 2 Dragons. You're feeling pretty good about yourselves. But we've seen that before, both games, and the team without the 2 Dragons ended up taking the win. So
as now the lead for Rest has grown a little bit in the top lane.
Yeah, after the death from Jiang, certainly helping out. I think Jiang should be fine.
Probably might actually grow a little bit more just because he's down a flash.
Could do. I think he's just going to be hitting minions as they hit tower, and Na's only going to push the wave, get the priority, move up. Dragon spawning 4 seconds.
Yeah,
Kintek, Dragon. It's the 3rd for CFO. I do not believe Frank will be wanting to give it over. Shouldn't very far up in this mid lane, but
Gemini not willing to trade his ult for a cleanse right now. It
no,
is
you
not
need
worth it.
you need it.
Dragon.
You need your ult. You can't be making that trade.
Yeah,
In the
maybe
long
a
run,
minute ago that's a good
Yes,
trade, but
yeah.
with the Dragon coming up, can't
It's
be
already
doing that.
started here for the side of CFO. I don't know how Frank intend to get in here because there is still a Nature's Grasp. In fact, they're not going to be able to. Through comes a Nature's Grasp. There might be a fight afterwards. Rift Shield is going to be used, and now Weaver's Wall should be denying the ability of this hero to ever even make it into the mid tower, although
Kaiwing is...
he's just drifted it into a wall. No usage out of that Rift Shield. It is just going to be that 3rd Dragon. Frank kind of fumbling the ball when it comes to these objectives, really not being able to find their way into the river and then just getting Maokai altered.
Yeah, and it's CFO just in position on every objective, and that is a really difficult way to play against Maokai. Walking into Maokai is not very fun. So Eminem left alone a little bit.
Found our way in though. That's a massive stun onto Gory. Hostile takeover comes through. It does connect onto Eminem and Kaiwing. Gory, at least for now, staying nice and topped up in health. Jimmy not having a way in. Jiang not in the area.
Gory actually has time to react to the Sedge ult coming in by throwing down an E, and it means Eminem cannot hit him at all. Playing really well around this Kalista. So Jiang, yeah, Jiang doing fine without his flash so far. Rest is going to see Gemini here and get out of there.
Yeah. Kind of hoping for a big play, a big team fight, Eminem and Jimmy, if you are a Frank fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot. This is actually Frank comfort zone.
Yeah.
They're less behind than we usually see them at this point in the game. Really difficult for Gemini to pull off his usual antics against a Talia, a Maokai, a Renata, but yeah, he somehow always does it.
Yeah, we'll see what he's got. He's got in store for us is working on his 2nd item. I think it's most likely going to be a Shadow Flame, but it also could be Storm Surge.
Jiang also having a quiet game so far, but he's capable of just taking over a team fight, especially on this Aatrox.
Yeah. Yeah, one single big reset in a fight, especially if it lands onto Shun. Going to feel really good. I think the problem they've been having is, honestly, these Renata ults in combination with the Maokais have just been so phenomenal.
Yeah, so much team fight.
Yeah.
Out of CFO. As Gemini's ult is coming up soon, I want to see him chuck one at the Varus at some point just to get his cleanse down.
Yeah, but we do need to play around it, and we haven't really. Akali not being able to find much uptime. And
Rest is here with Mega.
Yeah, here comes the Nature's Grasp. It lands on the Gemini, who will throw out that Glacial Prison. He's going to flash away, actually, from the Gnar, and they tried to find their way in. They weren't able to, and now it's going to be Kaiwing who finds his way in. Instead, Fate's call. It's a shot down. Eminem looking for a second. It is a second. Could we see another Penta? He's going forward. There's a lot of Ren stacks. He's going to find another one. No, Casa flashes away. The burn won't quite land, and it's going to be still 2 in exchange for 1. And now Frank and Eminem are on the go forward. Gemini will not land with the Arctic Assault, but Jiang will in fact find something. Rest going forward, gonna have Mega Gnar. Eminem's gonna have to kite. He is kiting, he's finding everything he might need. 1 HP on this Gnar, and Rest flashes out.
Wow, somehow Rest makes it out at the end there, and what a ridiculous fight. Initially it looked like it was just gonna be a 2-for-1, but then Gemini continues it under the tower, goes down for it, but trades for Gory, and it's not going to be a tower picked up by Frank. And there's the kind of team fight we're used to seeing from Frank. As a lot of ults traded initially, including the Gnar ult, Gemini somehow flashes out. Kaiwing re-engages here. Jimian with a ridiculous flank.
Yeah,
But
actually,
even more
ults-
ridiculous Renata ult.
Ults into the Renata ult, unfortunately.
Yeah, I
And
think Renata ult finds 5 that fight. Otherwise, it's very disastrous. And Eminem so close to killing 2 people this fight.
Yeah.
As he almost kills Karsa there, and later on he'll almost kill Rest. Gory going down, taking a flash and a Sejuani down with him. Rest looked like it was just going to be a 1-for-1 trade after Eminem dodges the stun here, but he gets out on 1 HP. Risky flash, honestly, with that many Ren stacks on you.
6k damage in that fight.
Yeah.
Done by Eminem. It's 5,000 done by Gory.
Yeah, we're seeing Callista not just a strong laner,
Yes.
able to take over these fights, especially with this much crowd control on your team.
Yeah, this mid tower finally will be going down. It's taken a while.
Yeah,
Jimmy
weakness of the Callista is a lack of wave clear, and they don't have wave clear really from anyone else. So their mid
Dragon,
tower was always going
10
down.
seconds now. They are again in no position.
Yeah, Frank are just nowhere to be seen with Soul coming up.
Oh, Makai. Castle there, getting aggressive onto Kaiwing. He's going to have to dismount with that crash down.
Jung does have TP.
Dragon started. There's no real good ward, so he's just going to teleport to this
Oh,
mid wave.
wow.
We have to go fast, fellas. Weaver's Wall comes out first. Gemini, you're going to have to find some way in. Nature's Glass comes through. He's going to have to come in. He comes in, but it's Eminem who picks up that Dragon. It is Soul. Damage reduction, extra damage. Jimmy coming in from the back. He's found his way onto Shun, but he's not doing any speakable damage. Corey, everyone trying to take down this Akali, and they eventually will. So far, so good for the side of CFO as they collect the Dragon Soul, collect 2 more kills. Eminem running for the hills. He connects with that boulder. Still not so clear that this Callista is going to get out, eventually will, but once again, slow on the play. It is CFO, 4 dragons to 0. They claim that soul, and the game just got a whole lot harder here for Frank.
Yeah, and it's Shun who secures it with an arrow. It could have gone either way at the end there, honestly, but CFO pick up the dragon and the team fight. As Jung, no flank ward to speak of. Jimian is so late to this play, too. He's so far away. So they throw the Sejuani ult, and yeah, I mean, I didn't see the HP on the dragon, but it just vanished from about 1.3. And Jimian finds his way onto the backline, but he's doing no damage. No one to really follow up on him.
Yeah, Jung needed to be there as well, and I think that's
I mean,
much better look.
Yeah, they seemed caught off guard by the dragon spawning, and I mean, they didn't have flash on Kaiwing. So, tall order for Frank now as they're up against Soul. The gold remains pretty even, but
not the greatest soul, at least in the world.
Yeah.
11% damage reduction and 11% increased damage below 50% HP. Well, nothing to scoff at, of course. It is not the likes of Hextech, Soul, Mountain, or Infernal.
Yeah. It's just going to make Jimian's job really hard.
Yeah, executing someone now is looking at gold.
Even Callista, if it makes the difference between getting a reset with the Callista Rend, that can swing.
There is still a lot of damage, though, for the side of Frank. So if they are able to somehow get through this Maokai and Renata ult onto the back line, they should actually feel pretty good. It's just they haven't been able to thus far.
Karsa smites away the blue buff. Gemini not able to get up to his usual antics of Sword Art. Could be in trouble here.
Yeah, handshake landing. Gemini now going to get that seismic shove. And
Gemini not willing to commit onto Sword Art there. They do have TP up on Jimian.
Chung constantly is looking for some form of way onto this back line. It's not easy. You gotta know that this Baron's not been started yet. Gemini very low. I wonder if you just have to try and find a recall timing undetected. Rest actually without the Mega Gnar.
Okay, engage.
Oh yeah, Kaiwing's gonna go in. He's found 2, and Jung's actually on the back line there too. It is mostly onto Karsa. Nice Fate's Call lands onto Gory as well as Sword Art, but Shun is just wailing on these tanks and doing very, very good at it. And now with only 1 found, is going to be ultimately pressure over this Baron very, very comfortably in favor of CFO. Should be able to pick this one up.
Yeah, Frank just have to give it. As, yeah, again, we're seeing a very fed Callista who's not able to do anything in these fights.
Yeah.
Shun, yeah, they find a decent engage that fight, but Shun just remains untouched. Jimian not finding a way onto him, and I'm not sure he can even kill him if he does.
Yeah, shield bow now for Shun as well, so the game just got even harder. Oh. Teleport will force Jiang away, thinking maybe there's some other fellas up here, but there weren't. Rest will be able to get this tower though, so certainly something you like. Bot tower goes down, no one there to claim the local gold, but still objective shut down. All right. Give me your, what is it, the 90, 50, 10?
What's that?
It's like, what is the, no, it's like the 90% likely to happen, the 50% likely to happen, and the 10% likely to happen.
Oh.
Not necessarily in terms of results, just it could be anything.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold up. Jiang getting very lippy up here. It is just going to be an exchange of ults ultimately, but that Gnar ult is certainly a lot lower cooldown. As we see an engage seemingly happening. Casa might actually be caught out here. It's just an advance forward. It's onto Kaiwing, but Eminem is still free hitting at this Maokai. A lot of Ren stacks. Weaver's Wall comes out, but it's going to trap the Maokai there. Jimmy now, he's getting locked down. Actually, the perfect execution. Almost gets away, is going to get that Cripploon healing. Jiang, he's in the fight, but he hasn't got that ultimate. He's found Shun, but Shun may have just found him. You have to dodge, you won't be able to. Gory's eliminated Eminem, and with no Eminem, no Jiang, no Jimmy, and there's no damage. Kaiwing trying to get away. Gory will be able to volley him down. Now Rest, just free hitting at the Sejuani. The entire team is down. It's an ace. There's 20 seconds on the respawn timer of Jimmy and CFO with Baron aim to take down their second Nexus of the series.
As it's actually Rest somehow who does the most damage in that fight. It looked like Eminem finally got going, but out of nowhere, Gory just completely shuts it down. He actually takes the Kalista down from full HP, has to flash to finish off Karsa, and I think there's a 90% chance CFO win.
Yeah?
There it is.
There we are. Fantastically well played there. I mean, time and time again, it was Frank really finding themselves out of position, not able to respond to those dragons.
Yeah.
And that was really their unraveling, right? Because we saw the fights before the dragons. Oftentimes, that was actually in their favor. And even after the dragon was secured, oftentimes it was Frank that were winning. But you're just losing and bleeding every single dragon. Well, eventually, they get that soul, and the game has just become infinitely harder for you for no real reason.
Yeah, I think it was just a matter of impatience, maybe. Because Frank found a really good fight in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But they blew a bunch of ults, they blew a bunch of flashes, and yeah, they won the fight, and it went pretty well. It was still a pretty close fight, but they won it. But there was nothing to take after. There was no objective up. And then, less than a minute later, the dragon is up. Now we've got Kaiwing on Rel without flash, not able to get an engage, and CFO just hit the dragon, and they get their soul.
Yeah, well, Frank no longer undefeated. It is CFO who take the win there in that series.
Yeah.
And I mean, very, very well played. It was an iffy game, undoubtedly, but I think ultimately, as we just touched on, their objective control was just infinitesimally better than that of Frank's. And
I think Karsa had a great early game too. Got very ahead of Gemini while just permanently scouting and permanently shutting down. He was there every play Gemini made and just constantly had eyes on him on the jungle. Let his strong lanes, strong but vulnerable lanes, just play freely.
Yeah. And with that now, ultimately it is going to be Frank who are going to take first place.
CFO.
CFO going to take first place ahead of what is their second stage of the regular season, which of course is going to be, we've said it before, but two different groups. Top four are going to be in one group, and they're all in the playoffs already, but they're competing for the first two spots, which will have a bye. The bottom group, however, they are going to be competing for the top two spots of that group, which are entry into the playoffs. So a lot to play for, regardless of what group you're in. But ultimately, your score carries over from the regular season, or from what we've seen already. So if you're ahead, if you're first already, you're feeling way, way better heading into those groups because you only have to play 3 games against the other 3 teams in that group. And as long as you can win a couple of them, as long as you're already ahead, then you're almost certain to get at least first or second.
All the teams pretty close together, with each of the 2 top teams having 1 series loss, and then PSG on 2 and Beyond on 3. As well. Beyond on 2 losses?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They're 5-2, PSG are 4-2 right now, but they play next game.
Yeah. So it's nice to get this win if you're CFO. But you can't really slow down.
That's right.
Because any of these teams could take the first or second slot, and we've already talked about how important getting that bye in playoffs. the prep you're not going to have to do, the rest you're going to be able to get, and the scouting of your opposition that you're going to get to do just by virtue of having the bye in that first round is going to make a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was an important win here for both teams, but it was CFO who ultimately took it. And I think ultimately now that Frank have lost a series, it's a lot easier for them to now reflect on what is going wrong. Obviously, I'm sure they could identify the things like losing early game and whatnot that was occurring. And I think they have, because they've cleaned up the early game significantly, as we saw against CFO in this series. They were actually ahead, I think, all 3 games, maybe not game 1. I don't remember game 1, but
yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't remember about the goal, but they were ahead at least in the last 2 games, and it was fumbles around macro play, especially in game number 3, that let them down really, and which is surprising because game number 2, their macro was phenomenal. I think it was leaps and bounds above that of CFO's.
I think their biggest takeaway is Karsa is behind Frank here. Oh yeah, this was the fight that ended the game, as they just can't kill Karsa with the Ren that comes in here. I guess he just didn't have Rend already, but you can kind of see the soul coming into play there with Eminem having to commit a flash. And watch Eminem, as soon as this wall comes down, you know, he's ready for his montage moment. He's finally getting one of these split up team fights as a Kalista, but Gory just completely shuts it down. Takes him out in one combo, flashes to finish off Kaiwing as very generous shove hitbox there.
Yeah, I mean, even the one on Eminem looks so close to not hitting. But Gory was the
so
highest
much damage.
Yeah. Called it.
And Gemini not able to get it done.
No, not able
to get it done this game.
Jimmy and Gemini, unfortunately, will fall to their prior organization, or fortunately, if you are CFO, of course. And I'm not terribly surprised with the result.
Yeah.
But I think it's honestly probably good in general.
Yeah.
For the competitiveness, for Frank to grow. And because honestly, these games, while they do matter, of course, the big ones are always going to be the playoffs.
Yeah,
right?
it's better to lose now and learn from these losses than to win
lose
streak
in
your
the
way
grand
into
final
playoffs.
and then not make it to MSI because of it. You know,
Yeah, it's better to get the loss now, and I think the biggest takeaway for Frank is going to be their vision game. CFO were miles ahead in the vision game.
Yeah, for sure. And I wonder if any of that had to do with like the fact that quite often Kaiwing's not in lane. He's very far away and like mostly looking to impact top or mid lane and not so much invade the jungle, whereas the whole time it was just Karsa walking in, putting down a ward, Shun walking up, putting down a ward, or Sword Art, whoever it was.
It was everyone. It was the whole team just getting deep wards. It felt like every time the camera panned to a member of Frank, they were just standing on top of a ward. And you actually saw by the end of that game, Frank had 4 sweepers. So they noticed that they were permanently on vision. They tried to respond with 4 sweepers, which you don't see very often. But yeah, ridiculous vision game from CFO. Every member just going for a deep ward in the enemy jungle whenever they can.
Yeah. And on your screen, nothing too surprising. Gory having a great game. Shun and Rest as well. I mean, everyone playing perfectly well. MVP for me is probably Gory. It's going to be Rest.
I would have given it to Karsa or Gory.
Yeah.
Gory had 100% KP, most damage in the game.
And importantly, finding the only time Eminem died, he found that pick single-handedly.
Sealed the game. And Karsa, to me, is probably the MVP for that game. But Rest
just the early game impact, right? Completely
Yeah.
denying and shutting down Gemini. Going up something like 4 camps as Maokai versus Sejuani, not something you're typically looking to do or expecting to happen.
Yeah, and especially when you've got 3 lanes, range champs, immobile, against 3 lanes with melee champs with mobility, you've got a lot of work to do as a Maokai. You see those games fall apart so often because all the Sedge has to do is find a way into one lane, and we're going to see some of Rest's highlights for this game. He finds Jimmy-in, nukes him to half HP, and Jimmy-in's already out of this fight.
Yeah, I mean, big fight. I mean, honestly, it just kind of ended at this Baron. Not entirely. Honestly, it kind of ended at the Elder. I mean, sorry, the Dragon Soul. But
for them to get the Dragon and win the fight.
Every single Dragon is
crazy. Every single Dragon, it felt like Frank were just
got a question.
Had their pants down and.
What do you reckon of my new shirt?
I've been a CFO fan the whole time.
Yeah, have you?
Yeah.
You reckon you get that on?
Not right now.
Would you want to?
Not right
now. Of course. We've got a show to do.
It's a large.
It is a large. Are you a large man?
Yeah.
Larger than life,
Massive.
that's for sure. CFO now undisputed, I guess, to be our best team. And I think after what was the fumble of the first series against BYG, they kind of just immediately switched it up, right?
Yeah,
it
I was worried about them.
At all the same ever again. They went from that series and then dominated a bunch of sort of the lower tier teams that you'd expect them to beat. Going up then against, it was, who was it first? It was it was PSG first. Obviously lost to Beyond, and they went up against PSG on Thursday.
Yeah.
Absolutely smashed them.
Just destroyed them.
It was like a 20-minute game for the first game, and I was like, what is going on here? Like, we expected them to be a lot better. We saw them picking up pace. Smashed PSG completely. 2-0. And then after that, it was like, well, now they've beaten Frank. I guess they're just our best team. But we're going to have an interview, guys. It's going to be between Gory and Paddy once again. Of course, we will be back with you after a break.
Gory, say hello to the fans first. 안녕하세요. 저는 고리 선수입니다. 반갑습니다. 欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 CFO 的中路选手 Gory， 请 Gory 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 CFO 的中路 Gory。
CFO won against the best team in PCS right now, and you proved your strength today. How do you feel after winning today's game? CFO 今天赢下 PCS 第一名的队伍，证明了你们的实力。打完之后，现在心情如何？
其实很开心吧，因为我们今天赢了，所以就是我们现在第一名会变第一名是吧？所以就很开心。然后，对，然后明天是我们就是休息就放假吧，所以就现在蛮开心了。
I'm very happy right now because winning today's game means we're going to become the first in PCS region. So, and also tomorrow is break day, so I'm really happy right now. In the first game, you got a pentakill at the end of the game and helped the team win. Can you tell us how you got that pentakill at the very end? 第一局你的 pentakill 是帮助了队伍取得胜利的最后关键。想问你最后那边 pentakill 是怎么决策的？
就是后期的大团本来是比较重要那个双喜的，就是伤害吧，所以就是我一直想我怎么就会赢游戏就想起来了，所以就那个大陆那边的地方就是很好打团吧，所以就我杀卡尔玛跟火纹之后就是可以随便拿无常。
I think because our composition is very important when it comes to team fights and late games. So I know that we're going to do good in late games. So I just focused on Brond and Karma during the team fights. And that's how I was able to get that five kill, pentakill at the very end and help the team win. So you played in a lot of regions before. How do you rate the strength of this PCS region this year? 你在很多不同的赛区打过比赛，你怎么评价 PCS 今年的强度呢？
就是我2022夏季赛就是已经打过 PCS 吧，所以我知道就是 PCS 蛮不错吧，就是然后呢，就怎么说，就是没差跟那个其他的那个，我觉得就是没什么差吧。然后 PCS 的就是有东西，我觉得可以打练跟那个韩国跟中国的队吧，就是然后吃东西跟就是我们基地跟我全部都蛮厉害的。
So I actually played in PCS in 2022 before, so I think PCS is actually pretty good compared to even LCK and LPL. So overall, I think it's a very good experience, and also the food and our team treat me very well, so I'm really happy to be here. Do you have anything you want to say to CFO fans? 有没有什么话想要对 CFO 的粉丝们说的？
就是我只有那个一个的韩国人吧，在 PCS 的，所以我可以说就是压力有点大，因为我玩得不好，就应该是很多人会骂我。其实我觉得，但是这样的情况会变我玩得更好，所以就压力有点大，但是我可以玩更好。然后就是请多多那个我们支持就好，谢谢。
So I'm the only Korean player in PCS right now, so I actually have a lot of pressure because if I do bad, all the fans are gonna comment on my performance and focus on my performance. But I'll try to do my best, and overall, I hope that PCS fans can watch us, and I'm gonna try to improve more over the year. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for the win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Gory 选手来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们再回来是 PSG 与 DCG 的精彩对决。哈萨利达。
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. Too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying to me, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying to me, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck
What a fitting way to come into our last series of the week then, with the intro that ends in PSG's massive victory last year. Hello, welcome back, of course. We are here for our last game of the series,
Yep.
and ultimately the last game of the first part of our round robin. It'll be between PSG and DCG. So quite an exciting one, because while it doesn't matter in terms of the groups, it matters in terms of their standings heading into their groups.
Yeah, you're going to want to be picking up games anywhere you can get them at this point. Not just the series win, but if you're PSG, you want a 2-0. If you're DCG, if you can't win, you need to get a game, to change up the game difference, because your results do carry over into the second stage.
Yeah.
And bottom two are out.
That's right.
They do not make it to playoffs. So every game is going to matter, but you have to imagine that PSG are going to be favored in this one.
Yeah,
Coming off a tough loss.
They did come off a tough loss where they kind of got decimated.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to bounce back. They aren't exactly a team that you look at and think, wow, these guys could just crumble. A lot of mental fortitude, a lot of experience, particularly in, obviously, Maple and Betty, many years of experience behind them, Jinjira as well.
Yeah.
Definitely not the kind of players you think, oh, yeah, this is
Yeah, they're not going to fall apart after one one series loss.
1v1 will be coming up, of course, RJ versus Orca. Orca having a pretty good run, 3-0. RJ playing his first one not yesterday, on Friday. Losing that one. I don't remember who it was against. It was against an 80 carry, if I remember. Sure, it was an 80 carry.
No, I don't remember. Orca got it done on the Heimerdinger into a Jax.
Did do that. Orca been getting it done entirely. He's played 2 Volibear games and 1 Heimerdinger game. I think RJ probably going to want to ban out the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, she goes for Tom Kench ban.
Yeah, Thomas Kench, Heimerdinger. Carly. Okay. That's something we've seen a lot of. Caitlyn. So probably,
maybe Aja expecting, Pantheon.
Oh,
Pantheon.
We almost had a Pantheon mirror matchup at one stage. Pantheon was hovered.
What is that skin?
Wow.
I have never seen that.
Bro's just riding a Dalmatian.
He's got like the bowl full of dog food on top of his head. I've never seen that skin.
No, me neither. I mean, I don't know who to think wins this either.
I have no idea. Like
Kled
Pantheon
always
Kled.
wins in my solo queue games.
It depends which team the Pantheon's on for me. Enemy team Pantheon is 10-0.
What about your team? 20-0?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess bone plating, your obvious choice for Orca, although it can be procced with the Pantheon queue.
I don't know if I'd be able to play against this Kled skin.
I don't know if you'd be able to play against Orca.
It looks so ridiculous.
Bone plating down. Wow, this is some interaction going on.
There's no dog that is anatomically similar to that at all.
Yeah, but it's got the colors of a Dalmatian.
It's got giant hind legs and tiny little arms and a hat.
Oh, Arjun.
Yeah, getting the better of the matchup so far.
Wow. In my solo queue game, Kled has absolutely killed my top laner twice by level 4.
Yeah, at least. And the junglers showed up, tried to dive, died.
Okay. I mean, it looks like Arjun's just going to win.
Yeah,
I don't know. Kled's not really done anything yet.
Yeah, kind of hard to get much value out of the little Kled form against the Pantheon if he just W's onto you.
Yeah, I mean, you go forward as Kled and get met with some not taking damage.
Okay.
Wow.
Orca just last hitting with his Q.
Is that his Q? Isn't his Q the auto attack thing?
Nah, his Q is that he chucks the bear trap on a rope.
Oh, okay. Isn't that the name of it, by the way? Bear
Bear
trap on a rope?
Yeah. All right.
And then his ult, I know that. It's charge with a bunch of A's and an exclamation mark at the end.
Yep. Maybe having a little snack and recalling.
I mean, this wave is in a horrendous spot.
Disastrous.
I imagine Arjun's just going to ult back to it. I mean,
he
has
doesn't
the same
need to.
choice.
It's coming to him, so I think he just walks to it.
Yeah, I just meant as long as he's quick enough, because it is a huge wave. But his wave has crashed as well again, so. Up 15 CS essentially, and got a lot more to claim. I mean, not looking particularly playable.
No, not really. Lands the
you've
Q.
gone forward, but the problem is, now what?
Gets
Now
dismounted, and it's rough now.
It's
It's rough now off the mount. Anytime Pantheon pushes W, he's probably dead from a 100 to 0.
Barrier. Maybe that stalls enough for him to remount, but
yeah.
Does he kill from there? I would be surprised.
Okay, he's going to get the wave in and hopefully get a back off. I don't think Aja will let him recall in this bush, but we'll see. Oh, he does.
Orca kind of getting away with murder with that recall, I think.
Yep. Down quite a bit of CS. CS is not the win condition, though.
My goodness. Wow, this looks really one-sided.
Yeah.
This is reminiscent of Jack's Heimerdinger.
Yeah, just not much you can do, it feels like, as the Kled.
He's got back to lane, and he's got back to pretty much being dismounted yet again.
Yeah,
oh my!
Scarl's about to get out of here.
Yeah. One more Q will do it. Especially an empowered one. Yeah, there we go.
All right, he should be okay under tower.
Well, this wave's going to push back to RG yet again. Look, I'm trying to give some hope to the Kled here. Trying to think of reasons to believe in it. I can't really find any.
Go. Good barrier. This is going to get the remount.
Was he?
I thought he would chase Aja a bit, but...
Oh, he got it there.
Okay.
Shotguns his way back onto Scarl.
Yeah, who probably won't be around for long, based on how this matchup has been going.
Oh,
There's a
I mean,
Q connected, but can't really commit to it.
no. And, I mean, just awfully unplayable.
Yeah, this looks rough. He's going to go for a recall here. Wave is a disaster. He's not in the bush.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's looking for it.
Okay. It's looking okay. Wait a second.
RJ has still got his E available, though.
Yeah, he didn't use it the whole time.
But this dismount does come through.
Okay, Orca fighting back in the lane as Aja's probably just ulting back.
Warhammer.
Not going to lose much.
What are we buying here? An item. That's for sure.
He just filtered by attack damage and bought everything he could.
Well, gold's actually not as bad as I thought.
Sudden death will begin.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
here we go.
RJ's located a...
Gets a remount.
Oh!
No, he doesn't. Oh, so close to getting the remount there. Barrier not quite up.
Smart by RJ. Orca gonna have some problems.
Yep, especially
I mean,
if Aja gets this recall. up.
Sudden death is about to start. I think RJ should just recall here. Just recall.
Yeah, he might just hit this tower a bit.
Well, he's not going to ever get it. And, in fact, the plates are also gone. And sudden death has started, so...
Is he just going to kill tower? It's dead.
Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't think you'd get it.
Oh, a beat,
Oh,
a bleep.
Oh, RJ. Is that how you feel?
Orca devastated to lose his 100% win rate. As it looked like he was coming back. He was bringing that one back for a second.
For a second. Although it wasn't a trade where RJ decided not to use his E, which...
Yeah,
Is,
can the E be interrupted? Did he use it
no.
while he had the Q on him?
No, you can't interrupt Pantheon E.
Oh,
Yeah. Just goes off and
okay.
does its thing. Can
Well.
jump through it and hit him from the other side of the E.
Yeah. I'm not sure what matchups Kled is strong in, but it seems like it's not Pantheon.
No, yeah, no, it doesn't look like it's Pantheon. One of my solo queue games also, I had a Rek'Sai top against my team's Kled, and my team's Kled ended up like 0-7. So I guess Rek'Sai is a very
Oh.
good pick into Kled. I guess it kind of makes sense. Dismount him and then just screech.
Yeah, ult on him,
Yeah,
finish him off. Does execute damage, the Rek'Sai ult.
yeah, it does. PSG on your team, on screen. Looking for more success than they've found of late.
Yeah, high hopes. They don't look too dragged down by yesterday's result.
I wouldn't expect they are. I think they're probably feeling pretty confident coming into this one. Don't really want to see the Senna. Tell you that one for free.
Yeah. Betty occasionally caught out of position on the center, not getting too much work done in lane either. But they also lost on the Caitlyn Lux, which they had looked completely dominant on before.
Yeah, good start to the lane though.
Yeah.
Sure. Did look good in lane. Ultimately just kind of running out of steam with the Orianna Nocturne combo that they put together.
Yeah, right. I remember that.
DCG on your screen. Cascada in the mid lane there, swapping from AD carry and playing a different champ almost every single game.
Yeah, pretty impressive for his first split in the mid lane.
665. One of the most...
Resilient junglers. Even when 0-10, he still manages to find plays and, you know, have an impact in team fights.
Yeah, and the DCG starting the season off, I think 2-1, if I remember correctly, and kind of having a fall from grace.
Yeah.
Admittedly, had a really tough back end of the split, but
Yeah, in terms of
strength,
opponents. Yeah.
But honestly, a lot of those games that they were up against these strong teams, it certainly felt like there were ways in which they could win.
Yeah.
Just never really finding exactly how stats comparison between the two supports. Two of the same champs, and then a Lux versus a Maokai.
Yep. Orca playing a lot of the TP Maokai with Senna.
Mid proximity. Orca going to that lane a little bit more.
Yeah. makes sense. Might just be by virtue of he's playing the Maokai as a farming champ, so you end up just swapping with your mid laner at some point in the game and just standing there.
Could certainly be, yeah. Other than that, I mean, stats fairly comparable.
Yeah, I mean, Woody on a lot of range champs, but so is Orca.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, for me, I think the biggest influence has often been this Junjia versus whichever jungler is on the opposing team. So 665 certainly got his work cut out for him.
Yeah.
Up against a very established name in the PCS. Vi going to be the immediate ban, something that 665's looked really good on and really bad on, so...
Yeah, and even when he looked really bad, he looked kind of good.
Yeah, that is true.
So Orianna banned away, not interested in playing against Nocturne Orianna or DCG. DCG on red side means they'll probably look for a counter pick for Taco. See what his Gnar is like, I guess, if we're against a first pick Cassante.
See what his Mordekaiser is like.
Hopefully not. We've seen, I think we've seen enough of Taco's Mordekaiser for the time being.
I mean, pretty standard so far. A lot of target toward Maple. Azir, Orianna both gone. Interestingly enough, PSG opting to be the ones to ban this Ashe. It was DCG even on blue side in their former series that was actually banning it.
Twisted Fate open.
Yeah, it is open. It's something Maple's played before. I'm sure Petty could get jiggy with it if he so chose. Karma also open.
Yeah, Karma too.
Rel, another prominent pick. Rumble has been left through too.
Yeah, Rel is open, but we haven't seen Junjia on these tanks very often.
Well, it's just going to be the Cassante.
Cassante, a very reasonable first pick and a very popular one, but we were talking about this last series. If the Gnar can destroy the Cassante the way Junjia has been doing, or did in that game too, then maybe this isn't so safe of blind pick.
Over the Gnar for a brief second. Now on the Darius. Now on the Zed. Now it's Nico, who, if has any of those champs on her team, can become. Oh, are we going to see Caitlyn locked in this early? I think Varus is still open. Okay.
Yeah, very early Caitlyn. Orca looking a bit distressed.
All right, now Maple locks in Lux mid. Now what?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
That's a good question.
Okay, Lucian Milio on the cards.
Yeah, Betty has looked very good on the Lucian.
Here we go. I mean, we always knew it was going to happen. Maybe it could be a Nami, but most likely...
Yeah, this combo actually not present at all in the previous series. No Milio bans, no Lucian bans.
All right, last pick here should be Lux. I don't see what else you'd want to pick.
Or you just take the Gnar because you don't want
Lux
to
isn't going to get banned, and what are you pairing with Caitlyn?
Put the Caitlyn support, lock Varus.
Oh my, okay.
The Aatrox. I don't know if I love the Aatrox. I do think there were enough picks into the Cassante to maybe delay the top pick and pick the Lux as you suggested.
Oh, yeah. Interestingly enough, they opt to take this Aatrox.
Rumble not.
Yeah, not present at all.
Picked.
Could still be a support Rumble. Right, guys?
Yeah, maybe that's why Orca looked so distressed. His team planned to put him on support Rumble.
All right, Viego going to be banned away from 665. A lot of targeting towards him. There's Levi, Makai, now the Viego. I'm going to start pressuring him. Lee Sin, Xin Zhao notably remain open. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Xin Zhao be the next ban, maybe even the Ral.
Actually, DCG that banned away the Ral.
Okay. My bad then. Sorry,
Ral
fellas.
would have been a nice champ to have into the Lucian, I think. You want something tanky with some CC, just so Lucian can't play extremely far forward in the mid game. so far, not a lot stopping the solution from getting aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, there is still Poppy.
Yeah.
If we... Okay, Nocturne was the eventual ban. Poppy...
So...
How about Poppy?
Oh, DCG leaving their support for last pick is making me very suspicious of what they have planned for this bottom lane.
Alrighty. Lee Sin. I mean, I'm excited. I'm always excited to see Lee Sin.
Yeah.
You never know what you're getting. Hopefully a Caster-esque performance if you're a DCG fan. If you're a PSG fan, you're probably not hoping for it. But now, you've picked Lee Sin. And we have picked Poppy.
Probably just the Azir for Maple as well. Poppy makes...
Azir's banned.
Oh. Oh. Maybe Hui?
Oh.
Or just Twisted Fate.
Yeah, you can Twisted Fate. It's not the best into Nico, but you can sort of just clear waves. Teleport bot. I'm still interested to see what DCG pick as their support.
Yeah. I'm concerned it's not going to be Lux. Just because of the way the draft has played out, I'm just getting a strong feeling it's not Lux.
Yeah. I'm also surprised that PSG just don't care that it could be Lux.
Yeah, that's interesting too. You would be playing Caitlyn Lux into the best Caitlyn Lux bot lane. Yeah, there we go. I just knew it. I just knew it from the way Orca was looking. Yeah, okay, so
Wait
it's going to be
second.
Nico support and Xerath mid. And Xerath mid makes a lot of sense into Hui.
Yeah,
a lot of the
outranges
time,
him.
you can make an artillery mage suffer by picking
a longer
range artillery mage.
Yeah, they both kind of do the exact same thing. Hui, arguably a little bit more versatile.
Yeah, I mean
he has other options, right? He has a bunch of different CCs he can use.
I'm worried for this Xerath going into the Lucian Milio later into the game.
I also guess technically Hui is actually longer range because of the QW.
Yeah.
That thing shoots from well outside Xerath's range, but it's not the... Well, I was about to say it's not the easiest to land, but I guess unless you're 116, in which case it's not easy to miss.
It's probably very easy to land on a Xerath who's channeling his Q.
Yeah, true. I mean, we'll see. It's the first Xerath we've seen in the PCS in a long while. I don't remember seeing a single one last year.
Maple scratching his head at the Xerath pick, I assume.
He's got the thinking emoji going.
As Kriskata continues to rack up champions played.
That's true. What's he at now, like 12?
Yeah, something like that. Cannot be stopped from picking different champs every single game. See how the Xerath does. I am worried about this Xerath.
I also think Nico would have been a new champion as well, regardless of which of these two he took.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we've seen him play Nico, but wants to be a little less of a conformist and... Oh, I mean, you're playing against two Caitlyn's. Bottom lane, that could be hard. As Maple will give the game away by shooting a Q. As I wouldn't be surprised to see Aja or Maple just drop their trinket here and make their bot lane's life a lot easier. They don't decide to. So Halo Blades on the Caitlyn means the lethality Caitlyn. We did see Betty play into the Lucian with lethality Caitlyn. I think it was Betty, and it was pretty effective. The Lucian would try dash onto the Caitlyn, eat a net, and I'm just captivated by the two Caitlyns on my screen. You can trade back really well into the Lucian mid game with the lethality Caitlyn. I think he had first strike or something ridiculous though. On the
No, wait, did he? No, I'm pretty sure he had Halo Blades.
Okay. Oh, it was probably just the Lucian first strike.
Yeah.
So D-Ring on Orca.
Oh, yeah, actually. Well, that seems impossible to lane into.
Yeah. Gonna be... Yeah, that's going to be a very strong lane. With what we know about Nico is she's a very strong laner. Difficult to dodge her ass. with the Caitlyn to transform into. Cascada, you know, so far, Donjon spells, Landon spells.
Definitely winning out so far. Only level 2 though, so.
So, yeah, Junji is probably going to be eyeing up the spot lane as somewhere he can be ganking, as Betty stepped onto a trap. Nice little hidden trap. Uh-oh, here comes a puppy, though. Do they know? They will see her on a ward soon.
Yeah,
they got to
Junji
get
has
out of
found
there.
his way around, but
It's Orca who's probably in trouble here.
Oh, Tide holding flash for a long time. Gonna eventually use it.
Okay.
Now this lane a little bit harder.
And Tide could probably just go for a recall here. Orca's perfectly fine picking up this farm. And Chunjia might give him the silver loot. Does Orca notice in time? And he got there right as this lane was vulnerable. Caitlyn doesn't have net yet, and Orca doesn't have his stealth. Oh, they're onto him. Oh, they can't find him, though. Good recall. They will see him now, but too late.
Very intelligent.
Okay.
Oh, my.
Just gotta get a nice chunk, but he's completely out of mana.
This man has no mana.
Does
have
have
a cookie.
biscuits, and Xerath passive is going to give you mana back every time you auto. And I think you
Not
get
every time.
Oh yeah, I think you get a little extra for hitting champ.
Yeah, you get a lot extra. It's kind of like Kassadin. If
Yeah,
you
the
W,
Kassadin W.
Yeah, yeah. If you auto attack a champ, it's something ridiculous, like 4 times the amount of the mana. But admittedly, it's not very likely that he's getting auto attacks off onto Maple. I mean, it does kind of just feel like DCG drafted 3 winning lanes.
Yeah. Always good when you can do it.
Feels like something's gonna miss if it happens to you, but
Junji has found 665's Raptor camp as 665 is beelining for the bot lane. This should be
This is really smart. There's no way PSG suspect this. They suspect that it could be coming, but...
Oh, misses the Q.
Oh, all right.
All right, they fish for it and don't manage to do it. I would like to maybe let Orca start the fight, as Betty had no cleanse. So chipping away at these plates.
Oh.
Orca doesn't, Cascada doesn't quite get the auto for his mana back onto Maple. Maple also having mana issues of his own.
Oh, nice trade.
Yeah. Tide just missing out on the net Caitlyn net there.
Nicer trade.
Yeah, 665 is here, but so is Junjia. 665 might be in trouble here. Oh, doesn't put up his W in time. Okay. So PSG weathering the storm in the bot lane perfectly fine. Big gank from Junjia helping a lot.
DCG might just have become my favorite team to watch, I think. They just put together some funky stuff almost every single series.
Yeah.
Like
my favorite is the Kaisa mid still.
Yeah, no, that was
Yeah, so maybe we should trust Cascada's counter picks a little more.
I mean, that was already a known counter pick.
Yeah, this one a little more creative. But, you know, it's a new champ.
Yeah. And it kind of seems like Hui was almost what Xerath was into the Azir at one point, right? And you picked the Hui into the Azir, and in this case, you kind of assumed it was going to be Nico. Although I think the draft led you to believe it wasn't, just because Lux didn't get picked. So something suspicious, and it was.
So DCG not really managing to build an advantage in the bot lane. CS perfectly fine for Betty. Nice. They're landing their spells, but...
They are trading so well, our PSG.
Yeah, I mean, they're landing their spells DSG, but... I mean, Milio's just able to shield.
665, he's looked so much. And
yeah, Chunjia doing a good job of just recognizing where he needs to be. And getting that first flash burn and early recall out of Tide has helped this lane so much. Though they are still losing plays.
Yeah, 2 Caitlyn's.
Keeping the pace up, running at Cascada mid.
Oh my! Sidestep comes out, slow ball too, but phase rush to match.
Okay.
Maple trading will miss that fair and actually has to be a little bit careful. Does Maple on the way.
Okay. Cascada gets the wave and is going to be able to recall. The Hui does push these waves very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Ah.
Junjia running back to bot. Feels like he has fires to put out.
In every lane, right? It's not looking too easy for Junjia to find his correct pathing. I think he has done a pretty damn good job of it, though.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the shield.
He has flash. Oh,
I don't even think he needed
flashes.
to use it in the end, but I think that Q might have just missed. But Maple, I think that was the first time I've noticed the shield from W actually mattering.
Yeah, Junjia behind DCG's bot lane though.
Yeah. He's going to find his way in, but ultimately
Gets a
won't
heal.
really find too much. Yeah, just a heal. Oh.
665 found Maple. Okay,
Yeah, okay.
uses his flash, kills him. Uses his ult too. Gonna be happy to pick that one up as Xerath is looking pretty good into Hui.
It is. I mean, yeah, not much more to say about it. He's definitely finding himself a lead. Almost got the solo kill. Flashing aggressively on the Xerath in lane is not something you
see very often.
Yeah, often to see.
And as long as they can keep the solution down, you know, no one's dealing with Xerath very well. I mean, well, we'll see once Cassante gets to him. We're going to see how 665 picked off Maple here. I'm guessing he just flash ults him. Yeah. Light work for 665, maybe a bit greedy from Maple. Junjia constantly looking. Not spending much time hitting his camps, Junjia. 665 going to get this dragon.
Should be matched, though, with the Void Grubs, you'd have to think.
Yeah, with how much priority he had bot, no surprise he's getting this dragon.
Hard game, I think, for PSG.
Yeah,
Oh, we're looking
they're
back
on
onto
Cascada,
Cascada, no flash available. But actually,
it's fine. Hui not doing much damage at this point in the game, so even though they connect the stun, 665. I mean, Xerath not doing much damage at this point in the game either, so hard to turn these picks into kills.
Oh.
What he has,
however,
6.
Breath of Light comes through, and it is just a trade of ults for these supports. Level 7 level 6 for the junglers. Not the worst. Of course, just 6 to 5 kind of being that.
Yeah, Tide
really
eats a culling. Could be in trouble.
Tide's eating a lot. He is very, very low now, and Junjia once again, he's...
Uh-oh. Tide is going to get a recall off here. And there's nothing really for PSG to do down here. They're kind of just hanging out.
This has been some active jungling. Well,
Yeah,
not many
they-
kills have happened, but...
But it's 665 winning out as far as I can tell. Has a kill under his belt. Junjia managed to burn a flash early on, but 665 getting all the objectives.
Uh-oh.
Oh. I mean, hard to dive a Nico.
I think it's more...
No ulti, though.
Yeah, no ulti. Does get stunned up. The follow-up's not quite there yet, as Orca will be able to flash
Nice.
away. And Junjia...
Oh, wow.
He just gets out of the tower range. That's flash once again burnt, though.
Yep. Trades his flash for it. So Poppy, you know, a lot harder to make these picks without flash, but it's going to take some pressure off his bot lane again. Who are the win condition this game? Tide going to be able to stop this back. Betty, nice dash.
First strike, gold acquired.
Yep.
But this is now not so good of a back timing.
Yeah, Tide still has ulti.
Okay.
So Orca making his way back down bot. As Maple seems fine in this lane now that he's got some levels.
Oh, okay. This is going to be the what is it called? The charge Lucian build.
Oh yeah, yeah, it makes sense this game. Gonna be one-hitting a lot of members of DCG's team almost. As Betty's found himself in a horrible spot now after that recall interrupted. TP behind DCG's bot lane. Orca no flash.
Yeah.
Tide very low.
Okay, RJ, he's definitely going to find his way onto Tide. Have to see if Tide uses flash. Actually, he chooses to onto Orca, who does not have flash available. Tide turning around to find some damage. Taco as well, ulting, but going to have to eventually get on out of there. We now have 4 members
for
PSG, but 5 for DCG, as Maple is coming in from the back. Let's see if he can land that spiraling despair. He's on a ward. Does have to certainly be careful here. 6-5, flashes forward. Really, really good usage of that fear, but still manages to find his way onto the way. Aatrox landing everything, and that's going to just be a clean kill found from Taco. Orca now arriving back. Does go unstoppable, will Arje. And he's trying to find something, but ultimately going to get Dragon's Rage kicked, and DCG find themselves very comfortably ahead. Now picking up those 2 kills in the bottom skirmish.
What a confusing fight. Everyone TP's in and kind of just runs around in circles. No one able to connect, and then Maple finds himself on a flank on Hui.
And misses ult too.
Yeah, misses his ult. Doesn't get much damage back, and really well played from 665, who's having a great game. Just flashes straight onto Maple. Just sees a Hui on his flank and punishes it immediately.
I think RJ, he doesn't have all out. There must have been a fight top.
Wow. Taco did have ult, right? He was ulted earlier, I think.
Yeah, he was ulted in this fight.
So, yeah, 665 just immediately flashes.
Oh, you missed it on the fed target too.
Yep. Maple maybe a little unfamiliar on the Hui, and maybe just a little frazzled by laning against the Xerath all game. And Aja goes down here too.
So as things stand, DCG up a dragon, up the 3 Void Grubs, and now also find themselves up 2k gold.
Yeah, feeling good as DCG at this point in the game. You do have a very unorthodox comp, so it could get ugly in the mid game when you're trying to 5v5.
Yeah, I have to see. I mean, I do have to feel like you will be losing mid lane priority on the mid waves. Lucian Milio tending to be very good at that. Although, it is a bit scary being that you have a Nico. It's hard for you to ever dash forward until the wave has fully crashed, because you don't know if one of those last minions is going to just turn out to be a Nico.
665 is much stronger than Junji at this point in the game, but I don't know if they want this 3v3. I think you have to go for it.
Tide?
Oh, goodness.
It just gets taken out.
Yeah, Orca whiffs the ult on the Nico. Yeah, and this is where you don't want the solution to get too big, because he's already a problem at 0-0-0.
Yeah, wee woo, Wincon spotted.
So, going to be hard to find a steal here against the Poppy. But Maple is in base.
You have to see if he starts channeling that Keeper's Verdict. I mean, at least you don't have to for now.
I mean, yeah, you need to just
all right,
get
here
out
we
of
go.
here.
Maple teleporting on in, and out will go 665. This dragon's very low. Jinji should be able to just smite that one away, and will do so.
Yeah, hard to get a steal against the Poppy, right? You have to outplay the ult somehow, and Tide just gets one tapped. Flash from Junjia coming in to make sure they pick up the kill.
Yeah, extremely calculated aggression from Betty. I mean, this entire lane.
Yeah.
Oh, Maple. Okay, he's going to get out. It is going to be the Luden's companion here, finished up for Cascada.
And, you know, some hiccups, but DCG do get first tower in the stronger bot lane. But, you know, a lot more gold on the solution than you would expect when you're picking a very aggressive lane.
665's headed to the top side. We'll see if he chooses to contest. Looks like...
Yeah, level 12 on Taco. Looking very strong, actually.
Yeah, this guy's looking freakish.
Yeah, we haven't had much of a chance to look at top lane, though we've seen plenty of this matchup.
But he's found himself a little low on his health resource. 665 though, he walks in. Maple actually missing that fear.
Oh, Junjia.
And Junjia getting absolutely destroyed. Manages to get away thanks to that Breath of Light healing him up. They won't be able to really contest this Herald now, though. It should just be picked up from 665.
Oh,
Maple
wow.
having a bit of a shocker so far on the way. Let's see if he can turn things around. A lot of skill shots are going wide, and certainly can't have that on a champ that entirely relies on skill shots. Okay.
So PSG think they still have a contest in them.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict almost up. I think if you can bait for that, maybe there's a chance. You don't have Hui ult, though. On the other side, there is no Nico ult, so pretty good, I guess. Junjia actually getting pulled back away from that Q3, but Taku going on forward. Arjun now trying to keep him alive, but it's going to eventually be these barrages coming through from Cascada that's going to be able to pick up the kill. Over the wall will go Taco as Q connects, but what a flash from Woody. Brings 665 under his tower, does flash away. But these fights are on a knife's edge. No one really going down. Honestly, healths are still remaining pretty high. It's just so much is happening. So
Betty
little
gets chunked.
resulting.
Yeah, I think that's just something you're going to see a lot with a Lethality, Caitlyn, and a Xerath as your carries. They put out damage, but there's no finish on it, really. Cascada does finish off the fight here. Or the kill onto Junjia, rather, and Maple gets chunked out. Taco gets maybe a little baited. Has to flash away after eating over the wall. And 665 trades flashes with Woody, essentially.
Well, if Maple had have been slightly quicker on that
fear,
maybe they're able to take out this Lee Sin, who's currently sitting 2-0-2, having a very, very good game from South as 665.
Yeah.
It's one of those games.
Yeah, we got this version of 665. Plenty of time to see the other half, though.
Yes, it has been a slow one.
He generally, though, when he has these good starts, he doesn't start inting.
Yeah, no, he just...
It's either... You just know if he starts 0-1, it'll keep going in that direction. If he starts 1-0, he goes in that direction. And as DCG, you're going to be really happy to see him have a strong start to this game. Tide almost died.
Yeah, Betty really the shining light in this comp. Maple very close to upgrading into CRF, which is a very key item spike.
Yep.
This Herald, there's only 30 seconds until it's actually just gone.
Yeah.
So I don't know if either team really are going to get it.
If anyone's getting it, it's PSG with Tide on 1 HP.
Yeah, it does feel a bit hard. I mean, Tide is playing Lethality Kate, so can...
Play very far back.
Yeah, like here, for example, Woody going to cop a lot of damage. Nice Keeper's Verdict, hits away too, and with that plays over. It is just going to be PSG's. They do get it with a mere 5 seconds to spare, but good pickup nonetheless.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we don't see this Poppy champion more.
Yeah, me
too. It just
too.
seems so good.
It seemed really good last year. Barely anything's changed. He wasn't reliant on any of those mythics. So, yeah, it is interesting.
Because, I mean, that's the second objective now that PSG have picked up just by pushing Poppy ult.
Yeah, and it happens all the time.
Yeah.
The same thing happens around towers too. Akin to Maokai, maybe a little bit less effective when it comes to structures, but you can just go behind the team and channel Poppy ult, and if you hit someone, well, you probably get the tower.
Yeah. And it's just so strong in the early game too, puts so much pressure on you.
Yeah, even more so than the likes of the Maokai, right? Where Maokai does put pressure on you, but doesn't offer the same amount of damage that Poppy early game does.
Yeah, definitely not. And even pressure on the enemy jungler, right? Poppy can just kill you at level 2 if she finds you in your jungle.
Dragon, second one of the game for DCG, should be picked up. We don't see anyone really converging, although PSG are kind of... No, they're going to decide not to. It's too late anyway.
They just don't have position for it, so they decide to just not contest it.
We have a 4v4 in the mid lane, as per.
So honestly, I want to see Betty just go for a lifesteal item third. I don't think he needs the armor pen. Stun lands onto Junjia. We'll eat some poke.
Yeah, maybe just trying to rely on the Moonstone alongside Woody, though. And Woody probably going to get a redemption next.
Yeah, might be able to sustain that way, but... Oh, Cascada. Nice flash. If he gets feared up there, he could find himself in some trouble. His team is far away.
Yeah,
so.
Ultimately, though, PSG didn't use anything for that, so...
Yeah. So it's a Xerath without flash, though.
Yeah.
Maybe too far up right now. 665 is in position to block off any flank from Junjia. We'll be spotted out by the Scuttle Crab.
You know what's good about this is that DCG have found themselves a lead, even though it's a slow game.
Yeah,
Oftentimes
that's
when you're up
impressive.
against the top 4 teams as a bottom 4 team, you just find games that go like this, just for no apparent reason, PSG will just be ahead by 3k gold.
Yeah, or the classic when it's one of the top teams versus a lower tier team, they'll be down kills. The better team will be down kills, but just even in gold.
Yeah.
So DCG are playing the fights well and playing the lanes well, as well as the macro. So doing well.
And this Aatrox is quietly just the scariest champion on the map.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had much of a chance to look at Taco. Plenty of distractions around the map, but yeah, I was a bit iffy on the Aatrox pick so early in the draft when there were other answers to the Cassante, but making it work.
Yeah, no complaints from me.
Yeah. Cascada, no flash. Very far up.
Yeah, very far up. There is
Yeah, they're going to have to find a way to peel him here.
That's it. 665 is going to have to use that ult. And what just happened there?
Locked it with the Nico clone.
Massive. Really well played. And now
Okay,
it's
re-engage.
actually turning, and
TP
oh
flank.
my
Uh-oh.
god, this is a very, very scary Aatrox who's coming in. Maple's going to get knocked up. Everything's landing. RJ does come through with the all out. But my god, Taco, he's found one. Culling's coming through. Does get him very low. I thought for a second there we were going to see an absolute domination come through from that Aatrox. Ultimately, though, once again, it is Maple going down, but the play, it might not be over. They're going forward. Going to taxi to that Wolf camp as Junjie continues to try run, but with the Sonic Wave landing, Junjie does go down. RJ also teleporting here into the mid wave. I don't believe there's any chance for DCG to do this Baron.
Now their Baron
But
sucks.
just more gold picked up. 5k now in the lead, and an absolute shocker for Maple, who did do the most damage, but getting caught out. And
I mean, what a TP from Taco, and you're going to see... I mean, Cascada looks dead here. I thought it was doomed, but this clone that Orca just distracts Junjie with, Cascada's able to get in position. Now Taco's TPing, and watch how many flashes Orca burns with his ultimate here. I mean, it just lets Taco have a great fight when... I mean, I think that was 3 flashes he burned for his. And the fight's always going to look pretty good if you trade 1 flash for 3 at the beginning.
oh, that
Almost
was
kills Betty.
So
Almost
much
kills
healing.
Woody. It's, yeah, Taco having a great game for himself. Along with 665, Cascada, everyone doing pretty well.
Okay.
Betty.
Okay.
Hit one.
Okay.
Oh, no.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that's a bad sign when you've got the solution to deal with.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was sped up the whole time by Milio, but still, honestly, I'm getting hit by at least one of those.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't let these supports drive. Don't let these supports drive.
Who gave this man his license?
Honestly, I don't know if it was even an accident. I think he hopped in it and realized there are 5 people standing in front of this tower. And as the Milio, I'm going to be running into them. I was just going to eat a bit of poke here, but really, the poke that matters is going to be on Maple and, more importantly, on Betty.
Yep.
As it's, he's actually getting a bit chunked.
Yeah, actually maybe.
Yeah,
I think it's the thing is, if Cascada lands the poke, it actually hurts a lot more because currently RJ is sitting with 3 armor items, 0 MR.
Yeah.
Yeah, and mid-wave completely controlled here by DCG. I don't know how PSG are supposed to contest this dragon.
Yeah, it's looking rough. 665 right on the side. Betty, half
God.
HP, and this is why I wanted to see lifesteal from him, honestly, because, I mean, I don't know if he's even getting to a wave to lifesteal off it, though. As DCG are happy to ARAM, they have an amazing ARAM
So
comp.
PSG are choosing to try and threaten Baron, I think.
Yep.
But
we'll see how DCG deal with this. And they're dealing with it very well, I think. Having just a couple members hit the dragon, not giving PSG the option to really threaten the Baron at all. Maybe Maple can get this top tower.
Should do, hopefully.
It depends how much HP, right? It'll be pretty healthy, but DCG don't look like they care about defending it, so he will just pick it up. And I think PSG are realizing that maybe we shouldn't just agree to the ARAM. I think they were only there in the first place because Dragon was coming up.
Yeah, you have to be a bit more creative, I think. Sitting in mid waves against Caitlyn Xerath. Now, if it was just Caitlyn, you actually would win. But as soon as Xerath's there too, there is no way you're pushing faster because 1Q through that minion wave and it's gone.
Yep. So the only problem for DCG with closing this game out is how horribly slow their Baron is.
Yeah.
They will just take a lot of damage doing it. They don't do it particularly quickly, so you know they've got to kill probably 3 members of PSG before I'll feel like they can really hit this Baron.
I also agree.
665 looking for something.
Now, I think importantly, they don't need to. They can just wait 4 minutes. This dragon will spawn. They are on soul point.
Oh, and it's an
An
infernal soul.
with double poke.
God. Okay, gotta be careful here. These are the moments where Betty can crack the game.
Oh my god, we are just flashing like that. Junjia once again with the fancy feet, gonna find his way onto Cascada, who does have flash.
Aja TPing.
Junjia's found himself still behind it, but Aja is even further behind. Nice double knock up there with that keeper's verdict as Cascada is going to try and get saved here by 665. To no avail. Taco now, he is in no man's land. He will be going down. Maple landing everything in this engage. And shut down will go to Aja. And with that, while yes, DCG's Baron is slow, PSG's isn't so slow. And now only Caitlyn really to stand and try and find that poke very much needed to defend this.
Yeah, that's the weakness of Xerath, is he's just so vulnerable in a side lane. A very deep ward lets Aja get behind him, and I mean, they're landing good poke here, though.
They are. I think PSG need to find a way to turn, but they don't have the best engage in the world. RJ actually getting very, very low. And
Betty getting chunked too, as they're off the Baron.
RJ's still on it, still keeping it aggro, but yeah, now they realize...
Wow, I can't believe they managed to stop that. Just the bot lane of DCG, essentially, somehow stops that Baron, as I thought it was doomed for DCG. Junjia just flashes. Nice play here. They realize they have this deep TP flank. And I wonder if 665 should have just matched the Cassante and fought him off. You know, I hope Cascada can handle the Poppy.
I don't think he could, but maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Taco not getting much done on the flank this time. No Orca to get people CC'd up for him and make his life easier. No flash either to really connect on to Maple. As I think Maple did flash in that exchange. So he
flashing
gets
away from Taco, I believe. Yeah. Oh, nice kick onto Junjia. Actually gets him pretty low.
Maple's TPing somewhere.
Oh my god, right there is where he's teleporting. But massive, massive spiraling despair is going to be able to find that Xerath once again.
Damn.
And 665 now, very low.
Yeah, and Xerath is the last champ you want dying.
In the exact same position as before, except this time we do still have our Aatrox alive. So it isn't quite as... easy, although it wasn't easy for PSG last time as they weren't even able to do it. Junji is on a flank. They should know that he's not in the Baron pit. There is a pink ward in there.
Junji can't even get in the pit.
Yeah, Ace in the hole comes out. He does have Hextech Flash.
So they're not really threatening to kill it. Junji,
oh, he's coming for the flash. He's coming for the flash. He's going to find his way onto Tide, maybe. Nice flash. Tide very, very low as Betty is going to get absolutely clapped by 665. Both 80 carries going down. Taco absolutely making short work there on the top side onto RJ. And out of nowhere, it was PSG looking for the fight, but they certainly didn't want it as DCG just rolled them.
4v5, they just kill them all. I don't even know what happened. Junjia, it looked pretty scary when he found the Hex Flash onto Tide, but I mean, 665 and Taco are the real carries of the comp, and I mean, make light work of Million Lucian. I'd love to watch the back end of that fight as I was watching Tide run for his life.
Now 40 seconds until this
let's see what happens to Betty. So Woody gets
Aatrox has flash. I know what happens to Betty.
Yeah, I get that. I think 665 might pull something ridiculous off. I don't know. As Betty's playing in the front line, eats a Caitlyn headshot. Oh, Orca.
Oh, yeah.
And 665 actually finds him while Taco's just killing everyone. Wow, DCG getting it done.
Really nice engage by Orca.
Yeah, I don't know why he looks so nervous to be playing this Nico. He's looking very good on it.
Culling coming through, 665 chunked out quite a lot, and there's no way for him to sustain up. Taco also in no man's land. Going to have to pop that ult, but he is stunned up against the wall. A lot of damage coming down. He will be going down eventually. Betty trying to dodge out of that arcane barrage. Now it is 4v5. Betty, though, is noticeably very, very low. I'm not sure if he has any lifesteal, but he does have that cozy campfire.
Yeah, I don't expect DCG to back down here.
No, I don't either. So
not with their soul up.
Recall, RJ.
He doesn't have a TP flank.
He does have a teleport in
It's dead.
He has a teleport there in the river,
That's
though.
Soul.
This is gone. This is gone. Soul is dead. PSG not realizing that it is actually still just being done despite them being a man down. And with that, double poke with Infernal Soul. This game just became 10 times harder.
Yeah, this is going to be very hard for PSG to handle this now.
Uh-oh.
Chunk onto a 2 armor item Poppy, I believe.
Yeah, this game just became very, very difficult. Not that it already wasn't, but...
Wow, DCG, I can't believe my eyes.
I can. 665's always been the best jungler in the world if he goes 1-0.
As long as he doesn't die. As long as you can avoid the first death.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I
this
mean,
is gonna
how are
be
you
base,
supposed to
getting
defend
broken.
this? I mean, Baron Infernal Soul against a
Oh.
poke comp.
Oh, there's a
How'd you catch
Cassante
this wave?
stopping the wave, yeah.
Oh, very nice. But they do pick up an inhib for themselves, and though their Baron's going to run out, they can just siege up another lane. And
Did they get the inhib?
No,
They
they
didn't.
actually
Yeah,
didn't. They
yeah,
just
I
got
didn't
the
think they
tower.
did.
Okay. They just get the tower, but they'll be happy to siege again. Don't expect to see DCG splitting up very often anymore.
Zaji might... Okay.
Yeah, he's cooking up. He's cooking up another TP flank. Worked the first time.
There's no TB for him. Maple does have his. But,
I want to
this
see
is
less
gonna
flanks
take,
from Maple this game, though.
This is going to take insane amount of coordination and good
Oh.
play. Oh my
Hey,
god.
As Woody thought about blocking that
Yeah, I was
first
going to say,
Lucian,
Zer's teleporting in. Here comes the Arcane Barrage. Biddy, though, he doesn't get hit by these very often. Maple going to have to flash away, use that speed up, and Zer's gets popped, and ultimately he gets popped. 65 does get altered out of there by this Poppy, but not before Maple's taken out once again. 0-5 now on the way.
DCG eyeing up the inhib in the mid lane.
And should be going down.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be the entire game just yet. There's a lot of ults on cooldown. In fact, all of them except for arguably the most important on this Nico.
Yeah, and I mean, this Nico's functioning so well as just disengage for a poke comp.
Yeah. Really, really intelligent draft. And Maple was paying for the blind pick way. Culling used, clearing out the first minion wave, and now you got to deal with the second one. Orca is a cannon minion, and he's very, very low at the moment. Kind of feels a bit scary now for DCG, as Tide actually takes a big, big chunk from that rapid-fire auto attack. This should be fine. Oh my god, that did nothing.
That looked bugged.
That almost felt like it healed him.
Yeah, didn't notice that one at all. You know, compared to how much damage it's doing to the Lucian through Milio shields. So level 16 soon for Tide, as he is just an ult bot this game, and traps.
5 flashes, all available for DCG, and not the same for PSG, of course.
Yeah, Maple missing his, but otherwise, really it's Betty's game to carry.
It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not
You are
easy.
a very low-ranged attack damage carry, and you're up against possibly the longest range team comp you could imagine without getting ridiculous with it.
Yeah, I mean, they did even get ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's true.
With this one. So, you know, the longest range meta mid is going to be, well, Hui.
Yeah. I guess so. We're going to need some of those to land. Maple having not such a great... Oh. Well, that's not his fault, to be fair.
So DCG just A-ramming it up. Nothing to take mid, really. Just trying to torture PSG a bit with some poke.
I mean, they have the ultimate ARAM team comp outside of Lee Sin. Maybe you could swap that with a Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
Malphite. Oh, Junjia steps on the trap, and Junjia has lost.
Whoa. And Betty doesn't even... He can't even just stay there with his ult.
Okay, Betty is really good at dodging. Oh, he gets hit by 1. 665, he's...
So I'm assuming DCG are just looking for some poke and then backing off to
pull
Baron.
the trigger.
I'd love to see them get another wave in. Maybe in top lane and go for the top outer.
Okay, there is 10 seconds now until Baron. PSG will have time to reset, get their health back up, and try and contest, but I don't know how possible it is.
They might just hit this immediately as...
Yeah, it is still fairly slow, but nowhere near as slow as before.
3 Infernal Drags with Infernal Soul.
Yeah. All right, they know what's happening.
It's
I don't
already
know
half.
that they care. They have no idea where Orca is,
Wait,
so
how
it's
long
so
on Elder?
scary.
Oh, it's not up soon.
Teleport coming through. I mean, oh, it is up.
It's up. Oh, God.
Oh, okay.
Taco's here.
Taco's found himself
I mean, they're here in
a
time.
really nice position. Junjia has his ult. He's going to have to look for 665. He finds him.
Oh.
And Taco has annihilated this Millie on the backside. Betty's going to have to flash away from these Zeref ults.
The dragon.
Junjia is stuck in the pit. 4,000 HP, 2,000 HP. It's gone. 665's come back. He's found the smite. Nice work from Maple to land a bit of CC there. Trying to keep someone alive, but ultimately Outer Dragon secured. Oh my God, 665 has done it again. Only Betty and Junjia remain to try and salvage this game against 4 Elders and 4 Barons.
And PSG still just making it so stressful for you to win this game. They time the go on the Elder Drake perfectly. They just run straight there and put the pressure on you, but DCG just kill the Baron quickly and get down there. And well, we said we got the good version of 665.
Yeah, I think this is better than the good version. This is probably the best version I'm yet to see. Betty going to lose all of his health to a Caitlyn ult, and then also going to lose his health to Zeref Q, and he's got the Cozy Campfire now. He gets ulted, but nice E means that he won't get picked up immediately, but Orca with the flash forward certainly will be able to find him. Woody now is still alive alongside Junjia, but the teleport coming through. That tower disappeared, so will the Nexus. And beyond all doubt, DCG managed to pick up game number 1 against PSG Talon.
And with such a cool draft, too. That was awesome. Cruscado playing so well on the Xerath. But, I mean, 665.
Yeah.
Put that game on his shoulders, just running all over the map.
You got to say, I mean, one thing we've complimented DCG for the vast majority of the split is their ability to work out a draft phase.
Yeah.
And by God, this was probably the most clinical draft I've seen yet.
Yeah.
Obviously, PSG had suspicions that Nico was not going to be a mid laner.
Yeah, they ignored Lux, didn't even bother banning it because they just knew something was up.
And then eventually it was, unfortunately, well, I mean, depends who you're supporting, rather. The Xerath into Hui, which looked really good. There was a couple of times Chris Carter caught out on the side lane, but I mean, Maple, I think, finished the game something like 0-6 or...
Yeah, a couple of questionable plays from Maple.
Didn't look confident on the Hui.
Well, overstaying mid and getting killed by 665 was a little bit suspicious. And then the flank he had on that big fight in the bot lane was really, you know, a bit of a tipping point in the game.
And he missed the ult and...
Yeah. I mean, you don't really want to find yourself on a flank on the Hui, so maybe a bit of unfamiliarity with the champion.
Yeah, it was uncharacteristic out of Maple to have had such a poor showing, and I think it didn't seem like... When we see the other Huis, Xingbai, 1116, even Nuli, I mean, there was a certain level of execution that they were able to put out that I don't think I saw from Maple in this game.
Yeah.
Just random skill shots that seem quite straightforward, just going wide. The ult in that one instance where he does actually fear 665, then misses the ult.
Yeah, that
Can't
shows
really have that.
That shows you're pretty unfamiliar with the champ, right? That fear is always a CC that is going to work the same every time you push it. And should set up your other skill shots to land pretty consistently. In his defense, no one's got that many games on Hui, and probably no one's got a game against Xerath.
Yeah, there wouldn't be many people, I'm sure. But
under their belt.
I guess the one other thing, though, is that it's also just how often he got caught out, right? It's like, it feels like if you're getting caught out that much, you have to try and stay really far back. I mean, Betty didn't get caught out a single time. The only time he died was off the back of a team fight where Taco found his way into the back line or Orca found a massive ult in the middle of the fight. And then Betty died. And that's a reasonable death because he has to be doing the damage. He's the only one doing damage at that point. But then Maple was just dying in side lanes randomly, dying in mid, dying randomly in the jungle. He's always the first one dead in the team. And at that point, Betty really has a lot of damage, but doesn't have the ability to get to Caitlyn, to get to the Xerath. And at that point, it's like, how are you supposed to win this team fight if your long-range artillery mage is just dead at the first of every fight?
Yeah, and we were worried about if Xerath was actually going to be outranging the Hui.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he never really got a chance to see that artillery mage battle because Maple was just
dead.
Getting
and also, every time we did see him alive, I didn't notice him really landing any of those QWs. I really like, comparatively to every other Hui, of course 116 was freakish on it. But
yeah,
like,
116 has been by far the best Hui.
Yeah, but I mean, aside from that, Xingbai I think would be a good example because he's put quite a few games into it. We never actually got to see almost any of those QWs landing, which is really bad because it feels like that is your one tool that should be safe, pretty consistent.
Yeah, 1116 showed us that is Hui's strongest spell.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you know, he's got the roots, he's got a strong ultimate, he's got a lot of utility, and he's got a lot of utility in move speed, shields, everything. But the biggest difference between every other Hui and 1116 is I don't think 1116 died on Hui at all, as Kriskata did a bit of suffering in the mid game here.
Yeah.
This was another TP flank from
looked
Maple.
like
This one worked
should have
out.
been good.
And this was the 4v5. PSG just, I mean, I think 665 just has a ridiculous fight here, along with Taco.
And Orca, right? I think Orca finds a fantastic ult.
Yeah. So, yeah, Taco just finds his way onto 3 people in the backline here. Orca follows up with him.
Just, yeah.
Betty 665 clips Betty, a very hard champ to hit with the Lee Sync Q onto the Lucian, takes him out.
This is like really where the game kind of ended. You had a okay opportunity 4v5, but misexecution or good execution, whichever one you want to look at it, whichever way you want to look at it, was DCG who picked it up. Now, to PSG's credit, they were behind the entire game and somehow still made it difficult for DCG to actually get it done. And so I think, kind of similar to what we've seen before when this happens to PSG, I actually think we're probably likely to see them back in true form in the next game. And also, they get side selection once again. Maybe they can look for the red side because maybe DCG is just a team you want red side against because they are so good at having that red side and just coming up with some creative draft.
You can just react to
which is not
draft.
possible in the blue side, right? You're not able. You can, of course, but it's not as possible because you don't get that red side 5th pick.
Yeah. You saw them with priority in every lane that game, which is should only be possible on red side.
Yes, for sure.
And knowing PSG, Xerath is just going to be banned. This is not a team that drafts with ego. They lost to the Xerath. They didn't really know how to answer it. They're going to ban it.
Yeah. Or even the Nico. Maybe banning the Nico doesn't make it as possible.
They might ban both.
Yeah.
Similar to what CFO did in the previous series.
True.
If you're losing something, just ban it.
Yeah, for sure. And there's no real problem with that, because why not, right? If you're losing to it and it was hard to deal with, get rid of it, and then they have to either prove they can do something else.
Kriskata's not a player who, if you leave the meta mids up, you know, he's not. That's not been his strength. His strength has been his champion pool. So
champion Ocean.
Yeah, his champion Ocean.
Point.
But it kind of lacks, I guess, the strength on the individual meta picks. We haven't seen him just insta-lock Azir, insta-lock Orianna, and carry a game with it. We've seen him play Kai'Sa amazingly well. We've seen him play Hui really well. Azir and Xerath
Kali,
really well.
Xerath,
I mean, maybe the best we've seen apart from the Kai'Sa game has been his Xerath game.
Yeah.
So he's doing really well on the unorthodox picks, as this is the Elder fight that, I mean, decided the game that was already going the way of DCG. We're going to see all those Xerath ultis nailing Maple and Betty, doing so much damage to Maple. Yeah, I mean, takes Maple and Betty completely out of the fight, and what are you supposed to do? You just leash the Elder Dragon for them, essentially. Maple not doing enough damage at this point in the game. 665 with a nice flash to finish off a nice game.
Yeah.
Picks up a double kill for himself.
And that was a Lee Sin against Poppy, by the way. Like,
yeah, it should be hard.
Probably one of the hardest champs to play Lee Sin into. It's kind of like Poppy against like Lee Sin, Rakan, those sort of champs that want to dash. Poppy's really, really good into, because not only can you interrupt one of the dashes, but then they're grounded. So it's not like Lee Sin can Q in and then just E out immediately. He's grounded, so he's not able to actually do that.
Yeah.
But finding that game, I mean, what was his end score? Something like
7-0-5.
7-0. I think it was more than that, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But who knows? I mean, it was a pretty flawless game. I don't know what more you could really ask for him. And maybe serious looks now about how this draft is going to look for PSG. Will they select the blue? Will they select the red? As we said before, I mean, CFO, interestingly enough, did select red earlier today, so it's not like teams won't, but maybe as DCG in particular, you might just want red against, because, once again, very, very good at picking up those counters and just entire team comp counters. But that will do us here for the first game. When we're back, we will have... What is going on? We will have game number 2, so please do return.
Imperial Dragon still alive today, Smolder is kind of a big deal. Or he will be, at least, as soon as he masters flying, and breathing fire, and being big, and scary. You know, dragon stuff. The Fiery Fledgling is an ADC who's all about scaling. He may seem like a tiny spark at first, but he can grow into a late-game inferno. So, are you ready to play with fire? Welcome to the Smolder Champion Spotlight.
Go Smolder! Go Smolder!
Smolder's passive is Dragon Practice. Whenever he hits a champion with an ability or kills a target with Q, he learns a bit more about dragoning and gains a stack. Each stack increases the damage of his basic abilities, making them extra spicy as he gets more practice. This means Smolder gets stronger and stronger as the game goes on, so let him cook. Q is Smolder's Super Scorcher Breath. He spits the biggest, awesomest fireball he can muster at his target. Okay, so maybe it's not that impressive yet, but you just wait.
You started it!
As Smolder gains more stacks of his passive, he enhances Super Scorcher Breath in 3 tiers. At tier 1, it deals AoE damage around the target. At tier 2, more explosions shoot off behind the initial fireball. And at tier 3, the flame burns targets for additional true damage over a few seconds. If they drop below a certain health threshold in that time, they're toast. Don't forget that Smolder gains stacks whenever he hits enemy champs with abilities or kills a unit with Q. Focus on last hitting and poking opponents with Q so he reaches those stack tiers as quickly as possible. By the time late game rolls around, he'll be a teamfight terror with tons of AoE damage. Breathing fire isn't without its challenges though, like all that soot in your nose. With W, Smolder sneezes out a fiery glob. This blast dangerously slows targets and explodes around any champions in the line of fire. And you thought your allergies were bad. During laning phase, a Chew is a crucial farming tool for Smolder. He can use it to soften up a wave, then last hit with Q for all the stacks. In teamfights, it's a powerful AoE spell. Hitting multiple champions sets off explosions around each one, which scale with his passive and ability rank. That late game damage is nothing to sneeze at. Don't you just love his little wings? Well, they aren't just for princely charm. Smolder's E, flap, 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 sends him into the air for a short duration where he ignores terrain and gains move speed and vision. He'll bombard the closest enemy in range with bursts of flame, prioritizing the lowest health champion. Smolder's E can help him catch fleeing enemies and secure kills, but it's also his only escape tool, so fly with caution or you may crash and burn.
What did I do?
Behind every adorable baby dragon is a super protective mama dragon. Smolder's ult summons Mom to teach a lesson to any meanies picking on her son. A face-melting, scorched earth kind of lesson. After casting, Smolder's mom flies overhead, breathing down a wave of fire and burning enemies to a crisp. Targets caught in the center take extra damage and are slowed. The wave starts a little bit behind Smolder's position and continues over a long distance. Anyone who might be hit by the flames will hear Mom's roar as a warning, so best run for cover if you can. Nothing burns quite like a mother's love. While the spell can help Smolder disengage if he's in a bad spot, his mom is best at starting fights. Especially if the enemy team is grouped up. Slow them down with the center of Smolder's ult, then go full blast with the rest of his AoE damage. Smolder's Dragon Practice stacks are the fuel for turning this glowing ember into a roaring blaze. He needs to farm safely in the early game to stack his passive and improve his Q before he's ready to take on the world. That means he'll need a more lane-dominant support looking out for him while he grows big and strong. Champions who can zone opponents off will make great lane partners for this Widow kiddo. On the other hand, he may struggle against lane bullies who can force him to retreat and lose out on stats. Without much dragon practice, his ability to trade is limited, so enemies with lots of poke and engage tools are blistering counterpicks against Smolder. Where he really burns brightest is teamfighting. Thanks to his powerful AoE damage, roasting grouped up enemies is his specialty. But like most ADCs, he needs to position wisely to stay safe. Fly in solo and you might just fizzle out. Smolder is designed to be a simpler marksman with an approachable kit. So if you've been looking for a reason to learn ADC, who burns hotter than ADC, consider this a warm invitation to try the Fiery Fledgling. Likewise, if you enjoy marksmen with their own escape tools like Ezreal or Zeri, or adorable forces of destruction like Tristana and Kog'Maw, you may want to take Smolder for a test flight. And of course, if you love getting stacks on stacks on stacks, looking at you Veigar and Nasus fans, then the scaling damage should be just what you're looking for. Whew, is it toasty in here or just me? I gotta go cool off. Learn how to train your dragon at the links below, and bring the heat with Smolder, the Fiery Fledgling.
BYG 还想要
稳一点就是这里回了，不稳一点就是这里继续压，反正也没有输的画面，
应该也不用回吧？哇，好痛哦，这公平一点，
只要正常玩没有输的画面啊，除非有人不正常。
这是老三最后的人质哦 ，BYG，
这要是飞爱没想通，直接举进去送才有机会。
纳尔跳往前被晕下来，卡在了原地中，专门准备阵亡。Maple 还有新人，而且滑进来一推到2人，但这个沙皇没有办法创造奇迹。凯特琳直接将他制服了起来，那现夸爪，这会是 Pentakill！
哇哦，好爽哦，于院长。
想要先占据祭坛的优势，但这波看起来想要开船，后方亮了一个 TP， 往前挖吸住了呼爪反身一吸，但自己要葬送当场。这时候116被墙给卡住了，后面一个火速连击直接进来，还有一个 TP， 两边的上路都亮 TP，Betty 进入了危险，但116没有办法杀掉 Betty，Driver 也想要来换 Betty 的人头解住3完。但战场分割成2个半边，这里再抓无体，
被抬回来了，
但是直接被抬了回来，来自 PSG 的3人进攻，最后是守护住了辅助 Maple。掌握了大局 ，PSG 大出 ace，
家有一老，如有一宝啊！
It's a Marco.
Yeah, Waco's trying to zone off the LeBlanc of all people in a massive engage 3-man bramble smash, but it might just be that Orca goes down first. It's a massive fate sealed coming through from Lakai there on the own. Waco as well, he's fighting the damage. Cleanse comes out, Tide is stunned up, but Cruscada, he's looking, he's going to get him. He goes back to the distortion. In comes the shield, and it's going to be J-Team. They pick up 4. Malachi.
He's rooted.
Yeah, here he goes, rooted. He's not going to have that cleanse. He does have that breath of life. And through will come Cruscada. He's going to find Waco all alone here. He does dodge out of that perfect execution, but he's rooted up by the Nature's Grasp.
Wow.
Orca fight here. Lakai's in the back though. He's 1v3. We've seen Casante's manage it before. Cruscada lands the shuriken though, and Minji's able to get the kill. Best of blast cone. Tide's going to go down. Lakai, he is ready to go massive. He gets rid of that spell shield from Taco as Lakai is still in that all-out mode. 2-man knock-up. He might not be done yet. Yusan, so cool around to support this tank. We've got 2 tanks. We've got 1 support, and it's the 2 tanks that are trying to do it under their tower. Everyone's getting so low. Lakai is finding every single Q3. Taco is so low. Oh my god, he lands another. That's a shutdown. 665 looking movement coming out. Another to Tofu strike, but 665 might just have it now. Crackdown comes through though. Q3 is going to land onto 2 and unstoppable. He's going to keep going. 665 eventually is able to take down Sokol, but Lakai, even if he doesn't win, he is my player of the game because that was heroic.
上半部看一下画面哦，开大拔塔，但现在所有人过来想起自己的大哥是谁，
没用。但是
有用吗？一剑还在回血，想开回直接开回了 Q2 这 pick，
还有谁？
又抓到了3个绕台，
还有谁？一剑
过去，
没了，
直接一抓，但还是让一剑换到了 double，
头很痛，
你看到了。就是
没有，
这个对局，
就是我被打过一次，我知道我打不过。
那你痛过了，
对我痛过了。虽然是我前面先被单杀了一次啊，跟他差不多。
新增的体验。不过这一波的3杀3夹之内找空档看起来是轻轻松松啊。
对，有料，这个剑锋。我只能说，要不是多了一个这个，而且他没看到，他没看到啊。他没有闪。刚 OB 带到的时候，感觉是有闪。
哎呀，他觉得很可惜，他感觉可以再杀多一点。
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed those videos. Pretty cool. I like the top 5 plays, especially play number 3 and 2 were my favorite because I was in them. So were you.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. Not a bit of experience. Yeah. Was good. But what's even better, our current series. PSG versus DCG. As everyone expected, PSG lost game number 1.
As expected. 665 completely diffing the jungle.
That was crazy.
Taking over Cascada, playing Xerath. The typical counter we see.
And you know, when you see a Nico first pick on red side, it's just the support.
Yeah, obviously.
Unreal scenes in game number 1. And I mean, that's one of the exciting things, of course, about DCG is you never really know what they're going to pick, especially in the mid lane. I think more than anything, but ultimately now I think we've seen that they can pick anything, anywhere. And
yeah, they have such creative drafts and they execute them really well.
They do. And I think that's something to be excited for as we will be heading into game number 2 soon. And it's just, what are we actually going to see? I'd like to see 665 on the Lee Sin again, because if you also remember, back when they were against J-Team, they did end up losing the series.
Yeah, we saw it in the highlight. I remembered his Lee Sin performance was great.
Yeah, he had a very good Lee Sin in that game too. And yeah, I mean, so far, as we've said before, if he starts the game off well, it generally goes exceedingly well.
If he starts the game off poorly,
it still goes well.
Yeah.
Just in a different way. But no, picking up their first win of the series. PSG now have to aim to pick up the next 2. Vi will be banned once again against
PSG do go for blue side again. We thought they might go for red side and react to the draft shenanigans of DCG, but instead they'll stick with their guns and go for blue side.
Yeah, I mean, see what DCG come up with. I think you're probably not getting away with the Nico Xerath again. I think Mabel probably not going to blind pick Hui, especially not after how that one went.
So PSG not interested in an Ashe first pick. They do just ban it out, and that's probably going to force a Kalista ban out of DCG. I was expecting PCG to just ban the Xerath and not deal with it, but they could also just not pick the Hui. It is the Nico ban instead.
Okay.
Kalista ban from DCG. Don't want to play against that without an Ashe, though we did see it get taken down by CFO earlier.
And Caitlyn Lux does remain open.
Yeah, PSG very strong on the Caitlyn Lux.
And I mean, we saw Tide's pretty decent at the Caitlyn himself. Didn't really have to do a whole lot, but he certainly was outputting damage.
Yeah. So
this makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, Maokai just a very strong champ. I don't think it's Junjia's favorite champ to play, but it is just probably too strong to let go on this patch.
Well,
it's a flex pick too.
It is.
So, no surprise to see the Karma very strong, though we haven't seen it pick up a win yet.
No, we haven't.
I think we've seen it lose 2 or 3 times.
3, I think. Minji twice, Pretender earlier today. Now, Cascada.
No, I think Minji just lost once with it. Minji played it game 1, and then they just banned it.
No, he played it a different day.
Oh, he played it a different day?
Yeah.
Okay.
The first game, remember? He played it and he did like 40k damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. 665 back on the Lee Sin. I like to see that. He had a great game on the Lee Sin. Keep the momentum going. Orca looking less stressed this game. Might just get to play a normal lane.
Yeah. I mean, Lucian, Milio, honestly, they did really well considering what they had to go up against.
Yeah, 2 Caitlyn's.
And this time, I think there's no Nico. If they pick Caitlyn again, probably just going to...
Just be some Varus lane, probably.
Yeah. I mean, 665 back on the Lee Sin. I'm so excited.
Honestly, I'd like to see a poke Varus. That feels to me like it would pair very well with the Karma. You're a bit vulnerable to Maokai ults.
I mean, could still be shenanigans in this Karma as the bot lane.
Yeah. Yeah, could see Karma Ezreal. That's a lane we haven't seen in a while. I'm trying to remember who played it first. Was it Feng? Someone's played Ezreal Karma. Might have even been DCG.
I think it was God JJ.
On Ezreal Karma?
I think, yeah, God JJ played that Ezreal game. And if you remember, at one stage, there was an incident where he's on top of a Rumble ult. And he eats.
Oh, yeah, no, but it was further back. It was further back. It was further back. Yeah, I do remember the God JJ Ezreal incident.
All right, now Tristana banned away from Maple. Really, really hoping we see some form from Maple.
Yeah, nice Tristana ban, honestly. We did see Corey do
kill.
really well
Yeah.
with the Trist. Not in the lane. He did fine in the lane, but then late game he was able to just kill the Karma, find her a couple of times. Caitlyn banned away. Kind of surprised to see it, but maybe they were just worried about the Caitlyn Lux. Maybe that was always a backup plan for DCG anyway.
Yeah, and this should mean whatever they have to lane. Honestly, why not just ban the Varus as well at this point? Then Tide's really going to have to reach. I mean, the Phelios exists, but what are you pairing with it?
Yeah, it doesn't really fit into the DCG comp too well either.
Always is a somewhat playable champ.
Yep. Actually,
Senna
Senna
the Senna. Get rid of something like Senna Nautilus.
Not letting them pull off some psychotic Lee Sin flex into support as well.
I don't think you'd want to. I think you're quite happy having 665 play the Lee Sin.
Yeah, he looked ridiculous on the Lee. So we'll see the ADC. I think just Varus makes a lot of sense
Yeah,
here.
why not? So many other 80 carries are gone.
Yeah, it does suck getting your ult cleansed by Milio, but he'll be alright. Probably the poke Varus I hope to see here. We saw Lucian a bit vulnerable to poke last game.
Oh.
He's going to run it back. Dare him to pick Xerath again, I guess.
Why wouldn't he? Honestly, why not just put this Karma bot? Varus and an Enchanter is not all that bad.
Yeah, going to be Gnar into Aatrox. We saw that earlier today too.
Didn't do amazingly.
Yeah, not as well as the Gnar into the Cassante did.
Okay. This is something I think I'd prefer to see.
Yeah. Yeah, TF's so strong. On this patch, it feels like.
There we go.
TF locked in.
Wow.
Rom would be a preposterous pick. Doesn't seem very good into the Milio Lucian at all. I mean, does block the TF gold card.
And the Maokai, but you can just stand in front of it anyway.
Yeah, just about everyone does that.
Literally everyone does that. Just do you want everyone to be doing that?
And they've locked in the Hui, so it's going to be Hui mid.
Now, noticeably, Cascada's Hui has looked better than what Maple showed last game. But Maple has had a game of on-hit Twisted Fate already.
Yeah.
And that actually looked really impressive too. So
yeah,
I feel more confident about this.
And Cascada might find himself in trouble in the mid game against a Twisted Fate, a Maokai, and a Lucian.
Yeah. And Cascada typically has been going for Luden's companion, but with the trend of pretty much every game Seraph's on
into Horizon focus.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he doesn't go that build now. It seems like that has been the unanimously decided upon build.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like it. Just provides you some tankiness too.
The man on your screen there, an absolutely insane performance on the Lee Sin in the game prior. Giving DCG their first win up against PSG, and that's important for everyone involved because it means PSG going to have a worse games for against, and DCG going to have a better games for and against, regardless of result.
Yeah, we'll see if DCG can take a win off PSG here. Maybe catch them limping after a tough loss to CFO.
That's right.
But as we said, PSG is not a team you're expecting to, you know, go on tilt or be too deterred after a loss.
That's right. Load in. Game number 2, possibly the last game of the week. Last game of the first half of our regular season. And
you would find me in disbelief, though, if DCG do manage to 2-0.
Well, we have all the parts, and by all the parts, I do, of course, mean 665 on Lee Sin.
No, he needs his 1-0 start first.
True. Okay, so it's going to be the Arcane Comet Nullifying Orb for the Aatrox. Curious about the Nullifying Orb. Now, admittedly, Gnar does have magic damage on the Hyper Proc. Oh, we've walked back in. Okay, it's fine. That's fine.
Oh my God.
He can recall.
Rain of comments
Oh
comments
God, is he
onto
going to be
Woody.
able to recall? Oh, he's not. Oh, this is a disaster.
Oh, he does.
Oh!
Just gets the recall off.
Woody,
Betty on half mana.
yeah, he's thrown 2 Ws. Roll. This guy's getting mantra queued.
Yeah, I don't see much getting away from it. As Betty, the wave's
Okay.
coming in.
Yeah, if he sits in front of the wave, he'll be fine, but you also just don't want to trade into...
He's not even going to walk up with the wave.
There we go.
Or cut.
Oh, Woody's
I
going to
see.
get
It's
mantra
Woody
queued.
who's the victim.
Okay, he shields himself.
Nice reaction. No
Yeah.
ward there, just reacts. Kind of expecting it, I guess.
Still? Oh, it's the Dorn's ring on Orca.
My goodness. Yeah, they're taking it to the bot lane of PSG.
Yeah. Trying to deny anything from getting done. Oh. Oh.
Yep, Karma very strong in this early lane. So is Varus. Goes for
Comet too.
Goes for Comet over Halo Blaze, so not looking to trade. Go for any extended trades, just chuck E's.
Yeah, pretty much a guaranteed land outside of Betty using that Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, and sets up the Karma queues.
Yeah.
Level 2 on both the bot laners of DCG, landing both their spells onto Betty and another. Man, DCG's bot lane looking good.
Yeah, now, I mean, PSG's bot lane do have to be very scared because there is a Lee Sin coming to their end of the map, and we saw last game, he's not afraid to look for that dive.
Yep. Taco doing pretty well. See if he can avoid the poke coming in from the Snar under his tower.
Oh, it is going to be, by the way, the on-hit
Yep.
TF.
Fleet footwork, D-blade. So Maokai going to be a lot less scary than the Poppy was for the bot lane of DCG with how aggressive they've been playing. They're going to appreciate not having a Poppy running at them.
Still is a little scary, of course. Just both are mobile, have a bit of a speed up from Karma, and as well as the slow coming through. But
yeah, it'll be Orca who has to worry about some flash Maokai engage. Tide is going to be really difficult to take down with Cleanse. Not much setup in this bot lane.
yeah, and I mean currently,
So Junjia not interested. As 665 is going to look to cross with this mid prio. He doesn't have top prio, but he can walk with Triskata up to this
oh
grab.
my god, this is definitely not
Junjia does not have smite. Loses it.
Oh, it's a diffy in the jiffy.
Yeah, 665 off to a good start.
We need to wait to see the kill death column
Yeah,
first. He's often found himself with leads.
Yep.
And farm. Those aren't what matters.
Yep, just that first kill. Get him a
Okay,
kill.
well, Woody's just 1v2ing the lane now.
Yeah, he's beating them up a bit because they're very low on mana, instantly healing.
Oh my! Orca's walked forward. They have to dodge. Will do so.
That could have been scary.
Okay.
So, DCG, PSG again in a very hard lane, finding good trades somehow, avoiding the poke from the enemy team, and yeah, they're fine. I mean, if Tide can safely grab this CS, he will have a pretty good lead. Oh.
I'm surprised that Q didn't just kill it, but
Yeah.
alas.
Maple has had to TP, picked himself up the swiftness boots.
He's looking to be swift.
Makes sense, I guess, if you can gap close on the Twisted Fate. A lot of slows coming from Hui as well.
Oh. RJ has to be careful. There's no ward here for him. He does have flash.
He's about to go Mega as well.
Yeah, it does become harder. So I'm not going to look for it. Just opting for those Void Grubs.
Yep.
Would like to see Junjia try and get this Dragon. Because generally we see the Dragon for Void Grub trade be
It's the Dragon
optimal.
favored.
Yeah. But if you just get the Void Grubs for free, then
Yeah, you're pretty happy with that.
yeah. And 2 of them already down, and we have not even looked near this Dragon.
Mid. And if it was something I think that PSG were favored in a contest, it was the Void Grubs with the Snar in the top lane. So Tide going to have to walk around here. Gonna get
He's
decent
not
damage onto
convinced.
Junjia.
Yeah, Junji is going to lose.
And there goes any hope of the dragon, I think, for now.
Yeah, and 665 being down here means he'll be able to. So probably just going to be dragon given over. Hopefully PSG can do better than last game and look to try and pick up some for themselves. They are actually up in gold this time, largely due to the CS difference in top lane.
Yeah, maybe a plate. No, not yet. Not yet any plates on this Gnar, but he will get there. Betty is half HP. Instantly. The moment Orca gets back to lane, Junji is going to look for something on bot, though.
That's flash.
I imagine Orca has to worry about a
There's
flash.
no wards.
665 on the dragon. Not too far away.
Oh.
I mean, everyone on the side of PSG just missing chunks of their HP bar. All right. Looking like another good start for DCG. They don't have the gold lead. PSG doing really well in farm. But level 6 now on 665 is going to find his way into this bot tri-brush. Doesn't go for it.
He is level 6.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not going for
Yeah,
it.
me too. No heal as well for Woody, and
Oh, wow.
Woody admittedly is not level 6 either, so...
Tide takes a turret shot because of Scorch there, I think. Oh, they have to worry about the TF ult too.
True, yeah, that's very valid. I forgot that exists.
So he's going to have to play through mid if he's going to make any plays onto bot lane. He's got it looking pretty good on the way so far. Oh,
Okay.
whoopsie.
Tide also looking like... Oh, I think Betty might have cancelled an auto there.
Yeah, I think he had him.
But ultimately, it is going to be first blood picked up in the bot lane, just single dingle.
Yeah, everyone using their flashes.
Oh!
Wow.
That was close.
So Orca, I guess, just dies from this HP.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Let's see if we get to see this. Oh, that misses.
I think that... Oh, they still had heal.
Oh, I think he could have got that
Yeah.
auto off too.
Yeah, I think so. Doesn't risk dying, though. Yeah, you're not really supposed to win this lane as Lucian Milio, so it doesn't risk it for, you know, extra kills.
Oh, missed the plate.
Yeah. Sad about that if you're the Gnar, but, you know, you're still doing fine. Up plenty of CS. As the gold lead grows pretty substantially now for PSG. Most of these objectives going the way of DCG, though. Not feeling too bad.
Oh my god, max range Lee Sin Q. They are going to find that kick onto Woody. Breath of Light comes through. 665 is going to get away, but will Betty the Q lands? No, he won't. Massive fight as Junji comes down. He is 1v4, although Maple's made his way down too. So far, one kill traded back. Junji very, very low. Maple running forward. He might just secure himself one. Not quite as... Oh my god, that was a lot of sudden damage, and 3 for 1 will be the trade.
Yeah, so importantly there for DCG, they make that play with Kriskata moving bot very early. So they don't have to worry about Maple turning the fight around with his ulti. Kriskata is there first, and they pick up a nice 3 kills? 3 kills for 1. Got to be happy about that if you're DCG.
I want to see a replay. I'm pretty sure 665 either landed 3 straight or 2 straight.
Yeah. And we know which 665 we're getting this game already, as Woody actually ulted early there and then gets hit by the Varus. And 665 living here was so ridiculous. I mean, Tide gets 1 tapped, but 665 continues the fight here, W's away, gets hit by a red card, and
if that was blue, he would have died.
Yeah. Orca, you would have wanted that kill on Kriskata, but you're happy to just pick it up under the enemy tower. So PSG gonna make sure DCG don't get all these Void Grubs.
Yeah, and gold is still even, so...
Yep.
Not the end of the world, but certainly not what you want to happen.
Yeah, full item completed on 665 now.
Yeah, RJ doing a bit of heavy lifting in terms of that gold stat as well.
Yeah.
So is Twisted Fate, obviously down in CS, but has his passive, which will make up for most, if not all, of that discrepancy.
Yeah. Cascada swapped to bot lane. Has TP up though.
Okay, that is Smite, so they get at least 4 Void Grubs.
Yeah.
Junji doesn't have Smite anyway.
He's
Both.
just punching it. Maybe
Yeah,
a little
no one's
frustrated.
here.
This feels like a
Arja's
frustrated
coming,
play.
has Mega Gnar. Junji, he's coming out worse for wear. That's a second, so they've got at least 5. Arja's found his way in. This is going to be massive. 3-man Gnar. Everything
goodness.
lands all at once, and it's an absolute destruction.
Wow, I thought Junjia was
Huge.
trolling, but that's Aja on the back. Finds 3 people and immediately kills them. And yeah, high spirits from DCG maybe getting shut down a bit there.
Yeah, massive team fight from Arja, and hold up, he's not done. He is very much still aggressing. Hold up. Nullifying orb there, blocking out that hyper damage, but still less than optimal trade.
So they don't realize the Gnar is moving, and they actually all line up here to dodge the Maokai ult.
Yeah, but the Maokai ult still hits them.
Oh, it hits 2 of them anyway, and yep, light work at that point. So you're landing 3-man Gnar ults.
It's a double kill. Oh. Oh.
Just out of nowhere, you know, you lose 3 instantly. DCG not perturbed at all though, grabbing a dragon.
That's 2. And I think, honestly, name of the game today has been Dragon wins.
Yep. Yeah, they managed to get a win last game. You know,
Yeah,
it felt like
CFO as
once,
well.
felt like once they got the soul, it was just over. Yeah, CFO did a similar thing with the Chemtech Drake, as it is going to be Mountain Soul.
Yeah, Mountain Soul. Static Shiv now picked up, of course, by Maple, so
Yeah.
be a lot harder to deal with in their side lane.
Item advantage PSG at the moment, with an item and a half almost on Betty. No item completed for Tide yet. Cascada still got to stack his Archangels up versus a Static Shiv on the Twisted Fate. 665 being contested on his all his camps. So PSG are all here.
Yeah, TF is not, but has teleport. So does Cascada. 4v4 at best to start off with, but just opting to give over the red. Smart decision. It's not really that important.
Yeah.
Especially seeing it as only 13 minutes. It's not that 20-minute 5-man red, so let's give it over.
Much
Although
less important.
This could be. This could be very important.
This will be a hard dive to pull off, I think. They've got TF coming.
Well, it's less hard now. Oh, 65 might be able to find him. Not quite. Taco stunned up. Going to try and return one, but not able to.
Nice dodge by Aja there. Really clean dive. So Cascada's going to pick up the bot tower in exchange.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world, honestly.
PSG are going to look for a Rift Herald.
They lost first tower by a millisecond. Oh, we found our way in the mid lane. Betty, he's in no man's land. Going to go down. Almost trades back 1, but won't be able to. But quick thinking from 665.
Oh, the tier 2 top.
Oh, yeah, TF is certainly getting to work. Cascada teleporting down to that.
Going to grab a tier 1 mid. Oh, they don't even get the tier 2 top.
Oh.
I thought they might actually be able to take it.
665, he's walking in here, just trying to hit this.
Jizz on Cascada. TF is coming.
Oh, we've landed a Q on Woody.
TP as well.
And here comes everything. Woody actually flashing away. Junjia is too, but he's just going to be going down immediately. Arja, as well as Maple, they've got a lot to prove in this 4v2. Woody obviously flashing away and absolutely nowhere near the fray. Betty is arriving on that Lucian, but without the
DCG
Milio,
still
kind of
looking.
weak. This is 5 members versus 4 at best. 665 might be going down. Actually, Betty finding so much damage immediately, and no ultimate for this Aatrox means that he is quite weak. Gold card comes through, Narol comes through, and this should be Taco going down. Arja going to be claiming that one for himself, and despite the number advantage in favor of DCG, it's actually PSG who play it cleanly and are able to pick it up. Flash forward, gets bleed.
Oh,
it's going to go
my
down,
goodness.
and all of a sudden they've overcommitted. They've turned it around very low, and there we see it. Some more of this
Another
way
one.
antics. It's going to land, but it was unfortunately the piercing arrow that does miss that leads to Arja getting away with his life, but overcommitment from PSG.
I mean, it starts with an overcommitment from DCG, and then it turns into an overcommitment, as I thought PSG would just back off and take their Rift Herald. So this was about a 4-minute long sequence here where 665 starts it off with an amazing kick onto Betty. Takes him out nice and quick. Betty, good of him to manage to get a flash out of Orca there, almost kills him with the Ignite. And then, yeah, just looking for too much as DCG here. You got a bunch of teleports and 665 feeling a little invincible at the moment. Not expecting this much damage from Betty, I guess. And Taco realizes the danger he's in, tries to flash into the bush, but Aja follows up with his own flash. And when Cryscata gets stunned here, I think they're losing another kill, but I think he manages to get his spells off as he's getting stunned, and they trade back one. He snipes Woody out for another, and they almost get Aja too. Yeah. Feeling happy if you're DCG.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the gold lead is still tiny for
Yeah, but
PSG.
the Dragons mean that it's certainly a game that's currently in favor of DCG in terms of statistics.
Yeah, even if you're just looking at the gold worth of stats you get from the Dragons, that probably evens up the game on its own.
Yeah. It's honestly probably tips it slightly into DCG's favor, honestly. The Infernal Soul damage, or Infernal...
Yeah, as well as just putting the enemy team on a clock and putting them in tough macro spots.
Yeah,
PSG not going to struggle too much.
Yeah, I don't think so. With the Maokai. All right, Jinjia, he's not a support. He's found his way to the tower.
Yeah.
We've had some chaotic Rift Shield
yeah, today, right?
Today's been a particularly bad day.
Woody eats a Varus Q and dodges out of the Hui spell. We got to learn the name of that spell at least.
Which one?
The Kobe Bryant 3-point shot one.
Oh, it's called the 1116 special.
Yeah, there's one.
There's one. Oh, there's an any strike. There's a Dragon's Rage kick. Oh my god. Jinjia going aggressive. Nature's Grasp comes out. This is going to hit multiple people. Although, actually, fantastic work to try and dodge out of it. RG kind of by himself on the backside, but he does get the movement speed, and there on the backside, it's Jinjia who gets picked up, and Dragon is alive and well. So DCG looking to pick this up. Maple, he's getting real low. Is going to get that ultimate away, but with that, it's going to be another Dragon. The third of the game going over to DCG. It's
DCG on 3 now.
Bot lane trying to look for something in return. They get that mid lane tower, which is obviously very important, but Dragons putting them on a desperate clock.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked a bit suspicious for DCG with the 665 jump onto a Maokai, kick him away, but he was just damaging him down, I guess, for Cryscata to snipe him. Cryscata looking very good on the way.
And I've got a feeling we might be about to see DCG take this one. Aja is very, very strong.
Yeah, he is. Aja with a lot of work to do, though.
Cryscata, insanely impressive on this way. And obviously, everyone playing, we know can pilot Lee Sin. No question about that.
Yeah, it's been the Cryscata 665 show so far. 665 going down a couple times to maybe overextensions, but also just finding great kicks onto Betty.
Yeah, and absolutely using his champ to the max.
Yeah.
Not really playing for KDA at all or anything like that. He just looks for an angle, tries to start off a good fight, and most of the times it has been.
So someone's got to match this Twisted Fate in the bot lane. It's going to be Taco by the look of it. And if you're DCG, you would love to have Aatrox matching TF and Cryscata matching Gnar. Which is what they're going to get, but Taco might be in trouble here. He's looking for damage onto Jinjia.
Yeah, no rapid fire cannon, so it's pretty safe and enough wave clear to deal with this.
So it's just PSG grouping and giving up a tower top. TP is up for Cryscata. 665 going to clear the mid wave.
No, Nars' health bar is going down. I believe he may have got hit by at least one of the 1116 specials.
Energize build again from Betty. Makes sense this game too. A lot of squishy targets to chunk out with the rapid fire auto attacks. Jinjia is permanently in the spot side. will recall and head towards the Baron. So PSG have got their preferred lane assignments back, where they're getting the Gnar into the Aatrox.
Update.
Yep.
1016 special. Actual name. Severing Bolt.
Severing Bolt.
Oh my
wow.
god. Yeah, Betty, you're going to have to recall.
Yep.
And there comes the
Severing
more
Bolt.
aptly named 1116 special.
Yeah. So a lot of mid prio now for DCG with Betty recalling.
Tight struggling to get any of
Yeah,
that
man,
farm.
everyone's taken... even, like, 665 was holding the mid-wave for him, it looked like, but then once the piercing arrow came through, he just pushed E on Lee Sin and took the whole wave. Just a straight-up mid-tier 2 for DCG.
Oh my god, yeah, this is...
Where's Maple Ultim? Just away?
Yeah, looks like it. Looking
Junjia.
for a flank by the looks of
Mega
it.
Gnar is up, as well as teleport for Aja.
Yeah, but nothing to be found. DCG...
I mean, DCG just need to sit on their hands and wait for this dragon to come up, and they'll have soul. Against PSG here. Maple no ulti. PSG might just hit this.
They have a lot of damage. Although Maple maybe finding himself a solo kill. World Ender going to be popped, and Taco will get away, but that's a massive cooldown to have just lost what was essentially for free.
Yeah. Yeah, Taco suffering in this game, as we've seen pretty much everyone who's had to play against Gnar so far. Taco did have a very good game last game. Once he made it to team fights, he was doing quite well in lane 2. We didn't get to see much of it. But once he got to team fights, he played the Aatrox very well. So
even that one, that went through a minion.
Junjia
going to be looked at once again from 665.
And Betty and Woody just zoned off by Kriskada. Can't walk up to help him.
Another Q lands, and that's a fairly decent chunk, and Raptor Camp picked up. Another Q
Kriskada's
lands, and
walking
once
forward.
again he will be going Severing Bolt. Oh,
Ooh,
just
close.
missed. Nice sidestep.
And PSG feel like they can't even be on the map. As Dragon is up, and they've zoned PSG very far away. See if they just hit this Baron. If you're DCG, you're willing to take a flip here. Oh,
Betty, everyone are getting lows. Severing Bolt does come
actually
down.
heal
onto
used
Junjia.
just to keep Betty healthy.
Yeah,
Kriskada could be in
forward we
trouble.
go. Junji is trying to find something. 665. He's not getting particularly low, but Arj's found a flank. He's not got medic. He's going to have mega soon. This is going to be huge if he can find it. Nice fits to delay anything coming through from that. None on the backside, though. It's 665 who finds one kill. Taco's now onto Maple. Gold card comes through, but so much damage on the other side as Maple's also going to go down. It's currently, as things stand, a 2-4-1. PSG definitely not in the driver's seat as Arj is trying to run away, and the Dragon Soul likely to be claimed as DCG look to put their stamp on this game.
Kriskada is a monster on this way. I mean, he avoided disaster there by fearing Aja just as he hits Mega Gnar and fears him away from his team. Everyone scrambles on DCG, manages to get away from him, and 665 goes down for Junjia. Yeah, very worthwhile considering how many members of PSG he distracted to do that. So, Kriskada's positioning is ridiculous in this fight. It looks unreasonable, as in he just looks like he's too far up. He's landing massive damage onto Betty, and he actually lands his ult onto Betty here too, in just a second. That was ridiculous. And then he looks way too far up. Junjia gets onto him, and then Aja's about to go Mega, gets feared, and everyone runs for the hills. And they managed to avoid disaster there. And Taco shows up, cleans up Maple. Well played team fight from DCG. Aja doesn't even get to use his ulti.
Yeah, dire straits as DCG for the second game in a row find themselves with that Dragon Soul.
Yep. We'll be looking over towards the Baron now, I imagine.
Very slow Baron, once again.
Yeah.
And they do have to constantly be worried about this Gnar and TF, who are actually grouped up in the bot lane And they're looking to find some action. Taco's recalling to try and stop it, but he doesn't have teleport, and this tower is completely dead.
Tower's gone. I think I'd rather see Cruscata backing here.
Yeah, Cruscata is backing, but I'm not so sure that even... I don't think Taco can really defend this. It's hard, though, for PSG to wave clear. They've used the culling on the prior wave, and now Nature's Grass going to be used to try and do something about this one. It does something it will. Cleanse, flash, use out a tide as Betty's continuing on forward. Teleport now coming in for Cruscata as they try. Maple, though, he finds his way in. Nice use of that Destiny. Junjia going to get hit by that spiraling chaos. And 665, he's going insane. Is he going to be able to find the kill? No, it's Maple who gets that double kill now. Arja finally will arrive to this fight. Cruscata, after teleporting in, he's running for his life. Boomerang will not connect, and with that, there is no more play in this for PSG, as there certainly is for Cruscata as he fires out Severing Bolt after Severing Bolt. Molten Path coming through. Taco, he's got the world into Arja, jumping away, flashing out of all that CC, and he's feeling very good about himself. Maple's now teleported back, finds the stun on to Orca. Cruscata, on the meanwhile, has found Arja right into his lap, and all of a sudden, despite the Dragon Soul, it's PSG who pick up a clean ace and fantastic macro gameplay.
Yeah, and PSG just make them dizzy. They essentially win that team fight off of macro. DCG, these are the 3 weakest members of your team. You have no business being this far up, especially against a Twisted Fate who just TPs straight onto Tide and one-taps him. Yeah, it kills him instantly. 665 also just having a bit of a Lee Sin moment here. He gets the Q onto Maple and takes it, just gets CC'd and kills.
If he gets that auto attack, though, I actually think he gets the kill, because it would have been the auto attack with Sundered Sky.
Yeah.
So he would have got the kill. I don't hate it, honestly. I think he probably could have ran away, but the result would have been much the same. If he gets that kill, maybe they can turn it.
Yeah, possibly. And we'll see what PSG can get done with this Baron. They do actually have a pretty big gold lead now.
Yeah, they're down the Mountain Soul, so...
Yeah, making
gold
up for the gold.
Is a little bit deceptive.
So, how long on this Elder? I don't remember when they took the Dragon.
Neither. I would like for that spectator bug to be fixed.
So, okay, DCG got to cool off a bit now and play the macro. I think they were just walking down mid expecting, you know, we got the soul, we win now. But PSG not going to be so easy to take down.
You know, we've seen them backs against the wall make games exceptionally hard.
Yeah.
Junjia, he's found by Taco, so his old tricks will not be easy to do. Betty actually getting engaged on by 665, who is now getting return fired on. He's staying actually relatively healthy as in will come 665, cleans up that kill, gets himself out again with that safeguard. Very low
Top
though,
lane.
So all things considered, it's now just mainly focused on RJ, who's getting to work on this inhib turret. Will go down. Gets Mega Gnar up, but that kind of means nothing more than not being able to hit this inhib anymore.
Okay, PSG are they're deciding that they're going to win through macro this game, and they're doing a very good job of it. Even the Hullbreaker out on the Gnar.
Yeah, makes sense. I think you are a little scared to ever look for a 5v5. Firstly, Betty is pretty much chunked before every single team fight, and there's not a whole lot he can do about it. And then, secondly, I mean, you just have a Gnar and a TF. Why not?
Yeah, and the problem for DCG is that Taco cannot match the Gnar yet.
I don't think he ever will be able to.
I mean, he's 2 items behind. Pretty rough, as they just have to hit this Elder.
Well,
I think this is smart. You just have to hit it.
Mega Gnar is actually halfway, so it's not ideal. But I think PSG, learning from last game, know that they have to get into this river as soon as possible. Junjia actually looking at Taco. Nice Molten Path as Nature's Grass comes out. It's only going to really hit Taco. 665 does get slowed up, though, and it's going to come down to a 50-50 by the looks of things. Verisol lands, but it's only onto Junjia, and not a whole lot of damage to follow up with it. 5k health, of course, on this Elder Dragon as Taco clears out the ward. Does not have World Ender, so it's going to be a very, very weak...
Maple.
Yeah, Maple's gone for that TP. He's found the flank. Tide, he's in trouble. Arjun now offloading a lot of damage in this mini Gnar form. Stun comes through. Culling will secure that kill. It's Orca who goes down. We've swapped sides of the map. It's going to be an Elder Dragon reset, so Crisis may be averted at the moment for DCG, as Junji is actually very, very low on the backside of this fight. Cascada's trying to land
out of mana.
as many of these severed bolts as possible. Has teleport available. We're looking for any recalls that can come through. Mountain Soul actually stopping the ability to cancel his recall there with that Lucian W. We're going to find the kill though. Cascada is not going to be able to survive. Goes immediately down. Double kill for Maple. He finds the second one there. Ozzy over the wall is able to pick up the kill onto Tide. It's going to be eventually this Elder Dragon. Although 6-5's looking. He's not going to get into the pit. It's an amazing stop from Woody. He's going to go down. And despite the Mountain Soul, just continuous fantastic play and usage of this TF, and Nah will secure that Elder as PSG run down bot trying to find an end to this game.
Yeah, Maple has a ridiculously good fight on the Twisted Fate, but Cascada TP's into the Dragon Pit by himself and just gets gnarled and dies immediately. We'll see if it's just Orca. I can't imagine he's going to be able to hold on to the game.
Yeah, death timers are very long. It's still 8 seconds until this Hwei is up, and Nexus Tower number 2 goes down. Nexus will go down. It wasn't clean, but PSG will bring us to a game 3. DCG, though, they are still looking pretty hot.
Yeah, they were looking good. They just got a little dizzy in the macro. They just got maybe a bit frustrated with PSG just pushing multiple lanes, sometimes throwing 2 people in 1 lane and just completely confusing them across the map.
Yeah, it's something we've seen PSG do before, where they get behind and they try and find these win conditions through just superior macro split pushing. We saw them do it against, I believe it was Frank. It was actually Tristana, that game that Maple was on, and he manages.
Right.
It was like an unwinnable game, and he teleports into the top side and looks for a bunch of objectives. Similar case here. Goes bot with Arja, and in the meanwhile, somehow Tide gets rooted up by the Nature's Grasp in the mid lane, loses almost all of his health, has to flash cleanse away from Betty, who is doing so much damage, just gets teleported on by Maple after clearing so much in that bottom side, just results in disaster.
Yeah, and that was kind of the beginning of the end, right?
Yeah, it really was. That was the big turning point, and it was just better lane assignments, better macro gameplay around the late game.
Yeah, and it was just the weakest, it really was just the weakest members of DCG just getting way too far up and getting caught out big chunk by Lucian. Maple has a great game. Yep. Opposite of last game.
RJ had a fantastic game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, without his performance that game, they were probably doomed.
Yeah. Didn't die. The one criticism was that one fight. If he had Mega Gnar ready when he went in, there would have been probably a clean wipe, because he found himself in the middle of 4 people, all within his ult range. But by the time he got it up, Cascada was fantastic play on the Hwei, to be fair.
Yeah, very good play game.
Managing to stop any potential massive Gnar ults and saved the game at that point, but eventually it was turned around. And I think, honestly, the turnaround off the back of Maple largely. I just want to credit RG for kind of being the reason they were able to stay in that game.
He's giving them an angle into that game. Yeah. The macro was extremely difficult for DCG to play because Taco just couldn't match the Gnar at all. So
yeah, I just feel like you had to put Hwei against Gnar.
Yeah.
Because at least it's dangerous for Maple to be against the
But that's
Aatrox.
a difficult spot they were in, because if Hwei's against Gnar, then your siege has disappeared. Yeah. As DCG, this verse was not strong at all. Karma's not bringing too much to the siege, and Lucian's just dashing around freely.
That's true.
You know, getting damage onto these members, and
I do wonder how important siege was, though, because I feel like they just have to play around the neutrals, not the structures. If they're playing around the Baron, and of course playing around the Dragons, which they did very well, then maybe it's a little bit easier for them to play. They just stop the split push. Honestly, you don't have the most damage in the world if you have Aatrox and Varus. But it's still enough, especially at the later 3 items, 4 item Varus is going to still do damage to the Baron, despite the fact that you are the lethality build.
You have enough to force a fight around it. And that's what you really need.
You do. And as soon as a fight's forced, any teleports come out, that's your angle in. You can then teleport Cascada in, who was massive this entire game, and look for the fight around the neutrals. I agree, you can't so much look for things around towers. Admittedly, Varus does help quite a lot with it, but going up against the Maokai as the Varus is very difficult.
And the Lucian even.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like once DCG got their Dragon Soul, they kind of just walked down mid expecting their opponents to give up and not put up much of a fight. But not the case with PSG, as this was the game-turning play by Betty, just finding so much damage onto Tide.
Well, I mean, it started off with somehow Nature's Grasp just landing onto Tide.
Yeah, you expect it to hit anyone else's. Maple just does so much damage.
Yeah. And
they try to trade it back on.
I mean, if 665 gets this could have been an entirely different game because ultimately it was Maple teleporting back in that sealed the real deal on this fight.
Yeah, as they're okay here, they can probably even stop the Baron at this point with these members down.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But honestly, again, DCG just looking for more when they should just be happy that they didn't lose any more than they did.
I mean, RJ,
ridiculous flash.
Yeah, going nuclear.
I mean, he predicts that Taco's about to flash onto him. Flashes immediately, makes him look silly. Cascada, Orca's found
lands every single Q during this fight, by the way. Just every single Narq landing.
Yep.
And it was RJ.
Yeah, with the most damage as well. I mean, Tide doing more than I expected, honestly.
Yeah, he was finding some massive Qs. I mean, I remember that one around the mid lane where it just took off half of Betty's health for fun.
Yep.
Was obviously very good. And I guess this is some of the power of this the Melio especially, is that with the Moonstone, you actually heal up quite a bit. So you give a bit of sustain to an otherwise sustainless AD carry.
Yeah. I wonder... I just hope that DCG aren't too discouraged after that game. I think if you run back this draft again, how many times is DCG's bot lane giving up free kills in the bot lane? 2v2? I doubt it's happening very often.
Yeah.
And, you know, with how Cascada was performing and how 665 was performing, I think a lot of the time DCG are going to win that game.
I think so too. I think Taco was a bit of a letdown in this one. Yes, very hard lane. Don't get me wrong about that. It's not a lane that you feel too good in, but we saw it earlier today, and Jung managed to get through it a lot better. Not down an entire item, for example. And some of that came down to that 3-man ult that RJ found around the Rift Shield, which is another reason.
2 items ahead.
Right here. Yeah. This is a reason I think especially that RJ should be the MVP.
Yeah,
well,
it should be obvious who's MVP at this point when both the replays we've seen have been Aja doing ridiculous things.
Yeah. Insane. I mean, just...
And the fight, it was looking like we were going to get a Rift Herald fight until it was just immediately over.
Yeah.
It was just it instantly ended. Wow.
Respect to that man.
Yeah. I mean, it should be obvious who's MVP when...
Yeah, we didn't get the graphic, but we know who it was. We know who it was. Anyway, this time we get to vote, which means it's correct.
Yeah, true.
Maybe it was Sword Art MVP for that game.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's going to swipe it away, it'll be Sword Art.
No,
and I mean, this makes the CFO series even more confusing that they didn't take the TF PSG.
Yeah.
When Maple looks so good on it.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, rough start, hard lane, but he just, macro-wise and just gameplay-wise,
Even the team fights, even that last team fight, TF not like a superstar team fight champ, but he TPs behind 5 people on DCG and just spaces around them, lands a bunch of stuns and makes that team fight unplayable for DCG around the Elder. Yeah, pretty impressive.
Hope to see either a TF pick or ban then, perhaps?
Yeah, I wonder which side DCG will go for.
Yeah, not entirely sure.
As I think we're going to break.
I don't know. At the moment, we've got replays on our screen, but we are probably going for a break. Hopefully, otherwise I'm misspeaking. But after the break, we will have game number 3, an exciting one, a surprising one, but very exciting. DCG versus PSG. See you there.
We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah.
got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle.
It was a break, and now we're back. Game number 3 on the horizon, and
Didn't think we'd see that.
Yeah, didn't think we'd see that, but we are going to see it. Of course, PSG against DCG, kind of bringing a lot of thrills. 2 Dragon Souls so far secured for DCG, but only 1 game secured as PSG, with pretty fantastic macro gameplay, both honestly, managed to find their way back into game number 2 and get the job done.
Yeah, off the back of Aja just having a great game on the Gnar. Yeah, we didn't expect 3 games, and we didn't expect it like this.
No.
With DCG in control, essentially, of both games. I mean, PSG just kind of put the heat to them in the final stretch of that last game, and they kind of fell apart macro-wise.
Same sides.
And made some rush decisions as
6-5's just having a nap.
DCG pick red side. So Vibant, and he's up. He's back. Let's see which version of 665. Our favorite version. Actually, no. My favorite version of 665 is 0 and 12 makes the game-winning ult.
On Vi?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a classic. But
They have banned the Vi. They don't want any of that heat on PSG.
All right. I mean, draft has stayed the same all 3 games, for the bans at least.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess Nico was a change.
Nico is an adaptation made by PSG, and I wouldn't be surprised to just see a first pick Twisted Fate here.
That I would be surprised by. No.
The Hui would be preposterous.
No.
I can't imagine we're ever seeing the Hui first picked. And we did say you should be happy to run back this draft as DCG. I wouldn't mind seeing them just pick up the Twisted Fate. But kind of risky into Maple. Very good Twisted Fate player. Might make you pay for it.
Picks the Fizz.
Go on. As Orca preparing himself for probably another Karma game.
Okay, we're running it back. We're running it back.
Yeah.
Confirmed.
We'll see if PSG are willing to run it back, or they've got some adjustments they want to make. You don't have to take the Lucian Milio and get punished in lane.
No, you don't. You could just take Kate Lux here. Oh.
I mean, they are getting punished in lane, but DCG's bot lane are just slipping up occasionally, and
I mean, Betty stayed even, if not ahead in CS.
Yeah, and they got a kill.
The ridiculousness that is the lanes they've been going up against.
Yeah, so DCG aren't punishing in the bot lane as hard as they probably should be in either of the first 2 games.
I think 665 actually needs to genuinely look for some dives. There was that one time where
it felt like he could,
and he certainly could have looked. All right, we are actually just running it back.
All right, I'm expecting a Gnar ban here. Over the Cassante ban, definitely. Got to be fine with taking that. After he did so well into the Cassante last game 1, yeah, it should definitely be a Gnar ban over the Cassante ban that they went for last time. Tristana banned away now. So what PSG go for? Do they shut down the Hui? Tristana looked very good on the Hui. Yep, they do ban it away.
It can just be Karma mid still.
Yeah, and you can always just go for the Karma mid.
Cascada could even have 0 games played of Karma, and you could absolutely just play it. Yone, not a traditional champ that Maple or RJ pick.
Yeah, they kind of already destroyed you top with the Gnar, so it's weird to ban the Yone.
What if it's just Aatrox mid, and now they're picking Gnar?
Yeah, and then you pick Yasuo last pick. And it is weird to just pick the Aatrox so early when you're on red side and like opting into a horrible top matchup. Yeah, with the red side, just to do, you know, some freaky little flex in the mid lane. But I mean, it worked game 1 and it nearly worked game 2. So I won't doubt.
All right. Yeah. All right, let's not get silly. Wow, okay, we got silly.
Yeah. So this could be a farming Karma. Could
No, it'll be
also
Karma
be
mid,
Orca on the
probably.
Lee Sin. I've seen Lee Sin's
crazier things. That would be good.
No surprise to see TF for Maple again. Had a solid performance on it last game.
Yeah, left a little bit to be desired early, but
yeah, you're not picking TF to, get a massive lead early or anything.
okay, well, we have the exact same comp for PSG.
Yep.
And not the same comp for DCG.
Yeah, going for the Senna this time. We'll see what they pair. Picking the Senna, assuming the Karma is going mid, which is a bold assumption.
At this stage, it certainly is.
Orca can pick whatever he dreams of, and it's going to be a pretty standard Nautilus, maybe. Yeah, okay. Standard draft from DCG.
I almost feel like that's a lose con. These guys thrive in the mayhem.
Yeah, they have been coming up with very creative comps, and picking a comp that's maybe lacking a little bit damage, especially if this Aatrox is going to be as behind as he was last game.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it sort of got really bad after that 1 3-man ult that came through from RJ.
Yeah.
So if you avoid that, maybe it's looking better. But you do have just less damage. You have Senna now instead of the Varus. You're a bit
Karma instead
bulkier.
of...
Yeah, Hui.
Yeah.
You are a bit bulkier, of course. Right, Woody and Maple, you might want to swap champs.
Yeah, once again, we've got a lot of work for 665 to do. Not necessarily in the early game this game. I'm hoping that's just a visual bug on the graphic. I'm assuming it is. I don't think Woody's playing the Twisted Fate support. And Maple's gone for the Millia mid this game. Taking a page out of DCG's book.
Yeah, well, I hope when we load into the game, it has been swapped around. What if Woody has just decided he's the mid laner now?
Yeah, we've seen stranger things.
Is it good?
So let's see how Taco does in this lane. He's played the lane now. Maybe gotten an idea of how Aja likes to play it and has made the adjustments. Feels comfortable. Just blind picking it again. Doesn't feel like he needs to ban the Gnar. As if this lane goes as badly as it did last time.
Oh my!
Okay, still gets the flash like nothing even happened. And we walk it off, I think, if we're DCG. So Orca actually flashing and clipping the wall with his hook there, but does get the desired result of the flash out of Betty. So you pretend nothing happened. You carry on. It's going to be press the attack for Betty this game.
Yeah.
I think he's had first strike in the first 2 games.
I still can't believe what I just witnessed.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully a sign of things to come. Hopefully a sign of the type of game we'll
One
be playing.
of the more interesting starts to it. Oh my!
What is
going on? What are bros doing?
Oh, what is the plan here? 665 just going to steal away the Raptors. We actually saw. Oh,
okay. I see the plan.
Flash.
Okay, nice brambles flash. Oh, okay. There's 2 flashes now.
Okay, 665 starts enemy Raptors. We saw Karsa going for something like this. He was just going to try steal it on his own though. DCG commit a couple members. Hopefully they don't miss CS in the bot lane. I think they have already, as the second wave is already arriving. So Junjia set a little bit behind, but DCG's bot lane going to suffer a little for it. Junjia is not going to hit his red. Oh, no, he is. So I wonder if both bot lanes just missed XP.
Yeah, I think we'll find out very shortly. Well, I'd like to pan to top and to see. Oh no! Oh.
Okay, thank God. Yeah, let's see how Taco does in this lane. If it goes how it did last game, then the Yone ban is absolutely puzzling. They didn't feel the need to ban it last game.
-1.
Yep. Wait, who missed it?
Maple missed a cannon. It's always sad when it's early game and you have Demolish and you get the proc on the tower and it does like 100 damage.
Yep. I like the spot lane out of DCG. I don't think they've been getting as much as they should have.
Nice sidestep.
Out of the aggressive lane bully lanes. So, you know, pick something with a bit more scaling, a bit more utility for the team, and, you know, maybe weather the storm. You shouldn't be getting punished too hard by Miliolution, as Tide takes a terrible trade. Does eat an ignite from Betty.
Yeah, Betty, very good at finding these trade windows on Lucian.
Yeah.
One of the better Lucians to do it.
Yeah, surprising he gets it 3 games.
I'm surprised he picked it 3 games, to be fair.
Yeah, just opting into whatever
Torture.
DCG can throw at him. They decide to not punish him too hard.
Usually this is the champ that recalls.
Yeah, Orca's going to need to get his butt back to base or back to bot lane. He does not support this game. He's got to be farming.
I'm excited. This game's already starting to build up. Taco doing better in CS than he was last game.
Yeah, suffering still in terms of HP, but decent amount of sustain.
He chose not to go
Aatrox.
the nullifying orb, by the way, the Arcane Comet nullifying orb. I don't know what that possibly does for you. I don't think you're ever really competing. Jinji are going to be looked at. He's rooted up. Phase Rush gets him fairly far away as Maple now.
665 drops a pink in disrespect on him.
Minus 75. Well, Taco finding a good trade.
Yeah.
Flash gone from Archer, so...
Oh, Taco did something. All right. Maybe realizing the Conqueror was the way to go in this lane. And we were talking about this during the break, that once you make a mistake on these ranged top laners, you can really throw your lane.
Yeah.
You know, probably not in dire straits yet if you're the Gnar, but you know, you definitely want to be pressuring your advantage a bit. Betty just dashes straight in on 665.
He won't be able to get the dragon, but Maple's on the other side of this. Flash forward, only level 5, so no ult to follow up. But now 665 has got his work cut out for him if he wants to try and escape. He's not going to be able to. First blood.
First blood over to Maple. Loses his flash for it, but trades it for 665s.
About as good of a start as you could hope. Oh, that's a boulder landing.
Yep.
Oh. Okay.
Has
Well,
to
RJ was
jump away.
looking a little aggressively, and then as soon as that Q lands, no longer is there a play available.
Yep. See if they can punish Maple without his flash now. Twisted Fate can be very vulnerable, especially with Karma essentially functioning like a LeBlanc. Oh, with the chain.
Okay, wow.
Wow. Okay. Maple no TP. Can ult back
Yeah,
into
I
lane if he
almost
needs to.
expect him to.
So 665 going to grab the Void Grubs. Is again, all the neutral objectives just going the way of DCG so far. Wouldn't expect them to get these with Gnar on their team.
You know the bad news, don't you?
What?
Well, this game from 665.
Oh, no. Oh, I forgot. Oh, 665 is 0 and 1. Usually this tends to continue. And that 0 stays there for a while, and the 1 changes about a bit. As Maple didn't actually ult back to lane, holds on to it. Going to be a bit of a level lead for Cascada. As bad trade by PSG.
Yeah, very bad trade, and Tide doing well to find continued damage.
And 665 is on his way bot.
Surely we look for a dive this time.
Oh no.
Although there is
Maple.
Destiny available for Maple, it's a little scary. We're actually looking for Junjia.
Level 6 on 665.
Yeah, Maple, he doesn't have flash still, remember? Oh.
Close. DCG bot lane putting the heat on Betty and Woody. Probably don't feel like they can come help Junjia at the moment, though.
665 being really, really
deep.
annoying in this jungle. Actually,
Oh
he's
my
even looking
goodness.
bot. There's no level 6 for this Maokai.
Orca is level 6 now.
Yeah, no mana though.
Because I think PSG's bot lane are very lucky to have Junjia here right now with a level 6 Nautilus Lee Sin. That was certainly a dive.
I think also lucky that Cascada's done such a good job of just...
Yeah, keeping Maple under his tower.
Yeah.
Getting a bit of a CS lead going too. No mana on the DCG bot lane now. Oh my god, the plate's on the mid tower.
Yeah, Cascada having a good time. Wow, and this lane is not where you'd expect it.
Yeah, as we were saying, you make a mistake on these ranged tops and you can just find yourself a lot weaker all of a sudden.
And Taco definitely a better showing. Importantly, it's not like the end of the world for RJ, especially after we saw his team fighting last game.
Yeah.
Nah can be a very fierce team fighting champion. Harder to execute than most of these sort of tankier champs, I guess, when he's in the Mega Nah, but...
Yeah, and gives your opponents, you know, a lot of counterplay in terms of just, you don't have to fight while the Mega is up.
Yeah.
Don't think we've really seen that level of discipline from DCG so far, but there is always the option.
Well, the option to not fight?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, not something they usually opt in for. If you saw the J-Team DCG series.
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah.
I can only hope for more of those.
Maple is just dodging all these Qs. Getting some CS under tower.
Okay, and on the way ping up in top lane. RJ almost got his Mega Nah. There is flash available very shortly for him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
665 on his way there too. Might end up being a 2v2.
This
but
flash is still just down. Gonna have to jump away. Connects. This might just be a dead Nah, and it is.
Nice. Clean. Clean just as his flash is up in just a second, so perfectly timed by DCG.
Yeah, fantastically timed.
And well played too, and Cascada's just constantly pressuring Maple. Maple cannot kill a wave, and Betty.
Oh, Betty getting very, very low. Breath of Light comes through to try and heal him up, but he's still going to be okay, but after taking yet another Q from Tide on the center. Nature's Grass coming through though. There is Flash and Cleanse available. Both of these bot laners. Cleanse comes through. Junji is tanking and he's used the Twisted Advance to go forward. Tide healing up his Nautilus so he won't go down. A lot used, but DCG do thwart off any attempts.
Wow, DCG's bot lane looking probably better than anyone else we've seen on this Nautilus Senna.
Yeah, and looking for their second dragon now with the Nautilus Senna. It's not something that always happens. In fact, it usually doesn't.
Yeah, usually when we see this lane, they're conceding lane. But Tide and Orca just looking to fight, and they're winning fights. You know,
admittedly, we usually see it against something like
much
the
stronger.
Varus.
Yeah, much stronger in lane. The Lucian Milio not super strong in lane, and Lucian getting plenty of farm, which is kind of all he wants out of these lanes.
Oh, RJ, he's looking. Oh,
wow.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I mean, he's going to be safe, but that's not what you want. 6-5, this is not either. He got his kill up and top, but now he's kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, no team anywhere near him. Bit greedy to go for the enemy Raptors there.
RJ down a level. This is really bad.
Yeah.
Oh, we're looking though. Taco does have flash.
Maple has TP too. Maple has ulti.
Very, very close to being up. Yeah, this is Taco's dead. There's no way out for this.
Yep.
Honestly, pops the ult. Probably for not much reason. He's looking for the turn kill. Oh my god, he almost does it, and he does! That's a reset. RJ's almost got Mega Nah. Taco trying to find something. He gets the heal. Oh, Taco! No way can he get away from this, and he might just do it. But Bramble Smash eventually finds it. It was a huge commitment, and honestly, DCG certainly coming out well ahead as they find a 1-for-1. Got one tower and maybe even a second as Betty's being looked at. Everything's landed in disaster for PSG.
Yeah, just in terms of he manages to trade a kill there and waste so much time for PSG. As 665 just on a ward here. No idea what the enemy team is, and these Raptors coming back should give him some clue that people are around. Eats a gold card, dies immediately. Taco gets 3-man here, and with the help of Tide on the Senna, just manages to, and this is the strength of Senna, he manages to trade a kill back here incredibly, and he almost gets out. I have no idea. I guess Aja doesn't even have Mega. He does have Mega, sorry, but he doesn't have the ulti. So Aja honestly doing a good job to live here. I thought he might be in trouble as he gets rooted up here and gets hit by the 2 Qs. Q of the Maokai and the Gnar, and really clean from 665 here. Just beats up Betty.
好帅哦，66 ！Oh my god！
And that is how I would react if my jungler did that too.
Surely he reacted like that for Taco. In combination with Tide, of course, but...
No, who cares about top?
Alright, my bad.
What, you 1v3?
Is that it?
Yeah, who cares? My jungler just killed the enemy AD between their turrets.
Oh, 665 once again looking aggressive.
Maple.
Well, Maple, you are in trouble. Gold card will be able to come through, but
yep,
it's going to be Chris Carter picking up that one. And PSG are finding themselves yet again on the back foot. This time they don't have that saving grace of an ultra-fed Gnar, as Taco's actually looking aggressive.
Yeah, I thought Taco might be in trouble there.
Quickly regrets
he just
his
has
decision.
to pop his ulti.
Quickly, yeah, this is another tower going down. That's a second.
Yeah.
Not in response. Gnar, admittedly, Ozzy up in the top lane, close to getting his, but not really at that point yet. Nature's Grasp available.
Well, they go for a
Junji's
fight.
looking
Maple's
to defend
up in
this.
2.
Does get the smite. But I went out on that one.
Okay.
1 minute and 20 seconds until this dragon. There is the Rift Herald up and available. We'll have to see if PSG want to try and contest. They are 2-0 down. Cascada, he's made his way to the top side, and there's a ward. Arja is aware of what is becoming of this. Does have flash. He's got Gnar. I think he'll be out safe.
Wow. Nicely played by him. Cascada loses his TP, and Dragon up in 50 seconds.
Yeah, it does lose Gnar's ult, but actually will be back up in time if they do want to contest.
Yeah, very short cooldown.
Pretty much, as you get later into the game, it's on the same cooldown as Mega Gnar, so you just have it every time.
Cascada looking massive this game, though. Up 30 CS, beating up the Gnar a little bit, but he's overextended.
Yeah, he is. There is flash available, although maybe he's overstayed a little bit. Yeah, teleport.
Considering there's a Twisted Fate on the enemy team.
Twisted Fate is bottom, though.
Oh,
I think he used the ult to just see where the rest of the team was, maybe. Flash forward from Jinjia. This is strictly a 1v1.
Yeah.
And now Orca's coming back. Jinjia is no longer with us. Tips charge onto Betty, who just strolls up there.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what was... Oh, okay.
Cascada's getting very low. Oh, double teleport here now. Is it going to be matched? It will. Orca, he's being the one that's targeted. Tide going to arrive to this, but...
All right. That was a very strange flash cue from Cascada.
That was a strange passage of play.
I'm not sure how many items he thought he had, but meanwhile, Taco's just taking a tier 2. I think he might actually get this.
Tier 1 might not be long for the world either in the mid lane.
Maple's taking a tier 1. This is looking like a solo queue game. He does get it, and he'll probably be able to get out pretty easily,
This is going to be an insanely fed Aatrox at this point. Not a lot of kills, but picking up 700 gold from that tower. A couple of assists.
Yeah, and if he's going to play the rest of the game how cleanly he played that 1v3, that'll be trouble. Someone's got to stop Maple.
Yeah, it will be Orca.
And DCG are not going to have as much trouble with the macro shenanigans if they have 3 TPs.
Yeah.
You know, Orca's got a teleport too, so I can't imagine they're going to get run around the map. And the Gnar isn't as massive as he was last game, so I can't imagine they're going to get run around the map, as once again, they're up 3 dragons for nothing.
Yeah, PSG trying to claim themselves a Rift Herald at least, but really at this stage of the game, how much effectiveness will this Rift Herald have when you're already down 3 of your towers, including an inner?
Yeah, and it's a safe bet that DCG's mid tower is full HP, because I don't think TF got the wave past halfway all game.
Yeah. It is a very rich Twisted Fate, however. Of course, passive doing a lot of heavy lifting. And this is a better Karma build than the one I had to witness earlier today.
What did we see earlier? I don't even
Morello
remember.
Nomicon, while your brand also had Morello Nomicon.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely sucked. So we're going for Horizon focus into, I don't know, maybe a Rabadons is what I'd like to see.
Yeah, not a whole lot of magic resist, so Rabadons would make a lot of sense. Cosmic Drive if you just want to offer your cooldowns more often. And
yeah, ability haste is a
option,
good
but
stat on Karma. Honestly, make a Mage Eyes. You're Karma. How often are you really dying?
3 times this game, but a few times last. Okay. Uh-oh.
665 sprinting in.
Yeah, Junjia. Fortunately, there. Okay.
Woody.
He gets altered. 665 is back in Nature's Grasp, and Junjia is not very tanky when it comes to this Karma. A lot of damage coming through. RJ really not that far up in his Bar. Well, Taco, he's not spotted on that ward. But
Where's that guy going? Mid. Maple is teleported to mid.
yeah, he's looking for the mid tower. I mean, this is full HP. This is not going to go anywhere.
Yep. Just gonna look for some poke on Taco, I guess.
Not even able to find that, so it is just a tower going down here on the top side. Cryscata going to be able to claim that. RJ needs to be a little bit careful, but should be okay to survive.
Yep. And I think PSG are rotating to mid lane, maybe looking to pressure mid. They've got 4 people here, and they've dropped the Rift. DCG have got to respond to this. TP is up for Cryscata. Plenty of wave clear on this Aatrox, too.
Okay.
Nah, he's got it. So they're going to maybe look to punish Njia.
Okay, we found the stun onto Cryscata. We found a route onto Taco. Taco going to get very low and back on out of there as fast as he can with one of those Karma shields. Maple's trying to find these stuns on the backside, but it's actually not really working out in his favor. Ooh. Thought Taco might have clipped him there.
Yeah, DCG not super willing to commit as Orca's TP hadn't finished yet and Tide was walking from base, but they do defend their tower. And don't lose much for it. I don't think anyone lost Flash. So it ends up just being a bit of a chunk on the mid tower and a couple ults traded.
That is right, but I mean, right now, 3k gold lead, 3 dragons up, DCG. They're certainly in a very comfortable position to be able to win this.
Yep.
Baron
PSG just
now live.
PSG really making them sweat for it, constantly keeping the pace up.
Yeah. They realize that Woody's safe, and immediately Maple, instead of teleporting to the play to achieve nothing, goes mid, gets that wave, forces a response from Taco. Now DCG, they have a slow Baron once again.
An excruciatingly slow Baron this time. I don't think they can ever hit this. I mean, short of acing the enemy team. Zorka's struggling with the walls a couple times this game.
That was a little scary. Oh, Junjia might be in trouble.
Okay.
He's got Twisted Advance, and out comes Nature's Grasp, and it's at the moment PSG who are returning a lot of damage. Depth charge comes through though, and Betty all of a sudden, he's not feeling so safe.
All right.
That's going to be Junjia losing his Flash, and Betty getting very, very low. They should be losing another tower here, and the map is looking catastrophic in terms of these objectives.
Yep. Aja keeping up the pressure in the side lanes, though. They might have to TP someone up there to stop him. Taco is running now. And they don't really have the tools to, stop.
Oh, he didn't do the Demolish proc.
Demolish. Realizes he has to get out of there.
He could have got the Demolish.
Yeah, I think next time he's left with this tower, he will just get it. He's not too worried. I mean, he doesn't get the satisfying sound effect. As he's sitting in this bush, he has no intention of grouping, and I think PSG have no intention of taking a straight up 5v5.
No, they're just leaving Maokai alongside the rest of the team to try and...
They will try to steal a win similarly to how they kind of bamboozled DCG last game. And not, honestly, a position we really expect PSG to be in against DCG.
This Dragon Soul spawning. A lot of pings actually onto the Baron.
TP from Gnar in the bot lane, close to Mega.
Very slow Baron from DCG. But yeah, Dragon started 9,300 health it sits at. And
Cryscata.
Orca Flash will miss. Cryscata has just gone absolutely wild. I don't know exactly what happened. Tiger have to flash away. Orca also lost his flash. Maple gets on in there, finds Tide, dodges away from 665's Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike, of course, is another kill found. Betty now picking up a triple kill, and I am lost for words as to what Cryscata thought he was doing there.
I think he forgot it was the big plants, maybe. They're going to lose Dragon and Baron for this. PSG are a bit slow to get on the Baron, but they've got so long on the timers of DCG. And I don't think Taco can stop this by himself. As yeah, I mean, Cascada just kind of throws the game over to PSG. They still have 3 dragons on DCG. And a pretty strong comp in those 5v5s, but if as DCG are going to look for a fight.
Well, Taco actually flashes on in, finds a pretty nice Q2 and a massive, massive Mantra Q. They're going to have to give up Junjia. You feel completely fine. Pick up the Dragon, pick up the Baron.
Yeah. Yeah, still happy with that overall. You get a flash for your trouble. As no waves for DCG to really do anything with except maybe mid, and you're going to see Cascada absolutely send it into the enemy team here. Lands a Mantra Q, but I don't think that was worth it. Tide goes down to Aja here. Oh no, he actually goes down to Maple, sorry. He cleanses early. Goes down to this next auto from Maple. And Betty picks himself up a little triple kill, and hopefully DCG are going to be able to keep their composure after that one, because that was very unfortunate.
Yeah, and all of a sudden PSG now ahead in gold.
Yeah,
they
after
were down
being 3k down at least.
Yeah, they were. I believe they were 3k. Now they're up 1k. They have the Baron power play still active. As RG actually being looked at. He has flash, but takes a lot of damage. Going to have to pop it, and he does manage to get out. Resonating Strike will connect, but we're not going to reactivate that one.
Yeah, if he wasn't about to go Mega, he was probably dead there just to at least in QR.
Now, Maple has the Baron minions, as does this top side from RJ. He's trying to just buff them up while not going down, but he might have overstayed his welcome. Doesn't seem like he is. Okay, DCG are hard committing to this bottom, or top tower rather.
Yep.
Recalls finally will be coming through, but Betty and Woody are uncontested on this mid tower, and Junjia as well as Maple trying to make something happen on the bottom, but Taco is able to withstand.
Yeah, Taco manages to hold on to bot wave through Baron, so just going to be a 1-for-1 tower trade, which you've got to be happy with if you're DCG against Baron.
And honestly, Maple's about to get a lot stronger once he picks up this rapid fire cannon. That champion levels up infinitely. So
yeah, not in terms of his damage, but just in terms of the impact he's going to have on fights. It's going to be really difficult to play against, especially if you're something like a Senna. Any follow-up on the TF Gold card, and I mean, with ADTF, he's his own follow-up half the time.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Junji in a bit of a curious position, but he's going to be okay. 6-5, he's hanging around the outskirts of this middle lane, trying to look for something, but Maple will find him.
Yep, PSG getting a shove going, and I'm worried about PSG here. If they decide that they can just 5v5 siege, I'm not sure that they can. They were avoiding this for most of the game.
Yeah, but
for good reason, I think.
It's giving time for RJ. He picks up another tower.
Yep.
Extending that gold lead slightly further. Now 2k in favor of PSG, who have managed to claw their way back into this one despite the odds.
Yep, I don't think the game's over by any means, especially with DCG on 3 dragons. And you see PSG, they're not comfortable just, you know, trying to end the game down mid or anything. You still have to respect this comp of DCG, which is very strong.
Now, Betty now at 3 items and a BF sword, so feeling a whole lot better after picking up a triple kill out of thin air.
Yep. Yeah, very
Shadow
strong
Flame from Cascada. A little bit interesting.
Yeah, don't hate it. Glad he didn't go for the Mage Eyes. And I'm hoping for Rabadons next. They do need damage in this comp.
Yeah.
I don't hate the Shadow Flame just because he's solo AP. You're not going to see a lot of MR, though there is a Kanik on Junjia.
Yeah.
So Dragon up in 40 seconds. We'll see if DCG can put together a contest here.
This is the first time we've actually seen PSG with Cryo as Woody
gets chunked
out. Oh my,
no
that's
flash.
2 immediate Mantra Qs, and now Betty and Woody are fairly chunked, but as long as they huddle up around this campfire, should be okay. Now, Taco, he's got
a nice
the
angle.
inside track on this mid lane as nice Ardent Blaze to try and get off that spell shield, but Hook will connect. It's onto Junjia, not the greatest target. Nature's Craft yet to come out. Should be able to come out soon. Twitch in advance. Nature's Grass will eventually, but 665 manages to find the kill. Beatty on the outskirts, though. He's finding all the damage he possibly needs. Orca, though, tanking up. Maple does have that gold card. It's Beatty going crazy on the outside. 665 does go down. Betty still remains full health. The rest of the team quite low, quite desperate, and Betty's going to have to pull out some absolute phenomenal mechanics here if he wants to make some impact. Maple and RJ both low, but have teleport. So we'll see if they opt in to those recalls. They are channeling. Sky's Orb comes through now. Destiny available, teleport available. We have pretty much everything we'd need, but we have to make it quick because this dragon is not taking long. This should be RJ, which he might just be going down. He is. It's an immediate kill. Betty does get rooted. He's able to get out at least for now, but the shutdown is Tide is able to find it, and Maple is not long for this world either. TB into mid from both Chris Carter and Taco, but Junjia has respawned. I'm not sure that they'll have the time to do it. There is 3 members dead, 30 seconds to get this done. I think Nature's Grass will be up very shortly.
I think they can end.
Third teleport. DCG are pushing for this end. Junjia and Woody.
They just have to block Maokai ult.
They have to block it. They have to not let Maokai stop this wave in any way, shape, or form. Nature's Grass almost up. Junjia is going to go in there. It comes out. Everyone isn't doing all that much damage. They're clearing the wave. It's 3, 2, 1 on Betty, but the Nexus is open now. Betty's coming out. There's no time. And against all odds, DCG get it done.
Okay. It looked like DCG had thrown the game for a second, but okay. They just very decisively decide to TP into the enemy base. 30 seconds on 3 members and they just end. It looked like Junjia had held for a second there. He found a really good angle for his ult. Managed to like get it past most of DCG and clear out the wave, but they had done enough damage to the towers at that point. I didn't realize his ult wasn't even up as they pushed, so wow.
Yeah,
okay.
What an insane game out of DCG. I mean, the start of it had me in hysterics nearly. I mean, the beginning of that game was outrageous.
Yep.
Then it just looked like, well, DCG, they're doing everything they need to win, and they're just the biggest Omega throw I think I've ever witnessed in my entire life.
Yeah, and then back to...
and then it looked like, well, PSG probably got this now until RJ teleports into the middle of 5 people and just immediately goes down.
It felt like they were waiting for it. They saw people recall on the side of PSG, and it kind of, they were all just standing around in bushes until they see a teleport, and they just kill the Gnar the moment he arrives. He's in mini Gnar. He has no way to get Mega.
Yeah.
And then Betty just eats a Nautilus auto attack. I don't think he got flashed on. He just got autoed by Orca on the Nautilus. Goes down quick, and Orca landed, I want to say, at least 4 hooks onto between Betty and Maple during that last fight, putting so much work in on the Nautilus. DCG just beat PSG, apparently.
Yeah, didn't have that on my bingo card, but... Yeah. Can never really predict a whole lot here in the PCS, can you?
Yeah.
That's fine, though. Honestly, the biggest sort of factor, the biggest thing about this, of course, is now DCG are equal in wins with J-Team in the lower brackets. So they start off both having 3 wins, which means it's a lot easier for both those teams now to qualify for playoffs. And PSG ultimately start at the bottom of the top 4.
Yeah.
So they will be 4th. Beyond have 5 wins, PSG have 4, and then it is 6 and 6, I believe. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
6 and 6.
6 and 1 for both of them.
PSG, if they want to try and get a bye into the next round, it seems like a near impossible task because they would have to.
Just beat everyone.
Not in their hands to begin with, but they would have to win all 3 games.
So how many wins do they have? 3.
4. PSG?
Yeah.
4. So they're on 4. The top 2 are both on 6.
Right. So they would need the other teams to do some losing.
Yes, they would need one of the 2 teams to pretty much lose every game, and for PSG to pretty much win every game. I'm not saying that's not impossible. Yeah. I actually think it, given the standings and sort of how these teams are progressing, I think it is very much possible. I think PSG are the sort of team that can bounce back from something like this.
Yeah.
Certainly the names on screen certainly can do it, and you see moments of brilliances in these games, and then moments of not so brilliant, but...
Yeah, I don't know what it was about PSG. It just looked like DCG were kind of better. They got every objective.
For most of the game, yeah.
And all 3 games. They kind of got every objective.
It kind of felt to me, this whole series, like a jig gap. A lot of it felt like 665 was controlling the pace of the entire game.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily that Junjie wasn't doing anything, because, yeah, sure, his Maokai was finding nice ults at times, and he's crucial in these team fights. But 665, the entire early game, controlled it. He got every single objective, every single game.
I think that does come down to some mistakes from Junjie, definitely, just because with how hard and how much priority Aja had on the Gnar in the top lane, there's no way you should be giving up grubs.
Yeah.
You should be getting grubs. You should be getting your Gnar 6 grubs every game, like we saw Frank get for Jiang.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got as many grubs as they could. I think they ended up just getting 5, but every time they were up, they just ran straight there and got the grubs for their Gnar. Because
gave up 2 dragons, but then you have this massive win condition.
Yeah, and especially with a Twisted Fate too, you got to prioritize those, and there's no way Aatrox is ever making it to contest. And we were saying that Maokai isn't really a Junjie champ. He does fine on it, but Maokai's the kind of champ you want on your jungler if they're maybe a weaker player. You know, it can cover up for your weaknesses. It's pretty one-dimensional what you're doing as Maokai. Sure, you can find better ults, you know, and worse Maokai ults.
Yeah.
There is a difference between the good and bad Maokai, but Junjie is just doing a standard Maokai job here of getting engaged on and, you know, landing some Ws, getting his ult off, and that's about all you can do on the Maokai. And then already one hook has landed onto Maple from Orca. Betty does a great job of this fight so far, finding himself a kill and a big chunk. As DCG, honestly, they kind of look like they were waiting for the TP, but no, it's just donated to them. As Aja just gets one tapped here going in, and Betty gets autoed by Nautilus and goes down pretty quickly with some flashes following up. Another hook onto Maple. Maple goes down, and no hesitation from DCG. Instant teleports. As a nice game from Orca.
Yeah.
Especially if there were no blast plants.
For sure. And you mean Cascada?
Cascada.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, nice game from Orca, too.
Yeah, Orca, I think, played well. I mean, it's hard not to give 665 MVP simply because of, I mean, how much he controlled early game, you know?
Yeah, you could give it to Cascada. Cascada had a great game. He sprinted it, but 665 was just randomly inting the whole game too. It's just Cascada did it in a more ridiculous.
He found that kill on bot and Betty just randomly, and
he found good plays, but so did Cascada. But
I didn't notice Cascada. I mean, 665 really ends at all.
Okay, at Rafters.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, that was fair.
I think he had one in the top lane too, where he had a little bit of a sprint. Betty with everything to do that game.
Yeah, he did his damnedest. That fight, I mean, how it was found, Junjie just getting caught up and thrown around like a volleyball. Betty did his best to find the damage there and try and turn it. And ultimately, it felt like a fight that they probably should have ended up winning if not for Arj's teleport. I think that fight looked fairly winnable.
I think they got a little too tricky with the teleport.
Yeah.
I think once both junglers went down, they could have maybe just played some kind of front to back. But a TP flank as mini Gnar, you just get
not
one
so
shot.
fierce.
Yeah, you just get one shot.
I think you could have just both teleported bot lane and played to throw out your boomerangs, look and see if you can land a gold card on someone. I mean, ultimately, if Arj is with the team and he gets hooked by Orca, then it should feel pretty okay.
Then you'll be fine. Betty will take over.
Get it. Taco's getting the MVP.
Fair enough. He
pretty much
won his lane.
That 1v2, that...
Oh, 1v3.
Yeah, 1v2. The Senna was his team. Oh, 1v3, yeah, and then the Senna.
Yeah,
so
and then the Senna, yeah.
It's like the Senna finished off a kill, and it's all the Senna really did, but that did give a reset, of course, and much like that, but...
Yeah, very clean play, and kind of winning the lane against the Gnar.
Somehow got Arj's flash. We didn't actually ever find out how that was.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a replay of what happened in the top lane to kind of turn that lane around. He was suffering under his tower, and then suddenly Aja was down a flash and getting shoved in as a Gnar. So he makes a good play on the Baron that they kind of chucked away as DCG. Yeah. After a mistake around the Dragon, they lose the Baron, but he makes a play on the Baron pit, burns a couple flashes, and trades a kill onto Junjie.
Yeah.
But really good lane phase, and kind of impressive that he has such a bad game 2 into the Gnar.
Yeah.
Says, I know what I did wrong. leave the Gnar up, it's fine. We
Yeah.
can still blind pick the Aatrox. And he adjusts his runes and just does really well.
I wonder if a big difference in terms of the entire game, not just the lane, but if you take the Conqueror, if you take the Precision Tree, it gives you access to Legend Tenacity, which you wouldn't have had otherwise. And so I think that could make a big difference in the terms of the entire game against a Maokai. But that will do us for our series. We are going to go to an interview now with Patty and 665, so please do enjoy.
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。今天来到赛后采访的是 DCG 的打野选手665，请665先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 DCG 的打野665。
Congratulations for the win today. You had a harder time this season in the first few weeks. You must have had a lot of pressure. Today you finally proved yourself. How do you feel right now? 恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛。你这赛季的前面几周发挥的比较挣扎，相信你也承担了很大的压力。你今天终于证明了自己，有什么想说的吗？
就是后勤教得好。
I just want to say.
然后特别感谢我们中路。
I just want to say our coach and our support staff really helped me and taught me a lot, and also I'm really thankful for our mid laner. DCG ended first round with 3 wins and 4 losses. How do you rate your first round performance? What do you think the team needs to improve on the most? DCG 第一阶段以3胜4负做收尾，你怎么评价你们第一阶段的表现？你觉得你们最需要进步的地方是什么？
我们表现的话差强人意吧，当然就是需要提升我自己的发挥，就不太稳定。
I think we didn't perform as well as we could, and we need to improve more. And I think mostly, I think I need to improve my skills because I wasn't that steady in my play. We know that Coach Hana helped you a lot this season. Do you have anything you want to say to him? 我知道 Hana 在这个赛季给你很多的帮助，有没有什么话想要对他说的？
就是拜托 Hana 不要想下来打野。
I just hope that Hana will never want to come down and play jungle himself. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢665选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台的 Mountain 跟 JR。
Different camera today. Good interview though.
Always a jingle.
Yeah, it is. It is a good jingle.
And 665 was kind of on point with saying he's not completely happy with how they played, which, yeah, I'd agree with. They didn't exactly have clean games, and they managed to take out PSG.
Yeah.
Which, you know, you have to be worried about PSG a bit.
Did have good drafts, though.
Yeah.
They did have very, very good drafts, especially, of course, game number 1. What an insane draft out of there. Today's results. Frank, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending who you support, go down 1-2 against CFO. It was a very closely fought series and very entertaining to watch. So if you did miss it, highly recommend going back and watching that. And honestly, similar with the second series of the day. PSG losing to DCG in pretty spectacular fashion in more than one way. Standings there after the end of our first half is going to be CFO, then Frank, BYG, PSG. Bottom half will be DCG, J-Team, Halpigs, and West Point. After that win, DCG move up in the rankings above J-Team due to, of course, the game differences.
Yep.
Which they pretty much achieved because somehow they heisted a win against PSG.
Yeah, and you have to imagine for DCG to not make playoffs at this point, they really have to mess up.
Do you know if they had won that series against J-Team, they would have been top 4? Imagine that.
Yeah, DCG
that absolute clown fiesta of a series with just the most wild drafting, and I think it was like 45 kills in 20 minutes or some ridiculous stat like that.
Yeah.
And the player of the games, of course, that we did miss. Game number 1 was Chris Carter. Couple of times getting caught up in the side lane. Those are the 2 deaths he had, but ultimately, I mean, the impact was felt. Demolished Maple in lane. Maple never was pretty much seen for that game. And game number 2, of course, the 608 Gnar. That was RG who truly got that game across the line.
Yeah, put the game on his shoulders, game 2, and you wouldn't
Gold
really...
at the end, by the way. 5.5k, same matchup next time. Taco's up 400 at the end.
Yeah.
What a turnaround.
I mean, really impressive from Taco. As we've got next week's game.
Yeah, this will be the bottom groups. Bottom group. So next week,
we go.
DCG, West Point, Halpigs, J-Team. Of course, DCG being first seed, West Point being last seed. That's how it's all worked out. Have to see who wins. This is all. Everything's on the line now. There is no more second chances.
Yep.
You have to find wins, and you have to find them quick. Otherwise, you will quickly find yourself completely eliminated from the season. And you don't want that. You want to make it to the playoffs. You want to face these LJL teams, these LCO teams, and your teams you've already versed, the PCS teams.
Yeah, you get a playoff run going. But
Mini worlds, essentially.
yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Who do you reckon? I'm so shocked by PSG.
How pigs are going to make it?
You reckon?
Yeah, how pigs are going to make it, I can tell.
Theoretically can.
Yeah.
They theoretically can, because it was 3-4, right? So all that would have to happen is J-Team or DCG to lose every game and Halpigs to pretty much win every game, and they've made it. Doable. Do I believe that either of those teams are going to lose every game? I do not.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But there is always hope.
Yeah.
There is always hope. Thank you so much for joining us for tonight's games. It was a bit of a marathon, but they were very, very exciting series. Join us next week where our second half starts, and it's really down to crunch time for all of those teams. We start off with the bottom four. Be there or be square.